Mitigating the skills gaps. 1. A theoretical model for work-related. Abstract. This chapter lays the theoretical foundation of the volume by addressing the contested role of schools in producing employable skills amid rapidly shifting demands. It begins by defining skills. Then, based on a review of literature from different disciplines, it highlights that while knowledge and skills are embodied in individuals, acquisition occurs through collective processes and their value is socially constructed. Abilities at work are thus shaped by the nexus of learners, subjectivity, social relations, workplace cultures, and the global economic and structural conditions. To analyze such complexity, the author proposes realist constructivism as the guiding framework. Pure constructivism captures diverse cases but lacks synthesis, while realist constructivism enables reasoning that bridges macro-level deduction and micro-level interaction. Combining the benefits of inductive and deductive approaches, realist constructivism investigates the socio-cultural, structural regulatory, and productive mechanisms that influence how are formed and valued. This chapter, therefore, establishes a conceptual and lens for exploring skills gaps in the global South within broader contexts of change. Keywords. 1.1 Conceptualizing the. Understanding what it means to be competent at work is far from straightforward. Across academic disciplines and policy arenas, terms such as skills, knowledge, abilities, capacities, and are often used interchangeably, obscuring the fact that the very people who use them are unclear about what they mean. This conceptual ambiguity is not merely semantic. It has significant consequences for how learning is organized, how work performance is evaluated, and how interventions aimed at developing human abilities are designed and justified. In much of the existing literature, are treated either as individual attributes that can be accumulated through education and training, or as standardized bundles of skills whose value is assumed to be transferable across contexts. Such approaches tend to abstract from the social, institutional, and economic environments in which they are formed and exercised. As a result, they struggle to explain why individuals with similar educational backgrounds perform differently at work, or why skills deemed valuable in one setting fail to translate into productivity in another. This chapter begins by noting the increasing misfit of the imagination of the school-to-work transition in today's dynamic world, which assumes that learning and working are two distinct domains of human action and that the former precedes the latter in our lives. As the premise transcending the volume, I will explain how work-related cannot be understood in isolation from the contexts in which they are enacted. Competence is not simply a stock of knowledge or a set of technical proficiencies, but a relational and situational capacity to mobilize cognitive, technical, and resources in response to concrete demands. What counts as competent performance is therefore shaped by workplace cultures, organizational norms, power relations, regulatory frameworks, and broader economic conditions, as well as by individuals' subjective interpretations of these environments. To analyze such complexity, it is necessary to move beyond disciplinary silos and single paradigm explanations. Education studies offer rich insights into learning processes, but often underplay labor market dynamics. Economics provides tools to examine the contribution of human abilities to labor market outcomes, such as salaries and promotions, but because of econometric demands for common quantitative indicators across large populations, it relies heavily on proxy indicators, such as years of schooling or major, that may not accurately reflect human abilities. Psychology illuminates the mental states and personality traits that underlie individual behavior and motivation. It is useful to understand the intrinsic determinants of individuals' learning and career development, but it does not help us much in understanding the extrinsic factors, such as social, cultural, and economic conditions surrounding that individual. Sociology foregrounds structure and power, but may leave the agencies of individuals. This chapter seeks to integrate these perspectives by developing a conceptual framework that captures both the socially constructed nature of and the real structural conditions that shape their formation and valuation. The purpose of this chapter is therefore twofold. First, it clarifies key concepts and reviews competing approaches to understanding skills and highlighting their assumptions and limitations. Second, it introduces realist constructivism as an analytical stance that allows to be examined as emergent outcomes of interaction between individuals and their multi-layered social ecologies. By establishing this framework, the chapter provides the theoretical grounding for the empirical analyses and strategies developed in the remainder of the volume. Even though we carefully classified them, it is still difficult to use the terms related to human abilities in a distinctive manner. In this volume, we use the term ability in the most general sense, with no intention of relating our statements to taxonomies. Also, as I will explain shortly, and capability are higher-order categories in the taxonomy of human abilities. Therefore, these are the likely words we use when the statement does not directly relate to specific cognitive, technical, or capacities for an individual to perform tasks, which would be referred to as skills and knowledge. 111. The schooling myth. We used to live with a rather simple idea that education happens in school and before employment. Of course, accumulating experience and acquiring new knowledge and skills after graduation are important for leading a meaningful adult life. Regardless, such post-school learnings were likely to be treated as extra to the formal schooling during childhood and adolescence rather than essential parts of human capacity development. The trust in pre-employment schooling has been so prevalent that young people and their families try to prolong their schooling period to high school, undergraduate, or even postgraduate levels. Also, employers often use the level of educational certificates held by job seekers as the criteria for selection, Card 2001. Moreover, with few exceptions, new employees' starting salaries are based on educational credentials. Such popular beliefs and practices align closely with national policies on human resources development, particularly in societies where formal education is not widely accessible, such as in the Global South. These governments nearly unanimously claim the necessity of longer years of education for cultivating a highly skilled workforce and justify their large public spending on education, e.g. Department of Higher Education and Training, 2020, and Chinchilla 2024, Government of United Arab Emirates 2017. Further, the academic research tradition of estimating human beings' abilities as a form of capital to enhance industrial productivity frequently uses years of schooling as the proxy indicator of human abilities. Al. 2008. More discussion on the measurement of human capital analysis will be made in Sect. 1.4 of this chapter. In sum, there has been a deep-rooted faith in schools as the mechanism to grant credentials of individual values in the labor market, both in ordinary people's lives and in policy-related and academic discourses. Such faith tends to lead to the uncritical assumption that the credentials represent human abilities accurately and comprehensively. However, today's dynamic realities of workplaces and the surrounding economic and social environment cause increasing complaints about the mismatch of knowledge taught in school to that needed in the real world. The school curriculum is designed to transmit subject-based knowledge according to the logic and sequence selected by subject experts. Since it teaches the same content to diverse students whose experiences and ways of applying learned knowledge to future work and life vary, the school curriculum is meant to be general. Therefore, criticism of the irrelevance of school education to specific industrial needs may not fit its purpose. United Nations Educational, 2012. 81-85. Also, even if the government and policymakers attempt to reform the curriculum and education system, the pace of change in a formal structure cannot catch up with the fast-evolving needs of industries and societies. 2019. 110. Further, here lies a more fundamental question than administrative and operational ones regarding the reform of the education system to match the market demands for knowledge. It is the difference in ideas about the nature of knowledge and its formation between people in the education and economic sectors. When there are different orientations in understanding the concept of knowledge and learning, it often becomes difficult to grasp why there are always misunderstandings, despite the use of the same words such as knowledge, skills, or skills development. As I will discuss more with evidence from our surveys in Ethiopia in Chap. 5. Teachers and administrators in the education system are driven by the shared belief that there are preset packages of knowledge that learners must master, whose rationality is justified by the experts in the authoritative position. According to them, however diverse the realities to which the learners have to apply the knowledge after leaving school, the value of learning basics is perennial. Meanwhile, people in the economic sector react more directly to market dynamism and look for individuals with specific abilities to complete the tasks in front of them and the programs to train such abilities quickly and in a focused manner. The former attitude can be said to be based on authoritarian epistemology, 1995, while the latter has a high affinity with empiricist and constructivist epistemology, 1998-1995. I will return to this point later in the chapter. 112 Limitations of the Education-to-Work Transition Discourse. Promoters of the idea of an education-to-work continuum, ETWC, consider that the fields of education, E, training, T, and work, W, are independent sectors that need to be connected well so that people move from education to training and to work the linear trajectory smoothly. Al. 2023, United Nations Children's Fund, 2019. The assumption is that the discontinuities or the malfunction of respective sectors will cause problems such as unemployment or mismatches between the specialization for which the learners were trained and the field in which they are employed. It is said that the underprivileged population, e.g., in terms of households, socioeconomic background, gender, or ethnicity, will experience more disadvantages from the ETW disconnection than others. In order to mitigate such discontinuities, various measures are proposed and implemented, such as allocating more time for practical than theoretical education in school, Al. 2015, Al. 2013, increasing internships through closer school-industry partnerships, Al. 2013, strengthening career guidance at educational institutions, Al. 2023, recognition of prior learning, Castle and 2001, among others. Such proposals to enhance ETWC are based on the hypothesis that an individual progresses on a straight and linear path from basic education to professional training and on to work, hopefully to decent work, and that each step takes place in a sphere exclusively dedicated to E, T, or W. Such a conceptual framework would work when the society is less fluid, and most of the activities and the organizations in which these activities happen are formal and registered. To put it differently, for the ETW continuum to be planned based on the labor demand projection and managed accordingly, the public authority, the government, should handle all stages of E, T, and W. For that matter, learning must almost always happen in formal schools, and the government must have the latest statistics on the student population by age, gender, field of specialization, and the level of certificates to be granted after completing the designated course. Similarly, most of the employers of school graduates should be formal companies registered and pay taxes to the government. If a large part of people learn skills through informal apprenticeships and find jobs in unregistered workshops in the informal economic sector, the basis of the ETWC hypothesis will collapse. In addition, this model does not take into account the fact that work education trajectories among the youths in the Global South are generally complex. People go back and forth between education and work while accumulating both work experience and formal education through the spiral process of career development, and 2019-2021. In the Global South and most societies worldwide, lifelong learning is becoming a well-accepted idea of how individuals should keep updating their knowledge and skills to meet the changing demand and climb the career ladder. Nowadays, the formation of knowledge and skills is increasingly a matter of individual subjective choice, in close relation to their plan and strategy for their life and career. Unlike the ETWC hypothesis, E and T do not always precede W, and people do not proceed with these stages linearly and straightforwardly. This discontinuity among E, T, and W seems to be based on this hope that human activities should be regulated under function-based institutions. Such a hypothesis does not apply to the field of education in the first place, as it is human nature to learn from experience and interactions with or without formal school. The misfit of this hypothesis grows further with the advancement of the knowledge economy. Today, the media often reports the urgent need for upskilling adult workers to keep up with the industry's skills demands, and various educational service providers advertise programs for adult learners on skills for improved performance in work, such as computer programming, foreign language, and management. Some of these programs are offered by traditional educational institutions like universities, which lead to degrees and diplomas. However, learners do not always choose such degree-bound long-term programs as the most desirable options, compared to short-term crash courses, which train people on specific techniques immediately applicable to the work. If the absolute goal of this kind of discussion is to find the means to match the skills needed with interventions to equip workers with them, it would be more productive to free ourselves from the framework of the ETW continuum. Meanwhile, the removal of the mindset will bring to the forefront the challenge of benchmarking the level of individuals' abilities, taking into account the fluidity and context specificity of the skills demand. Benchmarking a person's abilities against others requires a standardized measure that pins down their relative positions. For example, a company manager may want to know the strengths and weaknesses of their workers in contrast to those of other companies in the same industry. They may even want to compare their people to workers in other countries. However, given the changing demands for skills and knowledge, applying a standardized measure will likely sacrifice the assessment and the relevance of findings to the context. Alternatively, a study that only pays attention to the local dynamics of demands and supplies of the workforce's abilities would end up being merely a detailed description of a specific situation. It is possible to duplicate such case studies with different populations in different workplaces, but these would be parallel cases without a common thread based on which one can contrast the characteristics of individuals and workplaces across the board. As I will explain in detail in Chap. 3, our team developed a unique approach to assessing workers' abilities in a standardized manner, but cross-sectionally. So far, I have only in passing discussed the different types of abilities humans have to handle to solve real-life problems. The example of the person working in the accounting office of a company I presented at the beginning shows that cognitive abilities, theoretical knowledge, literacy, numeracy, and other brain work are only the tip of the iceberg of human capacities. There is a large domain of abilities, including interpersonal, socio-emotional skills, and various behaviors at work. Also, technical and practical skills are necessary to conduct tasks using tools and machines. Moreover, of course, individuals have to be able to think about how to combine those skills to solve problems in front of them, which is ability. In the next section, let us review recent scholarly discussions about these abilities. 1.2 Human Skills and Abilities. Regardless of what they are called 21st century skills, core or employable skills, scholars and policymakers have a broad consensus that a framework is necessary to conceptualize individuals' abilities to keep up with unpredictable and fluid situations. Meanwhile, those promoters of the new types of abilities do not provide any concrete idea of what they are. According to the online glossary of education reform, 21st century skills refer to a broad set of knowledge, skills, work habits, and character traits that are believed by educators, school reformers, college professors, employers, and others to be critically important to success in today's world. Great Schools Partnership 2016, see also Al. 2012, DIST and 2005, OECD 2005-2015. In fact, this phrase does not specify anything except that the contents of 21st century skills depend on what stakeholders believe to be important. Another buzzword of the age, core, is a similarly context-bound idea of individuals' abilities, but from the private sector's perspective, aiming to enhance their comparative advantages in the competitive market, and 1990. A web search will provide various classifications and examples of core as quick references for business operators. In their lists, you would find various capacities such as communicating well, taking on leadership, being accurate in work, being patient, etc. Still, they are just abstract categories whose substances in real workplaces are left to be defined by people on the ground. Now let us turn to another popular term, employable skills. This term describes the types of abilities that employers would appreciate and that job seekers should know. The idea is that by having a clearer idea of the skills demanded in the labor market and developing or upgrading one's skills accordingly, an individual would have a better chance of employment or a salary rise. Brewer, 2013. Here again, the domains of abilities said to be desirable include not only technical skills and cognitive knowledge, but also attitude, behavior, and personality. After all, these fashionable terms converge on the same undefined field that today's workers need to have a set of knowledge, skills, attitudes, and personality traits to perform well in the constantly evolving world. But what it actually means cannot be discussed universally, as it depends on the perceptions of people in the context. The common objective of discussing these abilities is to find means to enable many people to acquire abilities to solve problems in their lives and work. Then, wherever individuals acquire such abilities, so far as the results are positive, it should not be a matter of debate. It relates to the disillusionment of school education, as discussed above. However much we try to improve programs in high schools and universities, it would be unrealistic to expect all stakeholders in education and labor markets, educators, employers, and workers, to have the same idea about meaningful education. In such a context, even though formal education would remain an important means of developing some fundamental, mostly cognitive, abilities as a general preparation for the members of the society, other means, such as an apprenticeship, on-the-job training, evening learning centers, or educational apps, are equally important paths to create people with problem-solving capacities in diverse industries and positions. Later, I will discuss the implications of emerging theories about knowledge on methods and approaches for grasping and improving the workforce's abilities. Respective theories lead to different approaches to education and training, either deductive or inductive. They also influence the ideas and methods of measuring individuals' abilities at work. However, before touching on these issues, it would be useful to consider concepts related to the theme of this volume, namely, capacity, ability, knowledge, and skill. 121 Taxonomies of Human Abilities. It is challenging to develop a coherent framework to address issues of human abilities, as there is considerable overlap in the related terminologies. People often use these terms as if they are interchangeable. In fact, in most cases, it isn't easy to classify people's observed abilities to any of them exclusively. In reality, specific skills to operate a machine would be inseparable from the to achieve the goal of producing the product. Relationships among concepts on human abilities, developed by the author based on and Davis, 1999, 1994, and 2011. The difference between and capability is that the former is the concept that describes the ability to achieve the intended outcomes by applying knowledge and skills, while the latter is not bound by the outcomes. Put differently, is the overall ability to solve problems. Meanwhile, capability is the set of skills and knowledge required in the context. For example, if you are in the factory production line, you must know how to use the machine, read the specifications of clients' orders, or control the speed of sewing. Such a combination of skills and knowledge is a capability. At the same time, having this capability does not guarantee that you demonstrate that to produce products with optimal speed and minimum defects. And Davis, 1999, 1994, 2011. Skills and knowledge are acquired through education, training, or experience. They are building blocks of higher-order abilities and indispensable for to flourish. Knowledge tends to refer to a collection of facts, information, and theories, while a skill tends to be explained as the ability to apply knowledge to conduct a task, 2017. Again, pursuing accuracy in distinguishing knowledge and skill would not be productive, although we should not be indifferent to the ideas behind classifications. Knowledge and its application are along a seamless continuum of human abilities. In fact, as I will review soon, many subcategories of skills, including cognitive ones, are proposed by different entities, greatly overlapping with knowledge of facts and theories. In this volume, we use the term ability in a most general sense when there is no intention of relating our statements to the taxonomies. 122 Cognitive and technical skills. Nowadays, there is a broad-based consensus among international development practitioners and policymakers that skills development is a key to economic advancement. Various reports and policy briefs of development agencies highlight the role of skills in enhancing cognitive capacities and productivity at work. For example, UNESCO 2013, World Bank 2020, World Economic Forum 2023. Scholars also propose renewed approaches to understanding skills, particularly from the fields of psychology, economics, and education. For example, based on econometrics, Bowles al. 2001 argue that cognitive skills explain only 20% of education's effects on labor market outcomes, such as employment and wage increase, and skills are the significant of the remaining 80%. See also Al. 2006. Psychology focuses on the personal quality that makes an individual perform certain tasks. Anderson and 2001 adapted the classic taxonomy of cognition by Bloom Al. 1956 to fit the demands for skills in the 21st century, which places significance on abilities to critically evaluate acquired knowledge and create new ideas, not merely processing and applying them. There are efforts to incorporate perspectives from multiple disciplines in explaining and assessing skills in the contemporary context. Green, 2011. Al. 2014. For example, some economic studies, including the World Bank's Skill Towards Employment and Productivity STEP survey, adopted a psychological scale called the Big 5-1 to measure skills. Similar to the cases with and capabilities, scholars propose various typologies of skills. Even when they use common terms like cognitive, or the meanings they attach to them are not exactly the same. For example, some scholars treat and socio-emotional skills separately, while many consider them to overlap significantly. Economists tend to equate skills with personality traits, and 2011, Lay and 2012, while educationists consider learners' sense of self-efficacy or grit to be the key abilities that contribute to higher learning outcomes. Al. 2010 and 2018. Taxonomy of skills developed by the author based on Anderson and 2001, and other literature cited in this section. Technical and vocational skills to operate machines and tools and complete tasks hands-on are crucial in understanding the abilities of industrial human resources. Although they may appear different, office-based operative skills, such as those to use a computer and information technology, are also a part of technical and vocational skills. Recently, the importance of the practical application of knowledge and skills has been highlighted, as knowing things without utility is considered unsatisfactory. Accordingly, as I will discuss in Chap. 2, in the field of technical and vocational education and training, TVET, nowadays, it is a popular measure taken by the Ministry of Education and TVET institutions around the world to prioritize practical learning over theoretical, by increasing lesson hours in the school workshops and internships at the private companies. Among such promoters of enhanced practicality of education, the operative aspect of technical and vocational skills is far more emphasized than that of cognitive knowledge. Given such orientation seen in the TVET-related policy discourse, I consider that it doesn't fit the reality of industrial skills development to treat technical and vocational skills as a subcategory of cognitive skills, putting aside any academic theories on the psychological process of human cognition. Therefore, in Fig. 1.2, I plot the technical and vocational skills that overlap with cognitive and skills, but are independent. Skills consist of thinking, making judgments, and applying knowledge to contexts by synthesizing different skills encompassing cognitive, technical, and ones. Problem solving, which is said to be the key element of core in the 21st century, requires metacognition to apply cognitive skills to the context. I have adopted the taxonomy of cognition by Anderson, and to indicate the gradation of the depth of cognition between cognitive and skills. Varied aspects of human learning are arranged hierarchically, proceeding from the simplest functions to those that are more complex. At the bottom of the hierarchy lies the ability to remember learned facts and basic concepts, followed by understanding and applying them in new situations different from the original ones. Gradually, the brain process becomes complex and enters the domain of metacognition. In fact, the boundary between cognition and metacognition is not clear and depends on the context and the individual. For effective problem-solving at work, metacognition should accompany accurate analysis of the environment and task requirements, which is inseparable from skills. Skills are defined as the individual's behavior, attitude, or patterns of thought that take shape through social interactions. As the concept of skills describes each individual's tendency in thinking and acting, it has both social and psychological aspects. Al. 2008. On one hand, it represents the ability to grasp what the supervisor or the customer wants and to plan the work to meet such expectations. It would also involve a favorable relationship and collaboration with colleagues. On the other hand, there are no fixed ways to react to the environment and the surrounding people. For example, an extrovert's behavior in the workplace may differ significantly from that of a reserved, quiet coworker. However, this fact does not negate the possibility that they will become excellent coworkers. The former aspect of skills is considered socio-emotional, while the latter is the domain of personality traits. Among policymakers and practitioners, we often experience that the terms soft skills or interpersonal skills are better understood and appreciated, with the meaning that roughly equates to socio-emotional aspects of skills. This fact also makes us manipulate the terminology according to the audience, which sometimes causes the risk of blurring the conceptual boundaries of our research. It is understandable that policymakers of governments aspiring to achieve economic growth, or people closely involved in daily productive activities of companies, express great interest in aspects of workforces, skills, because they consider such workplace attitudes to be directly related to productivity. Meanwhile, as explained above, economists and psychologists focus greatly on personality traits when they talk of skills. It has been an inherent challenge of our research project, particularly when we try to present our ideas to different types of audiences, not to be drawn by their assumptions about familiar vocabulary, but to hold our core ideas consistent. Our research is designed to grasp cognitive, both socio-emotional and personality sides, and technical vocational skills separately and in mutual relationships. Since the participants are workers with less than 3 years of experience in the production line of garment factories, the cognitive tests are set at a difficulty level equivalent to grade 7 in school. Regardless, our tests were not copies of those to evaluate the mastery of the school curricular contents. We developed test items to reflect workplace requirements of cognitive abilities and problem solving. Therefore, our module allows us to assess literacy and numeracy demanded at work, and the ability to combine information from multiple sources and make a rational judgment. Even though the vocabulary and techniques tested are not complicated, to a certain extent, the tests measure both the cognitive and abilities of participants. Also, as stated above, we treat technical and vocational skills as a standalone category and conduct practical tests to measure such skills separately from written tests to assess theoretical knowledge about the vocation in which the participants work. 1.3 Social and Contextual Development of Skills and Knowledge. In 1995, stated that the knowledge needed to do a job smoothly is developed through experience and judgments made in the situation, and disseminated through human relationships, regardless of the type of workplace, the tasks, or the rank of the concerned person. They referred to the knack, instinct, and know-how acquired through experience as tacit knowledge, in contrast to explicit knowledge that can be documented in notes and manuals. Tacit knowledge is difficult to express or extract, and thus it is also difficult to transfer to others. At the same time, as 1966 indicates, it is crucial to understand how tasks can be achieved successfully even when the paths to get there are not explained explicitly. Imagine an auto mechanic in a small repair workshop in a developing country who does not have a computer to detect car parts causing a malfunction. What the customers bring to him is a broken car. Where does the problem lie? It may be in the engine, battery, ignition, cell motor, or anything. Instead of checking all parts of the car, a skilled mechanic would intuitively judge what to do and solve problems quickly. By asking why he chose that way, you may get some kind of explanation. However, the most important elements that led to the decisions are often not verbalized. Such is the tacit knowledge. This example may give the impression that tacit knowledge is a matter in a society that has limited access to technologies or in traditional sectors where expertise is shaped only through observations of the senior's work and years of experience. However, the model of knowledge creation proposed by and is based on the analysis of global automobile companies. In fact, even in offices where information is extensively documented and transferred as such, a large part of problem-solving at work still depends on tacit knowledge. The concept of tacit knowledge, which is embodied by a person, shaped and shared through interactions with others both inside and outside of the organization, has a lot of commonalities with that of skills discussed today. Skills are increasingly recognized for their contribution to success at work. In an unpredictable, fast-changing environment, individuals must respond to skill demands based on their judgment made through interaction with others and the environment. Of course, skills alone would not constitute the complete package of effective skills. Basic cognitive and technical abilities would also be preconditions. Still, we can safely claim that today's formation of knowledge and skills is highly relational and contextual. Even when we know the goal, i.e., repairing a car, there are myriad paths to get there, albeit unknown. 131 Accumulative versus networked learning. Until recently, most people would have agreed that knowledge must be acquired systematically. School lessons are structured in such a way that students gradually build knowledge from introductory to more advanced and abstract levels. When learning mathematics, students do not start with differential and integral calculus. They begin with arithmetic, algebra, and geometry before moving to more complicated content. Even when students don't understand the practical utility of the lessons, teachers advise diligence because of the assumed future needs of the knowledge. It is not only about abstract cognition and theoretical learning. The same applies to technical and vocational skills. Regardless of the cry for increasing the practical relevance of their education, TVET institutions still follow the conventional curriculum to accumulate knowledge from basic to advanced. Such an approach to learning is in line with an epistemology, philosophy of knowledge, called authoritarianism. In the genealogy of epistemologies, cognition has been considered a mental process that consists of three elements. 1. A fact in front of an individual. 2. An individual who recognizes the fact and judges its presence to be true or false. And 3. Reliable reasoning as the basis of such a conclusion. Authoritarian epistemology considers that the reasoning behind judging the trustworthiness of the facts comes from a transcendental authority, away from the subjectivity of the person. 2015. The promoters of accumulative learning tend to look for justification of the value of their knowledge from curricular experts or the Ministry of Education, because they are the authorities who package the contents to learn according to the logic of school subjects and academic disciplines. Depending on where to look for justification of the trustworthiness of knowledge, epistemologies branch out. In contrast to authoritarianism, rationalists generally look for scientific evidence as a criterion for the truth. 1988. Meanwhile, empiricists maintain that rational reasoning will come from the experience a person has accumulated. 1988. For example, in my country, Japan, there is a belief that, when the catfish makes a fuss, earthquakes happen. Since it is an earthquake-prone country, this belief is supported by repeated observations of catfish behavior in different places and historical moments, and came to be regarded as a somewhat relevant sign to predict the disaster. Also, there have been serious efforts to scientifically prove the causal relationship between catfish hyperactivity and earthquakes. After all, there is no concrete scientific evidence, although quake observation and research institutions still keep catfish. If you are a rationalist, you will shun this belief for not being scientific. Empiricists would consider it reliable because the belief is based on countless observations across generations. Authoritarians would see what the government or experts say and trust their judgment. It is the human subject who judges the correctness of cognition and what constitutes knowledge. At the bottom of such judgment is reasoning. Depending on where a person looks for the source of reasoning, the meaning of knowledge and its trustworthiness differ. In a nutshell, variations and controversies among classic Western epistemologies stem from this point. Earlier, I stated that the relevance of the accumulative learning of authority-selected knowledge was rarely questioned. In other words, there has been a broad-based consensus about the universal value of such authoritative knowledge. The judgment of its value is externally made, but not by the learner himself/herself. However, in today's dynamic society, it is becoming less certain if such objective reasonings are always applicable. At the same time, we face the challenge of where we should look for reasoning to support our epistemology. Technology has made it easy for us to access information. We can get ideas and information from multiple sources and combine them to serve our own purposes. Unlike accumulative learning, online exploration makes it easy for us to access ideas from different disciplines on the same issue. For example, by typing the keyword U.S. presidential election, you will immediately get recommendations of websites from the algorithm, which stretches from election procedure and portraits of the candidates to the potential impact of election results on stock prices and the economy. In this process, you will not experience any barriers between political science, economics, and sociology. You can construct your own package of knowledge driven by your curiosity, stimulated by the daily news and environment. I call it networked learning. You may say that applying knowledge and skills in the workplace differs from a web search. However, there is one significant commonality across different modes of knowledge formation today. There is a growing demand for self-guided packaging of knowledge gained from different sources to respond to the need to solve problems in the face of evolving reality. While networked learning may appear more unrestrained and convenient, the requirement is heavier for judging whether the constructed package of knowledge is justifiable. Images of accumulative and networked learning, reproduced from 2019 P9. The latter approach, free exploration, is not constrained by any established knowledge structure. As long as pieces of information are collected and connected according to a consistent interest and logic, they can constitute a unique package of knowledge that may break through the traditional, familiar authoritarian epistemology. I would say that networked learning is based on constructivism. According to this epistemology, knowledge is not passively received, but is actively built up by the cognizing subject. According to this epistemology, the function of cognition is adaptive and serves the subject's organization of the experiential world, not the discovery of an objective ontological reality. Ernst, 1996. Our research presented in this volume is motivated by the goal of grasping the knowledge of workers based on constructivism. The snapshot assessment of workers' skills makes us understand what they know, but does not allow us to know how they learned. Therefore, it is not possible to retrospectively determine whether the learning was more accumulative or networked. Meanwhile, it is our strong conviction that the skills and knowledge demanded in the workplace are diverse and influenced by various factors such as characteristics of the industry, social norms, company size, management style, and so on. While firm conditions and employers' attitudes directly affect workers' skills formation, external factors such as market trends and customer expectations are also significant determinants of skill demands. Workers sense such demands from multiple directions and respond to them by trying to fit well into the organizational culture and be rewarded for such efforts. In this sense, the developed skills knowledge pack, composed of various cognitive and skills, is the product of interaction between the environment and the individual, which is precisely a constructivist process of formulating abilities. 132 Social construction of knowledge. Given the increasing importance of subjective reasoning and emerging modes of knowledge formation through networked learning, it would also be important to consider the collective process of learning. In general, classic Western epistemologies share the proposition that cognition is an individual mental process. Against that, many scholars have expressed their concerns about overlooking the possibility of collective knowledge constructions. They think such an individualized conception of learning conceals the true nature of knowledge. As the social psychologist claimed, excessive emphasis on the education of individuals makes the dependence of knowledge on relationships invisible. 2009. 259-303. Expressed concern from a sociological perspective that, despite significant changes in the relationships among humans, education, and society, there have not been substantial reflections of those changes in Pedagogy 2004, p12. A philosopher of information explained that collective learning happens as ideas flow among people. While the pace of exchanging ideas may differ depending on social contexts and dynamics, it is through such interactions that common knowledge takes shape. 2014, p37. Understanding how scholars have theorized the cognitive and social implications of such intersubjective processes requires closer attention to collective learning. Scholars point out that social learning often happens without explicit sharing. An interactional sociolinguist argued that to learn from and resonate with others, individuals anticipate and interpret others' perspectives, infer the intentions behind their actions, and adjust their own behavior in ways that correspond to those perceived intentions. He viewed intersubjective collaboration, possible even without language, as a fundamental aspect of human nature. 1995. 253-255. Therefore, the behaviors of individuals who share the same conditions tend to converge on similar points. Goody used the term anticipatory interactive planning, AIP, for the partly innate and partly socially developed human capacity to anticipate others' actions, calculate the short and long-term costs and gains, and be attentive to signals about the consequences of one's own behavior. 1995, p1. The higher the AIP capacity, the better the communicative capacities at the logical and cognitive levels too. Scholars who highlight the importance of behavior modeling and collective intelligence consider knowledge formation to be about resonance and sympathy based on shared values and an attitude of learning from others. Some may consider it a form of socialization when novice members of a community, exposed to its traditions and habits, gradually become full-fledged participants who embody the transmitted traditions. Lave and 1991. However, while there is a dimension of socialization in AIP, it is less about joining the existing community and more about constructing a common understanding by sensing the interests and behavior of others. As this process is based on interactions, the content of community traditions is not fixed but changes according to the dynamics among participants and the environment. While a broad cultural framework is conditioning the interaction, its contents are not permanently inscribed. Through this review of scholarly works from various disciplines, including sociology, linguistics, psychology, anthropology, and philosophy, it becomes clear that there is a growing acceptance of the view of knowledge as collectively constructed through interactions. Of course, individuals embody knowledge. However, the process of building it is highly collective. The types of knowledge and abilities individuals develop are determined by their personalities, evaluation of their own potential, and reaction to the shared values and environment. Such a perspective about the social construction of knowledge echoes And's description of tacit knowledge, which is embodied and shared among people working together without explicit verbalization. Notably, scholars who discuss the presence of collective intelligence unanimously call for attention to the non-logical, sensory abilities of human beings to resonate with others. The very fact that scholars from different research interests and disciplinary backgrounds converge on a similar discussion about interactive learning indicates that today's dramatically changing realities require new approaches to analyzing knowledge formation. 1.4 Measuring socially embedded human abilities. Now let me turn to the methodologies to grasp human abilities. Abilities are neither visible nor countable. Moreover, we are now talking about the organic totality of varieties of skills embodied by an individual. The visible outcome of exercising such abilities is whether the person can solve the problem. However, the problem in this case is not as straightforward as solving a mathematics problem in the classroom. Unlike in mathematics, where questions are presented with unquestionable clarity, in real life, identifying the problem itself is a significant part of the abilities. Also, a math question in school has only one correct answer, so you must find the right path to reach it. In the workplace, both the solutions and the paths are diverse, and the person has to strategize and select what he considers to be the best, based on the observation of the situation and their skills and knowledge. In sum, assessing the abilities in today's workplace is like chasing after moving targets. Still, abandoning the effort to address this issue would lead to policies to close the skills gap without knowing the exact nature of the gap between what the industries expect workers to do and what the workers can actually do. It would also lead to the misuse of indicators that do not capture realities as proxies for human abilities. A means to measure working adults' abilities with reasonable accuracy and comprehensiveness has to be proposed. Further, data and the analysis from such measurement should serve as evidence for policymaking and business to make more relevant policies and plans for human resources development. This conviction took shape in my mind through repeated discussions with government officials, TVT teachers, staff of international development agencies, and local business owners in several developing countries, particularly in Africa. They frequently use the word skills gap to indicate the ineffective match between education and employment. Stakeholders blame each other for the lack of quality service and cooperation. However, when asked what they meant by the phrase skills gap, their explanations tended to be ambiguous and lacked specificity. It is rather a natural consequence that the policies were not effective because there was no clear understanding or evidence of expected types of abilities, and policies are made based on impressions from their unsystematic observations and assumptions about the role and function of the education system. In an earlier section of this chapter, I said that the framework to segregate pre-employment education and the world of work, which assumes a linear transition from the former to the latter, does not match the contemporary situation. Regardless, it is difficult for both policymakers and academics to trespass the boundaries between the education and economic sectors because they are administered by different ministries and studied in different academic fields. This fact also leads to a lack of data linking people's education and training before employment with their required and actual abilities at work now. The Ministry of Education assesses students' learning outcomes from curriculum-based school education, which primarily focuses on the cognitive aspect. Once students graduate, the Ministry of Education or schools do not track their abilities based on their experience and continuous learning. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Labor does not specialize in measuring the workforce's abilities. To bridge these two worlds of education and work and to contribute to the improved accuracy of skills development plans, we need cross-sectional data, a methodology to yield such data, and a new multidisciplinary theory. The search for a broad theoretical framework and methodology linked to it is one of the drives that makes me propose realist-constructivism in sect. 1.6 of this chapter. 141 Human Capital Theory on Economic Outcomes. It would be useful to review human capital theory and its related analytical methods, as they examine the relationship between human abilities and the performance of individuals who possess these abilities in the labor market. This research tradition of estimating human beings' abilities as a form of capital to enhance industrial productivity has evolved since the 1960s. Becker, 1964, 1961. In economic terms, capital indicates assets and inputs used to produce goods and services. Before and Becker, neoclassical economists considered only physical capital and natural resources as inputs to the economic production process. Physical capital represents facilities, equipment, infrastructure, and other artificial materials needed to produce products and services. Factories, highways, or airports are typical examples of physical capital for economic development that respective companies and national governments invest in. Increased physical capital is expected to contribute to higher production and economic returns. That's why, even though the infrastructure building involves significant expenses, such costs are considered worthwhile investments for future return. Meanwhile, labor workforce was considered a cost because employers paid wages to them. What was groundbreaking in the proposal of the human capital theory then, which is nowadays taken for granted, is that the workforce's abilities are also an important form of capital for economic gains for individuals and society. Abilities in this context are defined as not only the skills and knowledge, but also health, nutrition, and other conditions for workers to be effective at work. Justification of investment in workers' capacity development, which the human capital theory has provided, has been used by governments of countries around the world in allocating budgets, staff, and other resources to education. It also opened the way to estimate the impact of human abilities on economic growth quantitatively. While myriad econometric approaches have been proposed, the basic idea shared among them is 1. To set the dependent variable to represent economic outcomes, such as wages of individuals or GDP 2 of the country. 2. To include indicators to represent human abilities among other explanatory variables, such as physical capital, resources, and workplace conditions. And 3. Regress 1 against 2, and estimate the relative contribution of respective explanatory variables to increase economic outcomes. While it is not the objective to provide details of human capital research, what I would like to draw the attention of the readers to is that the econometric analysis requires quantitative indicators of human abilities. As I stated earlier, there is no conclusive data about human abilities, as they transcend the domains of different ministries and academic disciplines. Regardless, policymakers appreciate and trust quantitative evidence more than qualitative evidence. This inclination toward quantitative data is becoming more prevalent because of the increased popularity of data science and the promotion of evidence-based decision-making. Therefore, it is important to confirm if the indicators used in econometric modeling as the proxies of human abilities represent them properly. If not, we should consider how we can develop more relevant indicators. Mintzer's 1974 classic human capital analysis model treated years of schooling as a proxy for one's abilities brought about by education, whereas all other work-specific contributors to skills improvement were treated as unmeasured experience. Critics point to some significant limitations of Mintzer's model. First, earnings do not demonstrate linear augmentation by increased years of schooling, 2003. Second, critics suspect that the schooling years effect is likely to be caused by the diploma effect. That is, employers presume an applicant's level of proficiency based on the degree held, which causes selection bias, and Van, 2001, Card, 2001. Finally, many scholars argue that external factors such as location, overall quality of the education system, and labor mobility affect the relative importance of schooling years to explain earnings, and 2000. Nevertheless, school attendance has been used widely in the absence of indicators that represent human capital abilities more precisely. Al. 2008. Another cause of such reliance on educational credential data is the shared orientation among analysts toward modeling the human capital contribution on labor market outcomes in a generalizable manner. In contrast, attention to individual skills would require a more micro approach that accounts for the diverse composition of skills according to the work context. Grasping the nuanced pictures of the situations where the skills are demanded and used often contradicts the demand for extracting generalized lessons that can be applied to other situations. The latter is based on the analytical paradigm called positivism, which deductively summarizes the diverse realities into some patterns according to the hypothesized combination of factors and variables. The former is constructivism, which attempts to construct the understanding of realities through interpreting the subjective perspectives of the people in the context. While positivism converges many cases to a limited number of models, in constructivism, the more cases studied, the more difficult it is to synthesize, as the details of the realities make researchers pay more attention to the differences than the similarities across cases. When there is a strong call for concise proposals to be straightforwardly adopted as policy measures, positivism tends to appeal to practitioners more than, which provides details but is hesitant to summarize them based on objective judgment. In sum, data on diverse skills are needed if policymakers and practitioners are serious about improving the relevance of their education and training programs in today's world. At the same time, if the detailed case studies end up being a bunch of inconclusive parallel cases, they would not be amenable to such research needs. Therefore, the search for the indicators of skills that are context-relevant and at the same time comparable cross-sectionally is needed. The quest is not only for specific skills indicators that are better suited for the 21st century demands. It is also closely related to the need to bridge the two research paradigms, positivism, and to bring the research closer to the demands of society. 142. Measuring diverse skills. We know that school-related indicators differ from measures of abilities, but finding the means to measure such abilities is challenging. In the long history of standardized measurement of learning achievement, most tests have focused exclusively on measuring the cognitive dimension of knowledge, such as reading written materials, grasping concepts, and memorizing. However, in recent years, there have been calls for measuring and abilities, which are also crucial. Bowles al. 2001 and 2001. Further, in the case of TVET, students should acquire functional work-related skills. Al. 2014. The For International Student Assessment, PISA, conducted by the For Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, is the leading case of multi-country tests of problem-solving skills. It is targeted at assessing the abilities of 15-year-old students in the areas of science, mathematics, reading, and finance. It is unconventional in the sense that tests are designed to assess the application of learned knowledge rather than the recitation of memorized knowledge. Still, it does not serve our objective of understanding the abilities of working adults. Also, some observers have expressed concerns that Western assessment tools may not be valid in other countries due to cultural and contextual differences in assessment techniques and the overarching constructs. In response to such concerns, PISA for students in developing countries was designed and started in 2014, PISA for Development, PISA-D. So far, 8 countries have participated in the school-based implementation of PISA-D: Bhutan, Cambodia, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Paraguay, Senegal, and Zambia. Regarding working adults, despite impediments, scholars have explored the means to examine the effects of workers' abilities on labor market outcomes. Most of them look at the results of cognitive tests conducted after employment, in addition to the level of certificates of school education. Al. 2013 and 2011, Green and McIntosh, 2007, and 2017. Such academic efforts to assess the effects of skills were made possible partly because of the creation of large datasets that include numerous samples of adult workers. The OECD's for the International Assessment of Adult, PIAAC, is the largest among datasets of this kind. Since most large-scale international assessments are for students, the PIAAC's contribution to assessing the cognitive capacities of working adults, literacy and numeracy, is significant. Still, it focuses solely on the cognitive aspect of problem-solving and does not cover practical job-related skills. Turning to the assessment of skills, we find most of the existing studies are based on self-reported assessment, although recent studies have tried to use indicators that would suggest certain behavioral tendencies, such as criminal record, employment in a leadership position, and 2005 or length of retention in one job 1996 to represent behavioral orientations of sample populations 2013. JJ and 2001 compared wages and unemployment among youth with different secondary education certificates, assuming common behavioral traits among respective certificate holders. There have also been efforts to use records of psychologists' interviews based on common criteria to capture attitudinal patterns and relate them to a sample's labor market outcomes, in 2011. A large part of the body of literature on the impact of skills on labor market outcomes uses proxies of such skills, but does not capture them in real work contexts. Another trend in economic studies to measure the effect of skills on labor market outcomes is to use the Big Five scale of personality traits adopted from social psychology, Al. 2016-2018. The World Bank STEP survey, conducted in 17 low- and middle-income countries between 2012 and 2017, adopted the Big Five scale to grasp the personality traits of working adults. In sum, important efforts have been made to measure adults' cognitive abilities and personality traits or find proxies of socio-emotional skills. However, grasping adults' problem-solving abilities in their totality, as presented in Fig. 1.2 of this chapter, is yet to be achieved. 1.5 Psychology of Learning and Career Development. So far, I have reviewed academic discussions on the compositions and nature of human abilities and the importance of a person's interactions with other people and environments in developing their unique sets of abilities. I also pointed out the challenges of measuring such intangible abilities in a visible and comparable way while maintaining the connectedness to the context in which the person applies the abilities to perform the tasks. Something as important as the social aspect of formulating abilities has yet to be discussed, which is psychology. Unlike in school, where the contents and procedures of learning are preset, adults' learning is driven by their evaluation of needs, aptitude, and motivations. In an effort to upgrade their abilities and succeed in their careers, people strategize the contents and mode of learning according to opportunities available, desirable, and feasible for them. Also, as mentioned earlier, skills are composed of socio-emotional and psychological personality aspects. Similar to other scholars, we also adopted the Big Five personality scale in our assessment to untangle how personality affects valued workplace behavior. Since we take the position that behaviors are adjusted in response to the culture and expectations in particular contexts, the influence of personality is also relative. Regardless, it would be worth visiting scholarly discussions about the relationship between personality and work. Furthermore, when designing educational programs for working adults, it is essential to consider the psychology of the learners. As we extensively introduce in Chap. 7, based on assessments of various skills of workers multiple times with different populations, we developed a unique training program to improve skills for people working on the factory floor of the garment industry. Each time we conducted the skills assessment and reported the findings, we received inquiries from companies, industry associations, and government offices about the support we would provide for mitigating the identified skills gaps. To respond to such calls, we explored the best way to contribute and decided that skills training would be our unique contribution based on our academic background and expertise. The reasons for this decision are twofold. One is that many existing entities, such as formal schools, industry-specific training bodies, and in-house training at companies, offer training in cognitive and hands-on technical skills. Instead of duplicating similar programs, it is more productive for us to link companies and workers with those entities so that the diagnosed skills needs are matched with suitable training. Another reason is that skills training is the domain where our advantage as an academic team specialized in knowledge and learning can be exploited. We recognize the limitations of conventional lecture-based approaches to skills training, which often require participants to memorize or discuss abstract concepts in a meeting room detached from their work environment. Therefore, we designed our unique training program using board games that simulate the real work situation as closely as possible. While we will explain the details of our training program in later chapters, in this section I share its theoretical foundations, which are predominantly psychological, namely social learning and behavioral modeling. 151 Theories on Motivation and Career Choice. Regarding the factors influencing individuals' career decisions, sociologists and economists tend to highlight the antecedents that condition individuals' attainment of social status. That is, they try to find patterns in the relationships between career choices and social, economic, and educational factors. 2008, and Vesper 1999, al. 1991. In contrast to those that focus on extrinsic conditions for people's career options, there are theories that examine the relationship between subjective experience and career choice. Social learning theorists hold that an individual learns from interactions with the environment and other people, and that the experiences and knowledge acquired in this way will become the basis for the individual's subjective career decisions. 1986, Holland, 1997. While there are factors that individuals cannot control, such as the economic conditions or industrial structure of society, people shape some trust in themselves and their own capacities to produce designated levels of performance, which 1986 referred to as a sense of self-efficacy. According to Super 1980, satisfaction in work and life depends on the degree to which people find positions in which their abilities, interests, values, personality traits, and self-esteem can be expressed. Also, when they feel the possibility of getting such fulfilling opportunities, people become more willing to learn new knowledge and develop their careers. Lent al. proposed the social cognitive framework of career development, comprising 3 mutually related domains, whereby an individual initially forms and elaborates career-relevant interests, secondly, selects career options, and thirdly, pursues one of these options with perseverance and continued performance. 1994. 7980. 1954 also stated that there are 5 stages of human needs 3, and that once the basic and instinctive needs for survival are met, people desire to be accepted and respected by society, and finally, they continually try to grow towards self-realization and actualization. This theory is often cited in the business administration literature, where it suggests that workers must be given incentives and recognition that will satisfy their needs for recognition and self-fulfillment. Earlier, I mentioned that an important element in developing problem-solving abilities in the workplace is workers recognizing their role in society through interaction between their subjective experience and the environment. Workers who understand their role begin to feel that they have the capacity to actualize the self-image they aspire to and believe that if they lack competence, it can be acquired through learning. With significant exceptions, Al. 2013 and 2012, 1976, there are few studies on career decision-making and workplace self-fulfillment of mid to low-skilled workers in developing countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. Moreover, applying the models developed in Europe and North America without modification would be problematic. Given such a lack of academic attention, it is significant to shed light on the social and psychological determinants of career decisions and satisfaction among these populations. 152 Personality traits and job performance. Many psychologists have studied personality traits and their contribution to job performance. They try to identify which personality traits are strong predictors of success at work. For example, Al. 2001 demonstrate that, among the big 5 personality traits, the combination of higher conscientiousness and lower neuroticism is found to be associated with higher job performance across most types of jobs. Meanwhile, there are studies that contrast the effects of personality on job performance by type of job or position at work. Al. 2017 and 2006. As a background in which these studies flourished, we cannot forget the business demands to use such analysis as tools to manage organizations, train staff for different types of responsibilities, and select employees. Still, the relationship between personality traits and performance is often not direct but mediated by habits, skills, and knowledge. Al. 1997. Campbell Al. 1993. Argue that job performance results from the combination of factual knowledge, procedural knowledge, and motivation. While there is a drive to present some general patterns in trait performance relationships, some scholars point out the importance of contextual factors. Al. suggested the strong linkage of personality traits with performance requirements in the context, which appears as attitudes such as enthusiastic persistence, volunteering for extra work, or helping others. See also Al. 1998's Al. 1998 and 2003. To rephrase it in our terms in this volume, personality traits affect how cognitive and technical skills are used to perform a task. At the same time, such general patterns of personality skills relationship cannot fully explain people's attitudes at work, because such attitudes are shaped by their interactions with the situation. This latter part of the personality skills relationship can be considered the equivalent of the socio-emotional dimension of skills. The perspective I have demonstrated from multiple disciplinary angles that abilities are socially constructed is supported here again by the person-situation interactionism of job performance in applied psychology. 153 Applying behavioral modeling training. Based on social constructionism, some specialists in education and training propose that skills are better learned contextually in a specific manner, as it encourages trainees to make sense of abstract concepts in actual situations. 2011. Learning based on particular contexts allows learners to gain the ability of how to perform, instead of knowing only the what. For example, when deductive training delivers the concept of time management skills to trainees, they merely conceptually learn that it helps individuals organize, prioritize, and plan things well. They do not know precisely how, when, or to whom to perform such good organizing behavior at the workplace. Along with such consideration, behavior modeling training, BMT, emphasizes that humans learn by observing others' behaviors. The BMT approach is grounded in 1977 social learning theory. A well-known experiment by Al. 1961, the doll experiment, found that after having a group of children watch a video of an adult assaulting an inflatable doll, the children performed the same assaulting actions on the doll when left to play with it without guidance. This experiment concludes that observing social models influences individuals' behavioral changes. The social learning theory focuses not only on observational learning, but also on the modeling process. Observed behaviors are not effectively learned unless the observation goes through the following steps of the modeling process: 1. Attention, 2. Retention, 3. Reproduction, and 4. Motivation. 1977. These steps are coined as the BMT approach, in which trainees learn by observing a model or models' behavior, remembering them, performing the observed behavior, and motivating themselves to apply the behavior in real-life situations. See also Decker and 1985. The BMT approach enhances declarative knowledge, knowledge of what, and procedural knowledge, knowledge of how, sometimes referred to as skill reproduction. Therefore, the BMT is presently applied for psychological and interpersonal skill training interventions across various disciplines, such as leadership training, AL. 2013 Parental Skills Training, AL. 2010 Law, AL. 2018 1982, and Cross-Cultural Skills Training, Harrison, 1992. As I will explain in detail in Chap. 3, our skills training is based on this idea of behavioral modeling. It aims to capture changes at behavioral levels, which do not happen without fundamental internalization of the reasons and values of such behaviors. It is a logical extension of our commitment to social constructivism in grasping and describing the abilities in their totality without being divorced from the context in which knowledge is acquired and used. 1.6 Bridging Constructivism and Realism. 161 The Ecology of Work and Learning. Until now, I have discussed that the questions about abilities at work lie on the nexus of people's subjectivity, their social relationships, the culture of workplaces and societies they belong to, and the global trend of the knowledge economy today. Values and contents of abilities are not universal, but defined and developed at the intersection between the expectations from multiple ends and the psychology of the individuals who use their abilities at work. Therefore, problem-solving abilities are behaviors that appear as a result of a mental process, which is to select relevant knowledge and skills from the repository in one's mind and body, package them, and apply them to the situation requiring a solution. The focus of evaluating abilities is not on the contents of skills and knowledge, but on their application. The paths to the solution must be multiple, but they are often not verbalized but tacit and difficult to transfer. Because of this limited transferability of problem-solving abilities, we consider behavioral modeling as a breakthrough in training such abilities, shifting the attention from tangible sets of transferable skills and knowledge to shaping behavior by letting participants judge the reason and process of applying them. I haven't touched on policies and systems of education and training of the industrial workforce much. Considering that the formation of work-related abilities occurs in the network of institutions and actors with different perspectives and roles, the government and TVET are important institutional actors. They set a system framework, regulate with policies and rules, decide the contents of the curriculum, and allocate financial, physical, and human resources for teaching to happen. I will discuss issues of policies and structure extensively in Chap. 2. One of the reasons for setting a separate chapter for them is to avoid the impression of this volume as a case study of policy application. Skills development is a fashion in the policy world, particularly in the global South. There are trends in system design, policy measures, and arrangements for skills development. As this volume is written with the hope of contributing not only to the theoretical and discussion among scholars, but also to practitioners, it is indispensable to touch on them. At the same time, policies and systems are not the main background. They are among many factors that determine the nature of the discourse and practices among the actors involved. Also, in this volume, I try to avoid the vocabulary of skills development as much as possible, because it would give a strong flavor of policy studies to this volume. We desire our discussion not to be contained by the preset framework of policy-oriented discourse, and by the imagination that people attach to this vocabulary. Also, according to the taxonomies presented earlier in this chapter, skill is a subclass that constitutes higher-order abilities such as and capability. Therefore, mixing the words at the different levels of the conceptual hierarchy would blur the focus of our discussion. Thus, much research related to the TVET system and skills development policies will be reviewed in Chap. 2, but not here. Similar to us, some scholars criticize the approach to the formation of work-related and promote holistic analysis of the ecosystem. Al. 2023, Al. 2023's 2023 and 2019, Al. 2022. Such an effort to grasp the particularity of the context leads scholars to shift attention from the national level to the regional level. There are many studies of this kind from South Africa, which is among the countries that adopted the now popular base training model from Australia and Germany as early as the 1990s, and 2020. Al. 2021. Also, some studies focus on specific social groups. For example, Standing 2002 highlights the gendered nature of work and learning, while others suggest that the mutual enforcement of poverty and gender enhances inequality in developing work-related. 2017. Al. 2023. Al. 2024. 2023 shed light on the skills-related experience of refugees in India, while Lynch Al. 2023 explored the cases of disabled youth in Bhutan. Many studies have been conducted on development for specific industries, including ourselves, 2009, 2015, and 2016, Al. 2018 and 2022. Because of the difficulties of systematic data collection, there have been fewer studies on development in the informal economic sector than in the formal sector. However, there have been works describing the unique characteristics of development through traditional apprenticeship and work in the informal sector, Neve 2005, 2012, 2021. As these studies suggest, the more contextualized the analysis of formation becomes, the more diverse the pictures become. Therefore, while it is important to accumulate more cases for deeper understanding, it is also important to develop methods to approach these diverse situations in a comparable manner without losing sight of contextual dynamism. What is needed here is to establish a standard tool to be applied to understand diverse cases without imposing preset models. This is the philosophy behind the modules and programs we developed and implemented, including both the assessment and skills training. 162 Realist-Constructivism in Understanding Work-Related. So far, I have explained that abilities are developed constructively. Constructivism here indicates that learning occurs at the interface between the social demand for knowledge and the learner's internal motivation. It is a social construction in the sense that knowledge is meaningful only when it is put to use, but in order for it to be used, that knowledge must be understood, appreciated, and demanded by society. At the same time, it is a matter of individual decisions about where to extend curiosity and pick up materials to learn. Therefore, as Dewey 1897 has stated, learning is both sociological and psychological. According to constructivism, there is no preset universally valued knowledge, but the judgment about rationality and relevance of the knowledge is constructed through social interaction. Another aspect of constructivism is that respective learners construct their unique packages of knowledge despite being conditioned by society's norms, values, and necessities. Here, I must introduce realism as a philosophical position that, unlike constructivist approaches, holds that reality exists independently of human perception, interpretation, or social agreement. From a realist standpoint, social phenomena such as institutions, labor markets, or skill demands are not merely products of discourse among subjective actors, but have real existence and causal effects, even without psychological involvement or cognitions of actors. In the social sciences, this position has often been associated with the positivist research paradigm, which assumes that social reality can be observed, measured, and explained through regularities analogous to those in the natural sciences, 1970, Popper 2002. While constructivism is particularly effective in revealing how skills and knowledge are interpreted and valued differently across settings, without an ontological anchor, it risks relativism and lacks explanatory leverage beyond localized descriptions. Realist approaches respond to this concern by reasserting the existence of underlying structures and causal relations. Here, I am using the words constructivism and realism without being strictly bound by any discipline. What I call constructivism here may be understood as empiricism in epistemology, 1998, 1995, in research paradigms, 1998, phenomenology and philosophical methodology, 1973, and social constructivism in psychology, 1978, or the sociology of knowledge, 2001. Likewise, realism is not a unitary concept. Across philosophy and the social sciences, it encompasses diverse positions, including realism, scientific realism, and social realism, all of which share the ontological claim that a reality exists independently of human perception or belief, while differing in their assumptions about causality and the status of scientific knowledge, 1998-1981. While a full engagement with these diverse traditions would require more extensive philosophical elaboration, such an undertaking lies beyond the scope of this volume. Instead, to be sincere to the objective of representing the realities derived from detailed empirical analyses based on fieldwork, I am going to use realist constructivism, a theoretical framework that bridges constructivism and realism, the common denominators of contrasting positionalities across these different academic disciplines. While the term realist constructivism has been used in international relations theory, most notably by 2010, to reconcile realist attention to power with constructivist analyses of norms and identity at the level of states, the usage in this volume differs in both scope and purpose. Rather than addressing interstate behavior, this study employs realist constructivism to bridge epistemological and ontological concerns in the analysis of individuals' experiences and the developed from them. It does so by combining constructivist insights into learning, meaning, and subjectivity with a realist commitment to the existence of social, institutional, and economic mechanisms that shape the formation and valuation of human capabilities across contexts. Conceptual model of the realist constructivism of. Earlier, I stated that gathering many cases in parallel will lead to relativism without synthesis. In Fig. 1.4, multiple microecologies are mapped, which are composed of interpersonal relationships with socio-physical spaces where individuals develop and apply there. Each microecology has its own unique culture, values, and business needs. Therefore, describing the characteristics of workers in each microecology is meaningful for an in-depth understanding of the process and context of formation. At the same time, that doesn't give us a broader picture of the factors contributing to formation beyond the specificities in the microecology. Some of the determinants of can be found commonly across microecologies. However, if the researcher does not have any comparative lenses, it would be difficult to distinguish commonalities from specificities. Also, one microecology may demonstrate commonalities with other microecologies in multiple different ways. As I indicate in Fig. 1.4, microecologies may share their industrial characteristics with others in the same industry across national borders, sectoral ecology. Meanwhile, those operating in the same country may share the same national characteristics regardless of industry differences, national ecology. Still, all these microecologies are part of the global society and are influenced by the spread of the knowledge economy and recent discourse about new, albeit to different degrees, global ecology. As such, the microecologies and individual workers who develop and apply are under multi-layered, multifaceted ecologies. To grasp the nature of individual, extreme constructivism without reasoning is unsatisfactory. Close constructivist observation of microecology should incorporate factors that transcend specific geographic locations and industries. By doing so, it will make a unique contribution not only as an academic inquiry about human learning and abilities, but also as an empirical investigation to provide evidence-based suggestions for policies and practices. At the same time, it is not an option to rely on the top-down approach of positivism or the assumption of institutionalism that learning happens in regulated institutions along standardized procedures. There has been academic discussion that the inference to synthesize and positivist perspectives is necessary, 2012, Al. 2022, 2004. At the philosophical level, the existence of reasoning as a human cognitive process and its importance have been pointed out for a long time. However, it has been difficult to establish a methodology to conduct it consciously as a part of the research procedure to get a detailed picture of ontological realities while bridging two scientific paradigms. 1975 proposed critical realism, a philosophical position that opposes positivism, which pursues a narrowly scientific universal set of rules on social realities while, at the same time, avoiding falling back to epistemological relativism alone. See also Archer, 1995. He argues that the real exists independent of how we perceive it. It means that the ontological presence does not disappear even if a person does not recognize it or perceive it differently from the real. Since cognition is a mental process that differs by person and social group, there are multiple ways to judge what the real is. Meanwhile, ontological existence does not differ according to perceptions. Therefore, there should be a rational judgment to decide which is the morally and epistemically rational understanding of the real. The trinity of ontological realism, epistemological relativism, and judgmental rationality characterizes as critical realism, 1998, al. 2018, and judgmental rationalism cannot be reached without inference. In the sense that he proposes to bridge between positivism or between extremely objective ontology and subjective epistemology, his fundamental concern is similar to that of other philosophers who argued for inference. Also, as was the case with other philosophical proposals, although it attracted many scholars from different academic fields at the theoretical level, critical realism has not been applied much as a methodology for research practices, for example, 2001, 2018. Regardless, it is a significant contribution of critical realism, which has not been found in other philosophical works, that it presents practical criteria and guidelines for adopting it in empirical research. Al. 2018 p35 propose what they call the laminations of scale, which spread concentrically from the sub-individual to the macro level in order to structurally understand the influence exerted by social actors and systems on the phenomena the researchers are interested in investigating. In Fig. 1.4, I adopted this idea of layered influences by conceptualizing national ecology, industrial ecology, and global ecology as the outer circles surrounding the microecologies that directly involve individuals developing. At the same time, unlike Al, who set these levels as concentric and incrementally extended outwardly, I consider that national and industrial ecologies partially overlap. Another conceptual tool I have adopted from critical realism is the idea of generative mechanism. The generative mechanism is the nexus of factors that make us experience the real. Observable events are only the tip of the iceberg, but a large part of our experiences are driven by invisible values and behaviors, both at the collective and individual levels, conditioned by culture, social dynamics, the psychology of involved people, and even their hereditary biological characteristics. By untangling these largely hidden generative mechanisms, we can better understand the causes and backgrounds of phenomena. While Al's 1998 p109 proposed three mutually enforcing mechanisms, namely sociocultural, psychological, and biological, I have modified and included sociocultural, structural regulatory, and productive mechanisms in Fig. 1.4. The sociocultural mechanism involves sociocultural values and categories such as gender, age, class, cultural norms, habitation, and family, among others. The structural regulatory mechanism is composed of policies and regulations related to labor, employment, and development. The education system, particularly TVIT, would be part of this mechanism. The productive mechanism relates to commercial practices, the business environment, and the labor market. It would include market conditions or measures for business promotion. In this volume, when we present the analyses of the outcomes of assessments and training, these three generative mechanisms will be examined for each micro, national, industrial, and global ecology, so that clear pictures of the ontological reality backed by the diverse epistemologies of stakeholders will be presented coherently based on rational judgment. Working adults can only be grasped by the realism approach because they are meaningful in the context in which they are used. For this reason, it is necessary to understand the industrial structure, the workplace situation, and the policy background. As shown in this chapter, how people perceive, find their potential in them, and try to improve them are determined by their relationships with the environment. It is the constructivist approach to understanding at the intersection between psychology and sociology. Meanwhile, mere constructivism is not enough to understand the microecology of formation in its totality, which is embedded in the nexus of generative mechanisms that tacitly but significantly affect the judgment of individuals. Investigation of the sociocultural, structural regulatory, and productive mechanisms at micro to global levels will help our inference of the working adults in the 4 countries we surveyed, 3 in Africa and 1 in South Asia. We call it the realist constructivism theory on As mentioned earlier, there are not many cases where the theoretical framework of abduction is translated to the level of methodology and used in fieldwork. In the following chapters, this volume will try to demonstrate how a module of assessment can grasp the diverse composition of skills and knowledge in a comparable but contextually responsive way. It also presents how the data collected in such a manner can serve the inference of the ecology of, at multiple levels. 1.7 Synthesis. This chapter has developed a conceptual and epistemological foundation for analyzing work-related in contexts characterized by rapid economic change, institutional diversity, and shifting modes of learning. By reviewing debates across education, economics, psychology, sociology, and philosophy of knowledge, it has argued that are neither reducible to formal educational credentials nor fully explicable through isolated individual attributes. Instead, they are formed through socially embedded and context-specific processes, shaped by interactions among individual subjectivity, workplace relations, institutional arrangements, and broader economic conditions. The realist-constructivist framework proposed here offers a way to hold these dimensions together analytically, allowing close attention to microlevel practices while situating them within wider structural and regulatory ecologies. This framework provides the conceptual basis for the empirical and analyses that follow, through which the book examines how are formed, valued, and potentially transformed in diverse work environments of the Global South. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: AOSA 2021. Understanding Aspirations. Why do secondary TVET students aim so high in Chile? Journal of Vocational Education and Training. SNV 2020. Targets TVET and Transformation. In A-LIDES. Grading Goal 4. 322-338. Brill, J. M. Levels and R. Van. 2013. Skill Mismatch and Skill Use in Developed Countries. Evidence from the PIAAC Study. ROA Research Memoranda No. 17. Maastricht, Netherlands, Research Center for Education and the Market. J. and Van, R. 2001. Educational Mismatches versus Skills Mismatches. Effects on Wages, Job Satisfaction, and On-the-Job Search. Oxford Economic Papers, 53-3, 434-452. WP, 1998. Empiricism. Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Taylor and Francis. Org 10432497804152491261 P0126P0141. Anderson, L.W., and D.R. 2000. A Taxonomy for Learning, Teaching, and Assessing, a revision of Bloom's Taxonomy of Educational Objects. And Bacon, ID Do D and P, 2013. Choosing an Apprenticeship, Skills Preferences Amongst the Youth. International Development Planning Review, 35-2, 135-153. Org 103828201310. Samuel Pauline, Francis A., William, Richard Cliff A., and Jennifer N. 2023. The Role of Career Services in Tertiary Students, Transition to Employment, Voices from Africa. Michael Carton and The Education Training Work Continuums, Pathways to Socio-Professional Inclusion for Youth and Adults, NORRAG Special Issue 8. 8084. Asian Productivity Organization. 2019. Education Reform for the Future of Work, The Shift to a Knowledge Society. Author A. 1997. Social Learning Theory. In Social Learning Theory, Prentice Hall, Cliffs. 1. Prentice Hall, A. 1986. Social Foundations of Thought and Action, a Social Cognitive Theory. Prentice Hall, A.D. and S.A. 1961. Transmission of Aggression Through Imitation of Aggressive Models. The Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 63-3, 575-582. M.R. Mount, M.K. and Judge, T.A. 2001. Personality and Performance at the Beginning of the New Millennium. What do we know and where do we go next? International Journal of Selection and Assessment, 9/930. M.R. Stewart, G.L., M. and Mount, M.K. 1998. Relating Member Ability and Personality to Work Team Processes and Team Effectiveness. Journal of Applied Psychology, 83, 377-391. R. 1975. A Realist Theory of Science. Verso. R. 1998. Philosophy and Scientific Realism. In M. Archer, R. A. Tees and A. Critical Realism. Essential Readings. R. and B. 2018. And Price. Interdisciplinarity and Well-Being. Becker, G.S. 1964. Human Capital, a Theoretical and Empirical Analysis with Special References to Education. University of Chicago Press. Ems O. Herman J. S. M. Miller M. and Rumble M. 2012. Defining 21st Century Skills. In P. Griffin, B. Gaw, and E. Kerr. Assessment and Teaching of 21st Century Skills. 1766. Springer. Bloom, B.S., M.D., E.J. Hill, W.H., and D.R. 1956. Taxonomy of Educational Objectives, the Classification of Educational Goals. In Handbook I, Cognitive Domain. David McKay Company. L.A.L., J.J., and Turwheel, B. 2008. The Economics and Psychology of Personality Traits. Journal of Human Resources, 43-4, 972-1059. Bowles, S. H. and M. 2001. Incentive Enhancing Preferences, Personality, Behavior, and Earnings. American Economic Review, 91-2, 155-158. And Martin. 2011. Cognitive Skills and Personality Traits, Market Relevance and Their Development in Education and Training Systems, IZA Discussion Paper No. 5743. Bonn Institute for the Study of Labor. Campbell, J. P. Cloy, R. A. S. H. and Sager, C. E. 1993. A Theory of Performance. In N and W. C. Personnel Selection in Organizations. 3570. Bass. Card D. 2001. Estimating the Returns to Schooling, Progress on Some Persistent Econometric Problems. 69-5, 1127-1160. Castle, J. and G. 2001. Recognition of Prior Learning, RPL, for Access or Credit. Problematic Issues in a University Adult Education Department in South Africa. Studies in the Education of Adults, 33-1, 6072. J. 1988. The Rationalists, A History of Western Philosophy, 4. Oxford University Press. P. 2008. Occupational Choice, Socioeconomic Status, and Educational Attainment. A Study of the Occupational Choices and Destinations of Young People in the British Household Panel Survey. Research Papers in Education, 23-3, 243-268. M.A. Pages S. and M. 2016. Do Personality Traits Affect Productivity? Evidence from the Laboratory. Economic Journal 126 592, 654 681. P. Rethinking Skills Development and Entrepreneurship for Refugees. The Case of 5 Refugee Communities in India. International Journal of Educational Development, Volume 101, 102,834. Decker P.J. and B.R. 1985. Behavior Modeling Training, Principles and Applications. Greenwood, J. 2017. Educating Entrepreneurial Citizens. Department of Higher Education and Training, Government of South Africa, 2020. Revised Strategic Plan 2022-025 Chrome Extension Site Assets Planning %2C Policy %20 and %20 Strategy DHET %20. Revised %22-02-02-025 %20 Strat %20 Plan %20. Accessed on October 15, 2024. Rs and K. 2011. An Analysis of Skills Mismatch Using Direct Measures of Skills. OECD Education Working Paper No. 63. OECD. W. 2001. Social Constructivism. International Encyclopedia of the Social and Behavioral Sciences, 2001, 14264 14267. Dewey J. 1897. My Pedagogic Creed. School Journal 54-3, 7780. P. 2001. The Philosophy of Critical Realism, An Opportunity for Information Systems Research. Information Systems Frontiers, 3, 199-210. P. and P. Love. 2004. Realist and Postmodernist. Ws. N. R. and K. F. 2015. A Roadmap to Vocational Education and Training in Industrialized Countries. Industrial and Labor Relations Review, 68-2, 314-337. E. 1996. Radical Constructivism, A Way of Knowing and Learning. E. 2015. Kant's Political Thought. Oxford Bibliographies. HISCOM View Document 978019975622397801997562230138. GMJ Van M.R. Smit, P. and Van JJG 2014. Assessment Criteria for Based Education, A Study in Nursing Education. Instructional Science, 42, 971-994. V. and Lai, 2023. Forward, Michael Carton and The Education Training Work Continuums, Pathways to Socio-Professional Inclusion for Youth and Adults, NORRAG Special Issue 8. 35. R. 1995. Authoritarian Epistemology. Philosophical Topics. 23 No. 1. 14769. JSDOR. V. Chinchilla J. 2024, Relevant Indicators in Higher Education Plans, From Reporting to Forecasting. UNESCO IISALC Policy Brief Series, No. 3. VA, F. and J.R. 2010. An interactive web-based program for step families, development and evaluation of efficacy. Family Relations, 59-5, 572-586. M. 2018. Personality, IQ, and Lifetime Earnings. Economics 51, 171-83. KJ 2009. Relational Being, Beyond Self and Community. Oxford University Press. Glossary of Education Reform. 2016. 21st Century Skills. Org 21 Century Skills accessed on August 21, 2024. Goody, E.N.'s 1995. In I.N. Goody, eds. Introduction, Some Implications of a Social Origin of Intelligence, in Social Intelligence and Interaction, Expressions and Implications of the Social Bias in Human Intelligence. 134. Cambridge University Press. Government of United Arab Emirates. 2017. National Strategy for Higher Education 2030. UIN about the strategies, initiatives, and awards strategies, plans, and visions, Human Resources Development and Education National Strategy for Higher Education 2030. Accessed on October 15, 2024. Green F. 2011. What is skill? An interdisciplinary synthesis. Center for Learning and Life Changes in Knowledge Economies and Societies. Green F. and McIntosh S. 2009. Is there a genuine underutilization of skills amongst the overqualified? Applied Economics 39-4, 427-439. IA and DID 2000. Schooling, Labor Force Quality, and the Growth of Nations. American Economic Review 95, 1184-1208. Harrison, J.K. 1992. Individual and Combined Effects of Behavior Modeling and the Cultural Assimilator in Cross-Cultural Management Training. Journal of Applied Psychology 77-6, 952-962. Org 10-103, 700-2190-10, 77-6-952. S. and Lester Davis. 1999. From Competence to Capability, the Implications for Human Resource Development and Management. Paper presented to Millennial Challenges in Management, Education, and Leadership. Association of International Management, 17th Annual Conference, San P. 6-8 August. J. and S. 2006. The Effects of Cognitive and Abilities on Labor Market Outcomes and Social Behavior, Working Paper No. 12006. National Bureau of Economic Research. J. and Y. 2001. The Importance of Skills, Lessons from the GED Testing Program. American Economic Review 91-2, 145-149. Holland, J. L. 1997. Making Vocational Choices, A Theory of Careers, 3rd ed. Psychological Assessment Resources. D. J. and Vesper, N. 1999. Going to College, How Social, Economic, and Educational Factors Influence the Decisions Students Make. Johns University Press. LM 1s DS and C. 1998. April. Personality Correlates of Managerial Performance Constructs. In paper presented at the 13th Annual Conference of the Society for Industrial Organizational Psychology. Edmund. 1997. Dai no Tokyo, first published 1973. International Organization. 2013. Enhancing Youth Employability, What, Why, and How. Guide to Core Work Skills. ILO. Tim, James J., Ron, Basterwheel, and Lex. 2014. Fostering and Measuring Skills, Improving Cognitive and Skills to Promote Lifetime Success. OECD Education Working Papers No. 110. OECD. K. 2011. Teaching Soft Skills. In K. ID. Teaching and Assessing Soft Skills, First ed. 5376. First and Third Gymnasium, 56,760. Research Education Files 201401396, Mass 4 Final Report Part 1. SPWR SUTI 2017. Personality Traits of Entrepreneurs, a Review of Recent Literature. Working Paper 18047. Business School. D. 2018. Critical Realist Approaches to Global Learning, a Focus on Education for Sustainability. International Journal of Development Education and Global Learning, 10-2, 125-134. AID. 2009. Sectors and Skills. HSRC Press. AL 1996. Person-organization fit, an integrative review of its conceptualizations, measurement, and implications. Personnel Psychology 49-1, 149. P&C 2005. Leadership Skills and Wages. Journal of Labor Economics 23-3, 395-436. PC 2013. Soft Skills for the Workplace. Change 1623. T&KV 2012. Diverging Pathways, Young Female Employment and Entrepreneurship in Sub-Saharan Africa. The Geographical Journal 178-3, 242-252. Lave J. and E's 1991. Situated Learning, Legitimate Peripheral Participation. Cambridge University Press. Law GC M&A 2018. The use of behavior modeling training in a mobile app parent training program to improve functional communication of young children with autism spectrum disorder. Autism 22-4, 424-439. Deist FOD and J 2005. What is Competence? Human Resource Development International 8-1, 2746. Lee S. and F. 2012. The Effect of Personality Traits and Behavioral Characteristics on Schooling, Earnings, and Career Promotion. Journal of Behavioral Economics and Finance 5, 231-238. Lent R. W. Brown, S.D., and G. 1994. Toward a Unifying Social Cognitive Theory of Career and Academic Interest, Choice, and Performance. Journal of Vocational Behavior 45, 79-122. SC 1995. In I.N. Goody eds. Interactional Biases in Human Thinking, in Social Intelligence and Interaction. Expressions and Implications of the Social Bias in Human Intelligence. 221-260. Cambridge University Press. E's and R. 2011. The Labor Market Returns to Cognitive and Ability, Evidence from the Swedish Enlistment. American Economic Journal, Applied Economics 3-1, 101-128. T. 2012. Explanation and Inference. In K.J. and R.G. The Handbook of Thinking and Reasoning. 262-92. Oxford Press. N. 2004. Des Gesellschaft Node Tokyo, Tokyo, first published 2002. Lynch P. M. C. Brown R. S. Assessing and Supporting the Transition of Young Persons with Disabilities into Meaningful Work Opportunities in Bhutan, International Journal of Educational Development. 101, 102,820. A. 1954, 1997. Motivation and Personality. Third ed. M. F. and S. 2023. Vet for All, Assessing the Case of Bangladesh. International Journal of Educational Development, 101, 102,819. S. 2015. Understanding Interactive Capabilities for Skills Development in Sectoral Systems of Innovation. LMIP Report No. 7 Human Sciences Research Council, Pretoria. Mincer J. 1974. Schooling, Experience, and Earnings. NBER Press. SJWC and MJ 1997. A Theory of Individual Differences in Task and Contextual Performance. Human Performance 10, 7183. I&H 1995. The Knowledge Creating Company, How Japanese Companies Create the Dynamics of Innovation. Oxford University Press. OECD 2005. Definition and Selection of OECD. EMS 1995. The Epistemology of Constructivism. Contemporary Issues in Education 13-2, 8294. C&S 2019. Reconciling Heterogeneous Results on Returns to Skills in Ghana and Kenya. Journal of Education and Work, 32.5, 484-499. ON 1976. Patterns of Occupational Choice and Aspiration in Conditions of Economic and Technological Underdevelopment. Journal of Vocational Behavior, 8.2, 133-144. L. T. and Gibson, J. 2008. Measuring Human Capital, Alternative Methods and International Evidence. Korean Economic Review, 24.2, 283-344. A.T. and P.T. 1991. How College Affects Students, Findings and Insights from 20 Years of Research. I. Bass. M. and A. 2017. A New Measure of Skill Mismatch, Theory and Evidence from PIAAC. IZA Journal of Labor Economics, 6.1, 130. A. 2014. Social Physics, How Social Networks Can Make Us Smarter. Penguin. HKJSHW. 2013. Partnerships to Promote the School-to-Work Transitions, Evidence from the Field. Presented in the JVET 10th International Conference, 2013 070-520-130-707. M. 1966, 1983. The Tacit Dimension. Reprint Gloucester, M.A., Peter Smith. L&S 2019. Skills for Human Development. Psyche and Gary. 1990. The Core Competence of the Corporation, Business Review, May-June 1990. 115. M. 2017 Knowledge and Skills, A Critical View, 40th International Convention on Information and Communication Technology, Electronics and Microelectronics MIPRO. 636-34. PH&S 2022. A Laminated View of Skills Ecosystems. Journal of Critical Realism, 21.5, 571-588. J.A. E.J. Dalton B.W., J.M. and R.N. 2010. Skills in the Classroom, New Perspectives on Educational Research. RTI International. T.W. 1961. Investment in Human Capital. American Economic Review, 51.1, 117. T.A. 1998. Constructivist Approaches to Human Inquiry. In N.K. and Y.S. Lincoln. The Landscape of Qualitative Research, Theories and Issues. Thousand Oaks. C.L. 2015. The Future of Learning, What Kind of Learning for the 21st Century. Education Research and Foresight Working Paper 14. United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. K. 2012. Traditional Apprenticeship in Ghana and Senegal, Skills Development for Youth for the Informal Sector. Journal of International Cooperation in Education, 15.2, 93-105. Standing G. 2002. Beyond the New Paternalism. Verso. J. 1994. Capability and competence, are they the same and does it matter? Capability 1134. Super D. I. 1990. A Lifespan Lifespace Approach to Career Development. In Career Choice and Development, edited by D. Brown, L. Brooks and Associates, 197-261. Second aid. Bass. R.J. and S.A. 2018. Beyond ACT and GPA, Self-Efficacy as a Predictor of Academic Success. International Journal of Accounting and Information Management, 26.1, 171-186. R.P. and D.D. 2003. A Personality Trait-Based Interactionist Model of Job Performance. Journal of Applied Psychology, 88.3, 505-17. United Nations Children's Fund. 2019. Transitions from School to Work. UNICEF. United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. 2013. EFA Global Monitoring Report 2012, Youth and Skills, Putting Education to Work. Author, Vet Africa 4 Collective, 2023. Transitioning Vocational Education and Training. Bristol University Press. LS 1978. Mind in Society, The Development of Higher Psychological Processes. University Press. DAs BM and FO 2013. The Development of Motivation to Lead and Leader Role Identity. Journal of Leadership and Organizational Studies, 22, 156-168. DN 2004. Reasoning. University of Alabama Press. C. 1982. The Long-Term Effects of a Videotape Modeling Parent Training Program. Comparison of immediate and one-year follow-up results. Behavior Therapy 13.5, 702-714. VS 2016. Employability and Curriculum Responsiveness in Post-School Education and Training. LMIP Report No. 22, Human Sciences Research Council, Pretoria. VJAP Monk D. L. and S. 2021. Conceptualizing Regional Skills Ecosystems. International Journal of Training and Development, 25-4, 347-362. A. 2011. The Meaning of Competence. In M. L. and C. Winch. Knowledge, Skills, and Competence in the European Market. Taylor and Francis. R. Bees and Joel M. 2023. Upskilling Women or Deskilling Patriarchy. International Journal of Educational Development, 102, 102,850. R.S. 1988. The Empiricists, A History of Western Philosophy, 5. Oxford University Press. World Bank. 2020. World Development Report 2019, The Changing Nature of Work. World Bank. World Economic Forum. 2023. Future of Jobs Report 2023, Insight Report. Author, L. 2003. Specifying Human Capital. Journal of Economic Surveys, 17.3, 239-270. 2019. A Theory of Knowledge, the Act of Knowing in the Era of the Information Cloud. Published in Japanese. S. 2021. Traditional Apprenticeship as an Educational and Life Experience. Life Stories of Young Auto Repair Apprentices in Kumasi, Ghana. In Y and M. The Challenge of African Potentials, Conviviality, Informality, and Futurity. Publishing. A Manual. 2024. Employable Capacity Development for Women Project in Punjab. Summary Report of the Training Needs Assessment. Submitted to Japan International Cooperation Agency. Skills and Knowledge for Youth Project, Nagoya University. Skills for Development Content Uploads 202407 TNA Final Report 2023 Mailing Version Compressed. And Christian. 2021. Differential Effects of Schooling and Cognitive and Skills on Labor Market Outcomes. The Case of the Garment Industry in Ethiopia. International Journal of Training and Development, forthcoming. SC&K 2018. Explaining Differing Perceptions of Employees' Skill Needs, The Case of Garment Workers in Ethiopia. International Journal of Training and Development, 21-4, 5168. HNSE 2006. The Big Five Personality Dimensions and Entrepreneurial Status, a Meta-Analytical Review. Journal of Applied Psychology. 91, 259-271. KCWC MJAJN and R 2013. Youth Unemployment and Vocational Training. Foundations and Trends in Microeconomics, 912-1157. The Big Five personality traits represent a taxonomy developed in the 1980s according to psychological theory, namely extroversion, agreeableness, openness to experience, conscientiousness, and neuroticism. There are several established measures of the Big Five, which comprise questionnaire items to be responded to by individual participants. GDP, gross domestic product, is the total monetary or market value of all the finished goods and services produced within a country's borders in a specific time period. The hierarchy of needs starts with basic physiological needs and deepens according to the following order: safety, love and belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. 2. Conditions of development in the Global South. Abstract. Before providing empirical cases, within the realist-constructivist framework presented in Chap. 1. This chapter discusses productive and structural regulatory mechanisms that condition the formation of workforce in the Global South. It reviews macroeconomic dynamics such as global trade, value chains, and foreign investment, showing how they affect labor productivity, job creation, and skill valuation. Issues such as reliance on raw material exports, vulnerability to external shocks, and the race to the bottom in low-wage economies highlight persistent challenges. The chapter also explores labor market mismatches, decent work, and the balance between generic and firm-specific skills. On the structural regulatory side, the chapter traces the evolution of technical and vocational education and training (TVET) and the global shift toward base training (CBT), analyzing tensions between distributive and coordinative welfare models. At the end, the chapter provides an observation of productive and structural regulatory conditions specific to Ethiopia, Ghana, South Africa, and Pakistan, illustrating how global trends, national policies, and firm-level ecologies interact to shape, revealing both commonalities and context-specific differences. Keywords. 2.1 Introduction. In the previous chapter, I presented our conceptual model of realist constructivism in analyzing the formation of working adults. See Fig. 1.4. In it, as the enmeshed factors that condition humans to recognize their experience as real, I proposed 3 generative mechanisms: sociocultural, structural regulatory, and productive mechanisms. Adapting the analytical tools of critical realism, I defined the sociocultural mechanism to be composed of sociocultural norms and categories, such as gender, age, class, cultural norms, habitation, or family, among others. The structural regulatory mechanism is made of policies and regulations related to labor, employment, and development. The education system, particularly TVET, is part of this mechanism. The productive mechanism involves commercial practices and the business environment, including market conditions and measures for business promotion. Individual workers are shaped and experienced in the microecology of workplaces, which is under constant influence from these generative mechanisms. Therefore, it is necessary to examine these mechanisms at each micro, national, industrial, and global level when we consider them in a realist constructivist manner. As a precondition for further discussion, which will be based on empirical evidence, in this chapter, I will review the generative mechanisms surrounding workforce development in the Global South in general and particularly in the 4 countries where the study was conducted. Out of 3 mechanisms, I will highlight productive and structural regulatory mechanisms here, cascading the focus from the macro to the national and industrial levels. The discussion about the sociocultural mechanism will be held for the later chapters, because social and cultural influences appear differently according to the dynamics of the specific microecology, even in the seemingly same cultural group, and making general statements would induce cultural determinism. Thus, we discuss the effects of the sociocultural mechanism only when we can provide empirical evidence. 2.2 Productive mechanism of workforce development. 2.2.1 Macroeconomic trade dynamics in the Global South. The Global South encompasses diverse countries, primarily in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, and parts of Asia. Despite diversities, these nations have common historical backgrounds of economic marginalization within the global trading system, often relegated to roles that reinforce dependency on more developed economies. However, in recent years, the Global South has begun to assert its influence in macroeconomic dynamics, and some of them have caught up with industrialized nations in the Global North. It's been a while since the BRICS 1 facilitated investment, and trade within the Global South directly without being mediated by the states and private firms originating from the North. The New Development Bank (NDB), commonly known as the BRICS Bank, provides low-interest loans for infrastructure development and other projects in developing countries. New Development Bank 2024. Arab states are also providing development assistance to Africa and Asia through the Islamic Development Bank (ISDB), the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa (BADEA), and other institutions. BADEA 2024, ISDB 2024. Altogether, these initiatives to strengthen ties among economies of the Global South have contributed to making them not only economic alliances, but also geopolitical blocs. Emerging markets have outperformed developed economies since the turn of the century, and even after the stagnation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, their pace of growth continues to be high. According to the projection by the Economist Intelligence Unit 2022, average annual growth in non-OECD 3 economies during the 2022-2026 period will be 3.9%, compared to the OECD member states of 1.8%. Despite such a positive outlook and changing gravities of geopolitics and the global economy, many countries in the Global South are still struggling with challenges that have plagued them for a long time regarding international trade. First, they tend to rely on exports of raw materials, such as minerals and agricultural products, with no or limited value added. Lack of diversity in the export materials and limited processing make them vulnerable to external shocks such as fluctuations in demand and commodity prices, and Lee 2022, Mania and 2019. The limitation of value-added production is greatly attributed to the limited abilities of human capital. Without a workforce with enough technical skills to process raw materials, the country cannot aim to export technology-dependent products that are competitive in the global market. That's why many governments aspiring for fast economic growth raise human resources development as a pillar of their national development plans. For example, Human Resource Development Council of South Africa 2022, Uganda National Planning Authority 2020. Since this volume is about the abilities of workforces, I will come back to this point and discuss it in more detail. Before that, let me touch on other factors that characterize the productive mechanism of the workforce's development in the Global South. As I introduced in the previous chapter, even before human capital started to attract the attention of economists and policymakers in the 1960s, physical capital was considered a significant precondition for economic growth, requiring investment. That remains the case today. In many developing countries, poor infrastructure, including inadequate transportation networks, unreliable energy supplies, and limited access to technology, is said to hamper competitiveness in the global market. While most governments recognize the importance of such physical capital, developing economies tend not to have the capacity to invest in costly infrastructure building projects. Therefore, they have relied on loans from development finance institutions such as the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and regional development banks. However, as many countries were unable to keep up with interest payments even on loans at lower interest rates than those offered by private banks, since the 1980s, agencies that provided development loans repeatedly announced debt relief. In return for such relief measures, indebted country governments were required to adopt reform plans prescribed to improve economic regulations and governance, 1999 and 2009. In the 2000s, emerging economies also started to offer development aid for less developed economies. As mentioned above, their funding agencies, such as NDB and ISDB, provide alternative channels to conventional Western donors for less developed countries to acquire funds for developing physical capital. Such diversification of foreign assistance on which the less developed countries rely contributed to changing the power relations between these countries and Western developed countries. 2008, Woods, 2008. As such, the role of the national government in constructing economic infrastructure, acquiring financial resources for it, and regulating the domestic market is crucial. At the same time, the main drivers for the macroeconomic performance of the catch-up economies are trade relations with overseas companies. Today, private firms extend production networks across multiple countries, with each country specializing in specific stages of the production process based on its competitive advantages. From research, development, and product design to assembling, marketing, and distribution, stages of production are linked through the global value chain (GVC). For countries trying to take off economically, attracting foreign direct investments (FDIs) from such global firms and being part of the GVC is an important step. Al. 2008, Al. 2001. However, more often than not, political instability, weak governance, and corruption are pervasive in these countries, deterring investment, disrupting trade, and undermining economic development efforts. And 2011. Therefore, even though the FDI is the trade activities of private firms, stability and peace, just governance of the state, and regulation and structure that encourage investments are indispensable. Many developing countries are facing double-bound restrictions. On the one hand, low economic status hinders the states from allocating resources to formulate human and physical capital. On the other hand, political instability and lack of governance, which are, in fact, causally related to the low economic standard of the public, often result in distancing foreign firms that might have otherwise established their production bases in the country. Meanwhile, there are voices that foreign investing firms, attracted by cheap labor, tend to treat workers as a part of global value chains, prioritizing corporate profits and not paying attention to the quality of employment and human rights of workers. In other words, FDI-driven economic growth alone may leave behind the welfare for which the government has to perform its tasks. 2005. Al. 2011. As the explanation in this section indicates, macroeconomic trade dynamics, which may appear unrelated to daily realities in the workplace, directly and indirectly impact the status and conditions of employment on the ground. As a result, the productive mechanism influences what a worker considers important abilities and actively seeks to strengthen them, whether the company is part of a global value chain or a small or medium-sized enterprise that only makes products for the domestic market, or whether the country in which the company is located prioritizes the concerned industry in attracting FDIs and proactively offering support. These are critical extrinsic determinants of how a person's abilities are evaluated, both by him herself and others. 222 Labor productivity and social and individual development needs. Economic growth and labor productivity growth by region, produced by the author based on World Bank, 2024. In sum, despite the speed of catch-up, fast-growing economies in Asia and Africa do not necessarily have the workforce to generate much economic value added. Here are two possible causes. One is the case of resource-rich countries, which earn foreign capital by exporting unprocessed raw materials. In this case, as I discussed in the previous section, the economies of these countries are vulnerable to external conditions, such as international commodity prices, which are beyond their control. Also, growth dependent on unprocessed material exports does not create many jobs domestically, while the wealth from exports is monopolized among a small number of people with mining concessions. Such narrowly based growth is not only fragile, but also causes economic inequality within the country, which in turn tends to generate social discontent and political instability. Therefore, to distribute the benefit of economic growth, the creation of jobs is key. Al. 2022. At the same time, jobs that provide workers with stable incomes do not occur automatically. Only when the basis for value-added manufacturing is created in the country will employment expand. Another possible cause of the low labor productivity in fast-growing economies is the race to the bottom, 2013. I mentioned earlier that developing countries try to attract FDIs as a step to economic takeoff and become a part of the global value chains. A trap of such a strategy is that foreign firms may end up exploiting cheap labor without localizing higher-order production processes and contributing to upgrading the workforce capacities on site. Still, governments often hesitate to raise the minimum wage for fear of losing foreign investors to other developing countries whose labor is cheaper. In this case, the national economy may grow in the short term, but cannot escape the vicious cycle of low wages and low value-added production. It also means that the welfare of the workforce does not improve. Meanwhile, some surveys suggest that foreign investing firms also try to secure competent workers as a key to their business success, although the degree and form of devolving the power and responsibility are always context-bound and challenging. Al. 2010, Scullion and 2000. In some, developing countries try to climb to a higher order of the GVC by providing a quality workforce and business environment to convince investing firms of the necessity of further localization if they want to overcome the race to the bottom. With the technologies and expertise shared by foreign firms, countries need to establish foundations for widely based value-added productions and stability of employment for workers with 2221 decent work, poverty reduction, and lifelong learning. Readers must notice already that the accumulation of competent human capital is important not only for the economic growth of society at large, but also for individuals to live safely and soundly. Since we discussed productive factors at the macro and national levels, let us now turn to individual employment. The International Organization, ILO 1998, defines decent work as providing productive employment opportunities, offering fair wages, ensuring workplace security, providing social protection for families, and improving prospects for personal growth and social inclusion. It also involves safeguarding individuals' rights to voice their concerns, organize, and take part in decisions impacting their lives while guaranteeing equal opportunities and fair treatment for both women and men. In developing countries, advancing decent work is essential for reducing poverty and achieving sustainable growth. Employment is the primary means through which individuals earn an income, and decent work ensures that this income is sufficient to meet basic needs and contribute to a decent standard of living. Therefore, it will be a proactive solution to the challenges caused by poverty. By having stable and predictable incomes, people can start to plan for the short and long-term future, spending money for education, health care, and other social services to improve their and their families' well-being. Accordingly, decent work is listed as one of the key targets of the 8th Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 8, together with comprehensive and sustainable economic growth. To achieve this goal, there should be enough job opportunities that match the abilities of people looking for jobs, as well as leading to a stable income for them to sustain their lives. Meanwhile, matching employment opportunities with job seekers, relevant skills and qualifications is often not easy in developing countries. Another important issue, which is the main theme of this volume, is education and training. As for the SDGs, education is listed as the 4th goal, SDG 4. The emerging perspective on knowledge for problem solving, which I discussed in detail in the previous chapter, is also reflected in SDG 4. One of its targets is to achieve lifelong learning, which envisages the learning of not only school-aged children but also adults. As a part of SDG 4, the importance of learning vocational skills is highlighted, although its relation to cognitive and abilities to solve problems in the workplace is not made clear. In a nutshell, the development of working adults is the node of social development and individual well-being. Regardless of its importance, as it cuts across different administrative and academic fields, such as education, economics, and labor, there tends not to be a holistic discussion. For example, scholars and practitioners actively involved in the discourse of SDG 4 focus predominantly on school education, while those discussing SDG 8 rarely pay attention to training and formation. Such fragmentation of academic discourse and policy measures makes successful practices in this field difficult. This point will be discussed in more detail in the sections on the structural regulatory mechanism later in this chapter. In the meantime, let us now turn to the labor market, in which individuals are evaluated and selected for employment according to different demands for and skills. 223 Labor market demand for knowledge and human resource development. Twin gaps between the supply of and demand for workforces, abilities in the labor market. 2231 The twin gaps between supply and demand. According to labor economics, employers offer jobs based on the expectation of the abilities of prospective workers, while their actual performance after employment will be rewarded in the form of wages or promotions. Therefore, the supply-demand matching in the labor market continues throughout a worker's career, seamlessly linking the periods before, during, and after employment. As I stated in the previous chapter, conceptualize human activities according to the stages segregated and regulated under function-based institutions. Thus, educationists often treat education as the pre-employment stage, whose transition to the world of work should be designed to be smooth. Al. 2023. Meanwhile, in labor economics, learning during employment is treated as experience. 2008-2010. Experience, in most cases, is equated with years of work and does not untangle the contents of acquired through these years. In some, there are divides among academic disciplines that approach the issues related to development from the supply side and those from the demand side, which often hinder our holistic understanding of the ontological reality of microecologies. People tend to use the concept of the supply-demand gap loosely, which often causes discrepancies in the perceived current situation and challenges among stakeholders. Thus, it would be useful to sort out the dual relationships between supply and demand on workforce abilities here, as shown in Fig. 2.2. There are two major types of mismatch between the supply and demand sides. One is that of the education programs and the contents taught in educational institutions against the expectations of the employers, Gap A. Another is between the actual abilities of the job seekers and the expectations of the employers, Gap B. As I explained earlier, educationists tend to only look at Gap A, while labor economists focus on Gap B at the same time. When we hear complaints from private firms that schools do not properly prepare students for the world of work, we notice that employers look to educational institutions responsible for ensuring the quality of their outputs, which are the people they are to employ. Put differently, private sector complaints are about Gap A for not mitigating Gap B. A structural factor that increases the supply-demand gap is information asymmetry, and 2015. Since it is difficult to the requirements for workers' abilities precisely and accurately, employers' expectations are often not expressed clearly in the job specifications. Also, it is often the case that education and training institutions are not exposed to the actual situations of the industry and cannot understand the abilities employers seek. It is a form of information asymmetry, a significant background to how Gap A occurs. In addition, there are limited means for job seekers to get information about job vacancies in developing countries. As a result, they often rely on personal connections without having a comprehensive picture of the employment opportunities available to people with the type of expertise and experience they have. This is the nature of information asymmetry, affecting Gap B. Gaps A and B are closely related but distinct. Even if the programs at the educational institutions fully reflect the industry demands and Gap A is minimized, it doesn't guarantee the minimization of Gap B, as learning is a personal process of cognition and adaptation. Gap B is significantly conditioned by the individual's original capacity, psychology, and subjective interpretation of the environment, although the educational programs they attend are important inputs for formation. While individual factors are important, we will leave the discussion on them for the following empirical chapters. Here, let us continue the discussion about the labor market mechanism. 2232 Variety of Capitalism Approach. Since the turn of the century, political economists have been making efforts to categorize national economies according to the characteristics of labor and productive mechanisms. With the variety of capitalism, see approach Hall in 2001, proposed to map out national economies along the spectrum between the coordinated market economies, CMEs, and liberal market economies, LMEs. CMEs are considered to be more unionized, where bargaining and decision-making happen at the industrial and national levels, while in LMEs, inter-firm solidarities of workers and employers are less, and decisions take place more at the firm level. It was Al. 2001 who applied this C approach to explain the specific configuration of skills and labor markets in national economies. They highlight the provision of education and training by the welfare state as central to the competitiveness strategies of national economies. Meanwhile, Lauder Al. 2008 point to the evolving role of multinational corporations, MNCs, in the global economic landscape and their implications for skills demand, regardless of the welfare provision and strategies by the states. While the relative weight of the influence of international investors and the culture of national economies will vary, the C framework gives us a lens to analyze the characteristics of skills valued and formulated in specific microeconomies in response to the types of the labor market. Earlier, I mentioned the differential characteristics of the skills developed in pre- and post-employment education. In general, pre-employment education and training aim to provide students with basic knowledge in their respective fields of specialization and prepare them for the world of work. In contrast, post-employment training tends to be more specific to the workplace or industry. The former are referred to as generic skills, the latter as specific skills. For example, in the mechanics course of the TVET institutions, students learn theories and basic techniques of handling and repairing machinery. But only after they are employed at firms do they learn to handle machinery for specific industries, such as food processing, automotive, or clothing. The more a person's package of abilities becomes specific, the less versatile it may be, but the fit to specific environments would increase. Demand for these generic and specific skills, and the extent to which education and training are provided to develop them differ according to respective firms' styles of human resource management, the industrial structure, and macroeconomic strategies of the countries where they operate. For example, in a workplace that expects workers to be integrated into its culture and be fluent in firm-specific ways of doing things, employers would highly evaluate workers with firm-specific skills and retain them longer compared to the firms that constantly employ new TVET graduates without much additional training. In the former cases, to incentivize workers to stay instead of moving to another firm, the firms tend to recognize workers' improvements and contributions through generous wage increases and promotions. Internal and external labor market and demands for abilities, produced by the authors based on and 2020, reproduced from and 2021, p. 18. Figure 2.3 shows that the internal labor market is characterized by the vertical hierarchy of job ranks. When the internal labor market is closed, employees are expected to acquire many specialized skills. If the workplace is less attractive than elsewhere regarding wages, insurance, or labor relations, or if employees find their skills more highly valued elsewhere, no matter how hard employers try to keep workers, the labor market will become fluid. The greater the chance of better salaries and treatment in the external market, the greater the desire of workers to develop generic skills that are portable and independent of their particular workplace. Portability of abilities is more likely to be appreciated in emerging sectors such as information engineering, where the population with required skills is limited. On the other hand, as work becomes more fragmented and specialized, the range of the external market in which a person can look for other employment opportunities will be narrower. Therefore, in some cases, the external market is fluid only within the same industry, while in other cases it is. The greater the dynamics of the external labor market, the greater the incentive to develop highly portable generic skills. 2233 Unique Employment Conditions in the Global South. One of the most pressing drivers of labor market dynamics in the Global South is its unique demographic profile. Many countries in the Global South, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa and parts of South Asia, have young and rapidly growing populations. According to the projection by the United Nations Population (UNP) 2024, in 2050, a quarter of the world's population will reside in Africa, 25.52%, and its share will increase up to 40% in 2100. While Africa gradually takes its share, Asia still occupies half the world's population, 54.62%. Europe and North America only comprise 14.41% altogether. This demographic dividend presents both opportunities and challenges. On the one hand, a large, useful workforce can be a powerful engine for economic growth. On the other hand, unless economic diversification and localization of value-added production are realized, the labor market cannot absorb the increased working-age population, which will result in high unemployment and underemployment. Without creating decent work for them, which provides stable income and livelihood security and the prerequisite skills development, the benefits of this population growth cannot be exploited. Another characteristic of developing economies is the large proportion of the informal sector, which encompasses a diverse range of activities that are typically unregulated and untaxed. This sector includes small-scale traders, street vendors, domestic workers, and informal manufacturing, among others. It is estimated that more than 60% of the world's economic activity takes place in the informal sector, although precise data do not exist because governments cannot track the activities of informal and unregistered business entities. United Nations Development, 2022. Also, a large part of such activities happens in the Global South. In a sense, the informal sector serves as a safety net for people who do not have access to formal employment and social security. Despite its role in providing livelihoods for a large portion of the population, employment in the informal sector is often characterized by job insecurity, low wages, and limited access to social protection. In the sense that improved will enhance job security, the situation is the same both in the formal and informal sectors. Given that the majority of the working population is in this sector, it is necessary not only to focus on formal employment, particularly those in export-oriented firms, but also to provide support for the development of workers in the informal sector. Chapter 6 of this volume will discuss this issue using our original data from formal and informal sectors in Pakistan and Ghana, which allows us to make rare comparisons of skills development microecologies across these sectors. Realist-Constructivism considers that the microecologies of formation at the firm level cannot be insulated from the influence of the generative mechanisms surrounding them. The subjective motivations of individuals to develop one kind of skill over another, the types of training opportunities provided by employers, and the criteria of promotion are all conditioned by the demands and dynamics of these mechanisms. Based on this understanding, in this section, I focused my discussion on productive mechanisms, one of the three generative mechanisms articulated in Chap. 1. The section confirmed that the influence of productive mechanisms derives from the global, regional, national, and industrial levels. First, I overviewed macroeconomic dynamics, highlighting the relationships with different types of aid-providing agencies and multinational corporations. Reference is also made to the geopolitics caused by the emergence of BRICS and other fast-growing economies from the Global South. I then lowered my gaze to the individual's labor productivity and employment. Increased labor productivity is essential for both the stable economic development of society and individual employment and livelihood, and development is the key prerequisite for these social and personal benefits to be enjoyed. At the same time, the question of what should be developed depends to a large extent on the nature of the labor market, both internal and external. To examine such labor market characteristics, this section introduced some theories that attribute the degree of versatility and specificity of the demanded abilities to state strategies, the nature of firms, and the industry. Now that we have a general understanding of the elements to be considered to grasp the influence of the productive mechanism on development, let us now turn to the structural regulatory mechanism. 2.3 Structural regulatory mechanism of workforce development. If the labor market were fully open to free competition, supply and demand would naturally be adjusted among educational institutions, employers, and job-seeking individuals. However, as we have seen in the previous section, information asymmetries exist in various parts of the labor market. Therefore, if the supply-demand matching is left entirely to the market mechanism, the investments in human capital development, both by the individuals and the government, may be wasted without being converted to the intended economic growth outcomes. Here emerges the idea that the government should coordinate industrial human resources development to make it work. In other words, it is a welfare state model in that the government proactively plays its role of designing and supervising the regulations, finance, and incentives for the private sector initiatives in human resource development to correct the glitches in the supposedly free and open market. While it is not just developing country governments that look to models and experiences from elsewhere when they reform their policies and institutions, a peculiarity of developing countries is their oft-heavy reliance on external funding and technical assistance. This resource dependence contributes to the convergence of structural regulatory mechanisms of countries along the global trend by adopting prescriptions and guidance offered by donor agencies. Therefore, the package of welfare state measures on industrial human resources development is found to be pretty identical in many developing countries. In this sense, the structural regulatory mechanism in this field is driven more by the global structure of development governance than by the economic, industrial, and labor issues of particular societies. Of course, it is the respective national governments who adapt the popular models by choosing and repackaging specific tools and ingredients from the standardized recipe. Still, there is less room for local variations in the structural regulatory mechanism than in the productive one. Based on this understanding, in this section, I will first provide an overview of how the global trends evolved regarding government-led approaches to promoting industrial human resources development. It will then be followed by an exploration of policy measures and methods that constitute the recent model of base training, CBT, and the logic of public management at its basis. 231 Global Trends in Industrial Skills Development Policies. From the 1950s to the mid-1970s, international development partners heavily promoted technical and vocational education and training, TVAT, to develop human resources in newly independent global South states. For instance, during 1963-1976, secondary-level TVET received the largest share, 23% of the World Bank's education loans, and TVET overall, including tertiary and non-formal education, garnered more funding, 51%, than general education, Jones, 2002. Despite its promising post-WWII beginnings, TVET has been criticized for failing to develop human resources effectively and perpetuating social and economic inequalities by channeling students into disparate and unequal tracks. In regions where the education system expanded rapidly, schooling is often seen as a pathway to formal sector white-collar jobs. Foster, 1965. Consequently, TVET is perceived as a lesser educational path, which deters good students and their parents, and 2020, and leads to poor labor market evaluations, and 2019. These societal perceptions partly explain TVET's limited success. Also, maintaining TVET institutions and updating their facilities to align with workforce demands is costly, raising concerns about the return on investment. 2010, 1993. Another challenge often pointed out by critics is the smooth transition of TVET graduates to the workforce. Al. 2023, UNICEF 2019, which hinges on both curricular relevance to evolving demands for skills and the alignment between graduates and job opportunities. As I have commented already, these criticisms against TVET are based on institutionalism, which takes it for granted that the intervention to improve the abilities of industrial human resources should be pre-employment school-based education. Either because the perception that the TVET is an inferior track of education is prevalent, or the transition from TVET to work is not smooth, this track of schooling has been criticized for its cost inefficiency and irrelevance, and its institutional failure has often been discussed as if the whole idea of industrial human resources development was problematic. Because of these negative comments and the lack of clearly successful outputs from the investment in TVET, the priority of international development agencies shifted to basic primary and lower secondary education after the 1990s, and international aid to TVET entered a long period of decline. It was only in the 2010s that the attention of policymakers returned to the TVET. As a result of a massive expansion of basic education with focused public investments, a new challenge emerged to provide places for basic school leavers either in the labor market or in school, while youth unemployment rates became high in many countries. That was the background of renewed attention to the TVET. Whether emphasizing primary education or TVET and higher education, policy priorities shift like a pendulum. The contrast between these two positions can be attributed to the conceived role of government. The former is based on the conception of a distributive welfare state, while the latter is that of a coordinative state. In the following, I will provide an overview of these two state models underlying the policy decisions on human resources development. While they are explained in chronological order, it does not mean that the debate since the 2000s is more advanced than that of the 1990s, as policy has always shifted back and forth between the two models. 2311 Distributive and Coordinative Welfare State Models. The Millennium Development Goals (MDGs), adopted by over 200 governments and international organizations in 2000, a global commitment to poverty reduction, which intends to promote social development in a bottom-up manner. To realize equitable access to basic services, which directly serve to improve the lives of the underprivileged, basic education was brought to the fore together with primary health care. Following this global focus on basic education, many developing countries adopted distributive welfare policies. Basic schools were constructed across the world, and crash courses to certify more teachers were offered to ensure universal access to education. School fees were abolished, as they had excluded the underprivileged population from schooling. All of these were done directly by the government with public funds and personnel. As I stated above, after a couple of decades of such practices, countries started to experience the backfire of the increased number of school leavers who cannot either go to secondary school or be absorbed in the labor market. Compounding this challenge was the issue of the relevance of school-taught knowledge in a rapidly changing global economy characterized by the rise of information technology and evolving industrial structures. Against this backdrop, in many developing countries, the MDG's distributive welfare state approach, focused on poverty reduction, began to shift in the mid-2000s. More countries started prioritizing growth in their national development plans, a focus that was less prevalent during the MDG's peak. In terms of industrial human resources development, two new trends emerged: a focus on fostering problem-solving skills in 21st-century learners, Griffin al. 2012-2016, and increased attention to workplace learning, and 2011. International aid agencies started to promote activities to intervene in industrial human resources development, driven by labor market analysis, to address unemployment or to boost entrepreneurship. This led to the emergence of the coordinative welfare state model, where the government's role is to facilitate and coordinate rather than directly provide services, thereby harnessing the strengths of private and non-governmental sectors. This model is based on neoliberal public management, keeping direct government intervention minimal and supporting market-based solutions, contrasting with the distributive model in which the government directly provides services to ensure universal rights. Under this model, the scope of industrial human resources development is expanded beyond traditional TVET institutions to include non-formal education, infirm training, on-the-job training, and apprenticeships. Unlike earlier policies that predominantly focused on a mid to high-skilled workforce, these reforms also aim to improve the abilities of informal sector workers and those with limited training, recognizing development as an investment in both industrial growth and poverty reduction. Another characteristic of the coordinative welfare reform of the industrial human resources development system is the emphasis on collaboration between the public and private sectors. To make this happen, many governments adopted the Skills Development Act and set the legal framework, mandating that a portion of corporate taxes be earmarked as a skills development fund, which will then be used for incentivizing companies and educational institutions to commit to training the industrial workforce. Altogether, these measures are intended to create a competitive training market that enhances service quality and reduces the financial burden on governments to fund public TVET institutions solely, 2009 and 2007. In pursuit of these goals, many countries have established coordinating bodies to mediate between diverse stakeholders involved in industrial human resources development. These bodies are also tasked with leading fundamental curriculum reforms to align education with labor market needs. Through a collective process of developing the assessment framework of job-related, the criteria for certifying individuals' abilities and accrediting TVET institutions are also developed in line with the agreed framework. Altogether, these reforms are known as base training, CBT, as they focus on developing workplace matching the supply and demand in the labor market. 2312 Measures and approaches of base training. Types of intervention to promote skills development and the expected role of stakeholders. Objective: intervention. Role of government. Role of employers. Role of training institutions. Role of learners workers. 1. Enhanced coordination and collaboration among actors. Encourage public-private partnerships, PPPs, to fill the supply-demand gaps. Establish a skills development coordination agency involving multiple government bodies, industries, and training institutions. Enhance partnerships for various forms of skills development, such as in-firm training, apprenticeship, and public and private TVET. Modernize the apprenticeship system. Bridge the training gaps between formal and informal sectors. 2. Resource utilization for improved effectiveness of the skills development system. Establish a financial incentive mechanism to vitalize the training market. Introduce a levy for skills development. Establish skills development funds. Provide subsidies for companies and training institutions. Offer scholarships for students. Provide opportunities for skills development, both on and off-site, for employees utilizing the subsidies and loans from the government for SMEs. Provide matching funds to accompany government subsidies for large firms. Receive trainees from companies. Pay tuition for training. Acquire suitable training opportunities using vouchers and other government services. Demand loans and scholarships for continuous learning. 3. Formation of a quality skilled workforce. Offer skills assessment and certification based on the problem-solving skills required in the world of work. Establish occupation standards for respective industries and levels of skills. Establish a mechanism to accredit training providers who follow the occupation standards. Provide input on the needs of employers during the development of occupation standards. Participate as examiners in skills assessments following the occupation standards. Provide education and training in line with occupation standards. Achieve accreditation from the government for following occupation standards. Accredited institutions will have a chance of subsidies. Provide education and training in line with occupation standards. Achieve accreditation from the government for following occupation standards. Accredited institutions will have a chance of subsidies. Strengthen practical training. Match TVET interns with companies through the Skills Development Coordination Agency. Accept interns, practical trainees from TVET. Find companies and workshops at which students can intern. Improve conditions for in-school practical training. Train teachers to catch up with the latest techniques in industries. Participate in practical training. Offer public TVET education to fill the gap if private TVET and employers do not offer enough. Direct management of the public TVET. Increase open recruitment, reduce closed recruitment. Make student and graduate information available to recruiters. Be proactive in job searches. 4. Promotion of employment. Match recruiters and job searchers. Establish an employment agency. Increase open recruitment, reduce closed recruitment. Make student and graduate information available to recruiters. Be proactive in job searches. Note produced by the author based on the review of policy-related materials from international development partners and national governments. A direct provision of TVET is the last resort minor role of the government. One of the key measures of the coordinative-based human resources development system is to establish an independent coordinating body that is not affiliated with any particular ministry. This entity is expected to mediate between the demand for the workforce abilities from industry and the provision of education, between ministries and other governmental offices with different mandates and perspectives involved in industrial human resources development, to provide funding for the system to operate, and to be responsible for standardizing qualifications and accreditation. It is expected to be pivotal to almost all aspects of the system, which is too demanding to be functional in many cases. This method of multifaceted coordination has been introduced to overcome the limitations of the two types of divide. One is that between the public and the private sectors, and another is that among sub-governments that touch on the broad field of industrial human resources development, such as ministries of education, labor, industry, and welfare. As a prerequisite for the establishment of such a coordinating body, the government was also supposed to pass a law regulating the entire industrial human resources development system. For example, the Skills Development Act was adopted in South Africa in 1998, and the COTVET, Council for TVET, Act in Ghana in 2006. The contents of the law include specifications for not only the establishment of the coordination body, but also the instruments it will oversee, such as levies earmarked for skills development funds, national occupation standards, and a skills qualification framework. In many countries, the lack of an independent budget to fulfill a wide variety of tasks became a significant cause of the malfunctioning of the coordinating bodies, which also meant the de facto failure of the entire human resources development system. Given such experiences in recent years, international development partners often suggest that governments secure funds that enable the coordinating agency to subsidize training providers and employers. The agency also needs resources to conduct research to develop a national qualifications framework or to hire graders for skills examinations according to the qualification criteria. Flexible funds are also necessary for support for workers and small-scale employers. Examples include training for informal workers who need to upskill, and vouchers or study loans for those who cannot afford to pay for their own education or training. Related to this would be financial arrangements to encourage employers to upskill their employees, such as tax exemptions or subsidies for companies that provide training to their employees. 2002. While there are different means to generate funds for these activities, such as donors' assistance or allocation from the ministerial budgets, the most common approach is to institutionalize a levy for skills development, which would be, in many cases, funded by a specific percentage of the total payroll of private companies. Among the 4 countries we studied, the Skills Development Fund in South Africa is generated through the levy, constituting the budget of 21 sector education training authorities (SETAs), which I will discuss in more detail in the next section. While coordinating agencies and funding are essential, the ultimate goal in creating these mechanisms is to enable the individual workers to develop their skills more effectively. The industrial skills development systems currently in place in many countries are based on the idea that the system design should start with studying, used and required in the actual workplace to solve problems. Then, education and training programs should be envisioned backward from diagnosing the demands in the context. According to this approach, there should be an objective framework for recognizing the level of competence of people who have studied in different places and by different modes. Even knowledge and skills acquired through apprenticeships or in-firm training should be officially recognized if the holders of such knowledge can pass an assessment in line with this qualification framework. A unified system of based qualifications, which clearly identifies the type of skills a person has, is supposed to make matching the demand and supply of skills easier. As with individuals' abilities, educational institutions' capacities for providing relevant and quality training should also be evaluated properly. For this purpose, the skills standard and qualification framework are used, rather than evaluating them by the size of inputs or the number of graduates. Castro, 1995. However, a pitfall to this approach is that it is a very demanding task to establish qualification requirements and their measurement criteria for all industries at all levels involving both education providers and the industry. For example, South Africa, the first country on the African continent to introduce comprehensive reform of this sort, had more than 10,000 occupational standards as of 2007, a decade after its inception, but according to 2007, less than 10% were based on the skills certification system that had been enacted. It is also not unusual for public TVET institutions to continue to provide education programs based on conventional curricula, instead of reconstructing the programs according to new qualification frameworks. In this sense, significant gaps often exist between the structural regulatory mechanism and operation. In discussing the relevant skills for problem-solving in the work environment, the concept of CBT naturally leads to the view that the content of education and training programs must be practical. The implications of being practical may differ according to the types of work. For example, it may mean applying interpersonal skills to customer relationships, while for technicians and artisans in manufacturing, it may mean applying theoretical knowledge about their field of specialization to production. One of the reasons why pre-employment training at TVET institutions has been criticized for being inappropriate is because it spends a great deal of curricular time teaching theories in the classroom, but rarely provides practical training. Because of the required size of investment in machinery and the fast pace of technological changes in the industry, it is difficult for TVET programs, particularly those in manufacturing-related technical sectors, to keep up with the latest technological demands. This is the case even if the schools had of the latest equipment and facilities, and were backed by a strong political will of the government. In addition, many TVET teachers are trained to be teachers, but have never worked in the industry, so they are often not familiar with the technological demands of the industry. This is why many countries encourage a dual system, whereby internships at companies are included as part of the curriculum, together with on-campus learning. The effectiveness of this dual system has been widely publicized by aid agencies and developing country governments, and in many national education systems, a significant proportion of the curricular time in TVET schools is now allocated to practical training. In Ethiopia, a rather extreme policy is being promoted, whereby 70% of the credits required to graduate from secondary-level TVET institutions must be earned through practical training. The problem is that regardless of the policy enactment, the close collaboration between industry and academia needed to implement it has not been formed satisfactorily. Al. 2018. To overcome this situation, it is said that public-private partnerships, PPPs, are important not only at the national level but also at the local level. The fact that market forces do not work well on public TVET institutions means that they should not be the priority in coordinative welfare state policies, but rather supplementary to the training provided by private actors, limited to areas where private actors do not step in. Nevertheless, due to the history of government-led TVET development, a significant number of teachers and students belong to public TVET institutions in many countries. In addition, when the coordinating bodies for industrial human resources development seek to mediate the supply and demand sides, more often than not, the public TVET institutions are the ones representing the supply side. This is partly because information about private TVET institutions and firm-based training is not readily available and changes frequently. Therefore, it is difficult for the government to know details about training practiced outside of public TVET institutions. In other words, while claiming to create a diverse and dynamic market, the government often has little understanding of what it is trying to coordinate. As a result, ironically, it first involves public TVET institutions, which are least responsive to the changes in the market. Despite the popular claim that the role of public TVET institutions should remain complementary, I see it necessary to their role in fulfilling the human resource needs of small and medium enterprises, SMEs. It is not easy to a skills development program unless a firm is beyond a certain size. Therefore, in many developing countries, the highest demand for graduates of TVET institutions comes from local SMEs rather than from large MNCs, and 2020. Since they do not have the capacity to train people from scratch, they try to find suitable employee candidates from the pool of people who have already acquired generic skills at pre-employment TVET institutions. Nevertheless, the large supply-demand gap between TVET institutions and employers is causing frustration for SME managers, too. Therefore, aside from some workplace-specific skills, ways to strengthen and utilize TVET will have to be explored. No matter how well we train people to meet industry demands, the supply-demand gaps will not be filled unless job seekers encounter the appropriate job offers. In most developing countries, there is no such thing as a job fair or a list of job openings compiled by a job-matching company or agency like those often found in developed countries. In this situation, matching still relies on word of mouth, leading to inequality of opportunity. As a countermeasure, the government may set up job placement agencies. In addition, SMEs often employ interns from TVET institutions after their graduation. SME managers use internships as an opportunity to observe the competence of TVET students on the job so that they can confidently make a judgment about whether to employ them or not. Therefore, good coordination between TVET institutions and SME employers would enhance the effectiveness of skills development programs and the graduates' chances of employment. Unlike the distributive welfare state model and earlier discussion about TVET, recent policies on industrial human resources development promote the idea that direct provision of technical and vocational education in governmental schools is the last resort only when there are no private schools and workplace-based education does not provide education which meets the labor market demands. Therefore, theoretically, the coordinative welfare state model is supposed to overcome the limitations in industrial human resources development. As I have explained with examples from different countries, the realities are not as simple and straightforward as the model is assumed to be. Oftentimes, we observe situations where the structural regulatory mechanisms remain unchanged in their fundamental nature, and still, a large part of their activities happen in TVET institutions with conventional curricula. One of the reasons for this aversion to change is that governments, educational institutions, and their staff do not really want reforms that require fundamental changes to the way they have been accustomed to and the expertise they have acquired there. Listening to industry people and changing the curriculum and content of education accordingly means restructuring the traditional curriculum from the outside in, which was built up according to the logical sequence of curricular experts. This is a change that not only calls for a fundamental shift in the mindsets of educators, but also, if taken seriously, will affect the way education administration and school management are run. Most countries do not have the political will or resources to go that far, and thus, reforms tend to remain a formality. Governmental policies and systems on skills development are closely related to the individual's skills acquisition and stakeholders' expectations about skills. In this sense, the influence of structural regulatory mechanisms on microecologies is significant. The structural regulatory implications will be discussed in various parts from Chap. 4 onward. In particular, Chap. 5 will highlight them closely in relation to the dynamism among TVET teachers, students, employers, and employees. 2.4 Productive and structural regulatory conditions of 4 case countries. In the last part of this chapter, based on what I have described regarding 2 types of generative mechanisms in global and general terms, I will provide the landscape of the mechanisms surrounding the microecologies in 4 countries we studied, 3 in sub-Saharan Africa and 1 in South Asia, namely Ethiopia, Ghana, South Africa, and Pakistan. In all of these countries, we focused on workers, employers, and trainers in the same industrial sector, garment production. The reason for focusing on garment production is that it is a labor-intensive industry that hires many working-age people in the global south. Not only does it employ many relatively low-skilled young workers, but it is also the typical startup, export-oriented manufacturing industry for countries that aim to be competitive in the global value chain. Moreover, it employs predominantly females, who are more vulnerable but whose labor conditions and abilities are less studied than those of their male counterparts. Within the garment production industry, we recruited participants from export-oriented large companies, SMEs selling products mostly to the domestic markets, and small workshops in the informal sector. Therefore, we will be able to examine the different conditions and demands according to the targeted markets and customers, even within the same industry and in the same national economy. It was around 2014 that our team started its investigation of workforce in Ethiopia. We considered generating more accurate evidence on the skills gap than was available back then, largely driven by the keen interest of the policymakers and company managers whom we met. Earlier in Kumasi, Ghana, I started a survey on the determinants of career choices made by learners in the different tracks of skills development, 2017-2021. The publication was later, but the survey was conducted in 2012-2013. Putting aside the fact that I have years of research experience at both sites, it seemed meaningful to compare situations in 2 countries in sub-Saharan Africa that adopted the CBT reform on a massive scale in an interval of about a decade. Ghana started it in the 2000s and Ethiopia in the 2010s. Later in 2018, we added South Africa to our scope of research. In sub-Saharan Africa, South Africa was the first country to introduce the CBT-based skills development system. The ANC African National Congress government, which ended apartheid, pushed forward the measures to promote equitable opportunities. As education segregated by race was a symbol of structural discrimination, it was rushed to break down the barrier not only within the education system, but also in the labor market after schooling. Based evaluation of people, not by school credentials, was, in the socio-political context of South Africa, of unique value. The Skills Development Act was therefore adopted in 1998, just 4 years after the ANC government came to power. Considering this historical route, the detailed and full-fledged reform the government has gone through for decades, regardless of a lot of challenges and flaws, and accumulated research and operational experiences in this country, it was natural to add South Africa to this cross-country comparative study of work-related development in Africa. Indicators of economics, production, employment, and education of the 4 case countries for the years 2005, 2015, and 2023, World Bank 2024. Indicator: Country 2023, 2015, 2005. Ethiopia 112.65, 64.59, 23.7. Ghana 70.51, 49.41, 25.65. South Africa 362.88, 346.71, 267.55. Pakistan 400.17, 299.96, 210.76. GDP Ethiopia 6.5, 10.39, 11.82. Ghana 2.94, 2.12, 5.9. South Africa 0.6, 1.32, 5.28. Pakistan 0, 4.22, 7.28. Manufacturing value Ethiopia 6.95, 18.22, 13.03. Ghana 0.94, 3.66. South Africa 0.45, 0.19, 6.2. Pakistan 5.29, 4.12, 15.73. GDP per person Ethiopia 59.49, 43.69, 22.62. Ghana 15,994, 14,125, 90.52. South Africa 47,905, 46,237, 38,829. Pakistan 17,634, 15,487, 13,785. Unemployment Ethiopia 3.5, 2.45, 2.5. Ghana 3.08, 6.81, 5.82. South Africa 27.99, 22.87, 19.56. Pakistan 5.5, 3.57, 0.58. Youth Ethiopia 5.58, 3.83, 3.58. Ghana 5.5, 14.27, 10.54. South Africa 49.14, 41.99, 36.2. Pakistan 9.65, 6.68, 0.94. School enrollment Ethiopia 34.87, 23.44. Ghana 67.1, 37.71. South Africa 110.17, 78.05. Pakistan 35.17, 22.81. School enrollment. Ethiopia 9.28, 2.85. Ghana 15.73, 5.07. South Africa 18.86. Pakistan 8.61, 4.38. A constant 2015 USD. B annual percent. C percent of GDP. D constant 2021 PPP USD. E percent ILO estimate. F percent of total labor force ages 15-24, ILO estimate. G percent gross. In addition to these three countries in sub-Saharan Africa and with similar structural regulatory mechanisms, in 2023, we conducted a survey using the same assessment module in Pakistan. We would not have extended to South Asia unless we were invited. On this matter, we would like to express our gratitude to the Human Development Department of Japan International Cooperation Agency and the Punjab state government. Their request to our team was to identify the training needs of women, both in formal and informal sector employment, in the garment production industry. Given the gendered nature of this industry, it has been our motivation to contribute through the assessment to improve the abilities and conditions of female workers, although we did not always make this motivation overt. Therefore, despite it being on a different continent from other cases we studied, we decided to include Pakistan, specifically the Punjab state, in our study. The socio-cultural peculiarities of traditional Muslim communities in South Asia added depth to our comparative analysis. Chapter 6 provides a cross-continental comparison of socio-cultural and productive mechanisms between Ghana and Pakistan, which is a unique contribution of this volume, particularly as we compared formal and informal sector workers cross-sectionally. We do not claim our survey participants have representativeness of the garment production industry in the Global South. Regardless, through standardized measurement, we will try to illuminate commonalities across the contexts, which are likely to be found in other microecologies in the Global South, while demonstrating peculiarities. 241 Comparison of 4 countries by indicators. In the following sections, I will quickly review the characteristics of 4 countries according to the development indicators accumulated by the international organizations. Although these indicators do not necessarily capture the realities on the ground, they are still useful for gaining rough pictures of respective societies in comparison to each other. Ethiopia has demonstrated a 2-digit annual GDP growth rate throughout the 2000s and 2010s, 11.82 in 2005 and 10.39 in 2015 in Table 2.2. Although the pace of growth was slowed by the domestic political turmoil and the COVID-19 pandemic, its aspiration to grow fast and join the camp of global diplomatic influencers 5 is a unique background to understand the context of workforce formation in its key industry, garment production. GDP has tripled from US $23.7 billion in 2005, 2015 constant, to $112.65 billion in 2023. Labor productivity, represented by GDP per person employed, has also improved by 2.6 times from US $2,262 in 2005, 2015 constant, to US $5,949 in 2023. However, the contribution of manufacturing to the national economy has not increased, and the economy is still largely dependent on less value-added agriculture. Regardless of the fast macroeconomic catch-up, there are wide disparities in income and the diffusion of school education and other social services. In the case of Ghana, although the changes were not as dramatic as in Ethiopia, its economy started to move upward, boosted by the oil processing that started in the early 2010s. Therefore, GDP increased from US $25.65 billion in 2015 constant, to US $70.51 billion in 2023. Being lower middle income for years, it accumulated the infrastructure and basis of value-added manufacturing, constituting 11.23% of GDP in 2023, more than twice that of Ethiopia, 4.48% in 2023. The labor productivity of Ghana, US $15,994 in 2023, is 2.7 times higher than that of Ethiopia, US $5,940. Unemployment rates, both for the total workforce and for youths, have been reducing in tandem with the economic recovery since the 2010s. While the secondary school rate has been around 30% for years, it became 67.1% in 2015. Accordingly, the higher education rate also rose to 15.73%. Despite being a member of the BRICS and an upper-middle-income country for many years, South Africa's economy has stagnated, and its employment prospects are exceptionally poor. The annual growth rate is declining 0.6% in 2023, despite the size of the economy being higher than that of Ethiopia and Ghana, US $362.88 billion in 2023. GDP per worker labor productivity is much higher than in other countries, US $47,905 in 2023, but has improved only slightly over the past decade. Youth unemployment is close to 50%, indicating that even though the privileged employed earn more than youths in other countries, many of their peers are left without a livelihood. A stagnated middle-sized economy also characterizes Pakistan, which has not experienced much growth for 2 decades. Unemployment rates may not be as alarmingly high as in South Africa, 5.5% for the total workforce and 9.65% for youths in 2013, but they are increasing gradually. Value-added manufacturing has not increased. Rather, taking into account the change in currency value, it has declined, 5.29% growth in 2023. These indicators are good entry points for us to try to understand situations in these countries, but are not enough to know their causes and effects on the labor market, employment, and lives of individuals, and their relation to the industrial human resources development policies and systems. There is also no indicator about the textile and garment industry, on which our study is focused. Thus, in the following, I will briefly describe the characteristics of productive and structural regulatory mechanisms on industrial human resources development in 4 countries. 242 Ethiopia. 2421 Macroeconomic Outlook and Labor Market. Driven by an intensive public infrastructure program as well as strong service and agriculture sectors, Ethiopia has achieved one of the fastest economic expansions in sub-Saharan Africa, averaging 10.9% per year between 2004 and 2014, World Bank, 2015. Although the pace of growth slowed, particularly after the political unrest in the north and the COVID-19 pandemic, as of 2023, Ethiopia's GDP growth was reported at 7.2%, with the IMF estimating a slightly lower growth rate of 6.1%, United Nations Development, 2024. This growth was largely driven by the services sector, which now accounts for 40% of GDP. Agriculture remains a significant sector, contributing 32% to GDP, while industry, which includes manufacturing, has grown but still faces challenges, comprising around 28% of GDP. Inflation, while lower than in previous years, remains high at 28.7% in late 2023, down from 34.2% earlier in the year, DB 2024. In terms of labor market conditions, unemployment remains a persistent issue, particularly for the youth in urban areas. The unemployment rate for persons aged 15-29 in urban areas was 27.2%, higher than the general unemployment rate, 18.9%. Addis, the capital city, demonstrated the highest youth unemployment rate of 30%. The unemployment rate of female youth in urban areas of Ethiopia was 2 times higher than that of their male counterparts in 2022, at 35%, against 17.2% for males, Ethiopia Statistical Service, 2022. Despite high economic growth, youth unemployment has remained high for a long time, indicating the mismatch between education and the labor market demand. 2422 Textile and garment industry and skills demands. Ethiopia has a long history of manufacturing textiles, since the first integrated textile mill factory was established in 1939 in Dire City. The Ethiopian government considers the textile and garment sector a vital pillar for its ambitious economic industrialization strategy. This is evidenced by the government's rapid expansion of industrial parks to attract foreign investment in the textile and garment industries. The textile and garment sector has emerged as one of the most significant contributors to value-added manufacturing production and employment. AL. 2016. AL. 2016 reported an impressive textile export share advancement from US $9 to US $68 million within the 5 years from 2009 to 2014. In 2021, the overall export earnings of the textile and garment manufacturing industry were US $181.4 million, accounting for 46.5% of the total manufacturing sector earnings and 0.6% of the total GDP. Ethiopian Monitor, 2022. According to the Central Statistical Agency of Ethiopia, 2018, the textile and garment sector employed around 51,000 workers in 2017. The garment export from Ethiopia has benefited from the special arrangement of U.S. tariff reduction stipulated in the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, similar to many other African countries that have attracted multinational corporations in this industry to export products to the North American market at low cost. Ethiopia graduated from AGOA support in 2022, which is considered a significant change in external conditions that could potentially suppress the export capacity of this country. 2423 TVAT system. The large-scale CBT-based reform of the Industrial Human Resources Development System was started in the early 2010s. Education Sector Development Program IV, ESDPVI, emphasized that the outcomes of base TVET were to be assessed based on the occupational standards, which are composed of units of competence set for respective levels of qualification from production to management levels. Federal TVET Agency of Ethiopia, 2010. Government of Ethiopia, 2010. Another characteristic of CBT is its emphasis on practical training. Accordingly, in Ethiopia, on-the-job training offered to private sector companies 6 is made obligatory for the TVET diploma. The number of teachers and students in TVET programs has increased at an annual rate of around 30% since the mid-1990s, having climbed from 106,336 in 2005-06 to 308,501 in 2009-10 and 300,000 by 2017, and 2022, and 2013. TVET has slowed down in recent years, but the share of female students has continued to increase, constituting more than 50% since 2011-12. In tandem with the industrial policy of prioritizing the textile and garment industry, TVET institutions have assigned the largest number of teachers and students to textile-related programs. Regardless of this emphasis on TVET, the unemployment rate remains high, particularly among TVET graduates. Textile engineering is one of the areas in which more than half of graduates remain unemployed, together with woodworking and carpentry, weaving and plumbing. Central Statistical Agency of Ethiopia, 2014. Some analysts argue that one of the causes of the mismatch between training and employers' expectations is the inability of TVET institutes and their curricula to catch up with the fast pace of change in the economic environment and the consequent changes in demanded skills. And 2011. Others point to problems in the assignment system for students entering TVET programs. And 2013 argue, based on their interviews with TVET graduates, that the Ethiopian government is command-driven and assigns students to TVET programs proportionally based on its labor development plan without considering students' own preferences. There are some flaws in the assumption that CBT is the magic bullet to solve various problems that lead to the supply-demand gaps of work-related. First, CBT brought about parallel certification systems of, on the one hand, completion of designated school programs, and on the other hand, the actual to perform tasks in respective industry contexts. Therefore, completion of TVET courses that prepare students for certificate of COC assessment has not produced very positive results, with a passing rate for COC assessments of less than half in 2013. If one accepts these results straightforwardly, TVET institutions in Ethiopia fail to produce many competent graduates. Second, although the training is said to be outcome-based, the current assessment system looks at test takers not in the actual work setting, but at the assessment center. Also, although problem-solving skills in the actual work setting comprise not only hands-on vocational skills, but also other skills discussed in CHAP 1, assessments still focus on hands-on practices. Because they are based on discrete units of vocational skills to be checked, the occupational standards also fail to address the nexus of contextualized skills. 243 Ghana. 2431 Macroeconomic Outlook and Labor Market. The commercial production of oil started in 2012, which then boosted the economy of Ghana. Non-oil industries have also contributed to the recent growth. For example, the share of the service sector grew significantly from 28.8% in 2000 to 44.1% in 2019, World Bank 2024. Meanwhile, the contribution of the manufacturing industry to the national economy has been limited 9.4% in the same period. The share of agriculture has decreased significantly from 35.3% in 2000 to 17.3% in 2019. In 2001, 10% of the labor force was unemployed, and the unemployment rate of youth between 15 and 24 years old was as high as 15.9%. However, both ratios improved to 4.3% and 9.2% by 2019, World Bank 2024. At the same time, employment in the manufacturing sector has shrunk from around 10 to 8.1%, in contrast to the service sector, which expanded with the oil boom, AL. 2014. This fact indicates that the oil exports increased domestic consumption in the short run, but did not strengthen the basis of value-added production, and that the relative contribution of manufacturing to the national income was reduced. It also suggests that the current growth is fragile, depending on the export price of the raw materials. For long-term and stable economic growth, developing mid to high-level technicians is considered more significant than ever. The data also shows that a substantial part of the workforce in the agriculture sector has shifted to the service sector, but not so much to the manufacturing sector. 2432 Textile and Garment Industry and Skills Demands. The garment production industry in Ghana is mostly dominated by the informal sector, Ghana Statistical Service 2016, JICA 2008. Entrance into the business is relatively easy and requires little capital and minimal skills, International Organization 2016. One merely requires a design flair, sewing skills, and a small working capital to start a business in the garment industry. As a result, garment production dominates Ghana's informal manufacturing economy more than any other industry, 2006. 2012 indicates that Ghana used to be a global destination for manufacturing clothes, but admits that the team of self-taught needleworkers, informal sector small-scale businesses, lacked skills in mass production. Studies indicate that the garment industry has gradually declined over the past few years. Estimates suggest that, around the 1960s, the sector comprised over 20 large-scale textile factories and employed over 25,000 Ghanaians. Evidence indicates that the garment industry's total output peaked at about 129 million yards in 1977. This declined to 44 million yards by 2009 and 42 million in 2011. Currently, the garment industry has only 4 large-scale textile factories and employs less than 2,500 workers. AL. 2014. Recently, this industry has seen some signs of revival, facing the prospect of exporting to the United States with the reduced tariff stipulated in the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. In 2017, the Association of Ghana Apparel Manufacturers, AGAM, was established to promote the export-oriented growth of this industry. Also, the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, launched a program to support this industry in the same year. It provided technical and financial support to a company, which created 1,100 new jobs there. USAID 2017. In sum, although the production size is not significant, there is a growing interest in apparel exports. Together with the informal tailors and workshops, it is important to consider the skills demands in this broad industry that is overarching both the informal and formal sectors. 2433 TVET system. Ghana has had a relatively higher level of educational achievements among African countries, being an educational center of British West Africa. As of 2005, its gross primary school rate was as high as 83.4%, which exceeded 100% in the 2010s. Also, the promotion rate of primary school students to junior high school (JHS) is 93.8%, up to which education is compulsory. Ghana Education Service 2006-2015. Meanwhile, those absorbed in TVET institutions are only 12%. Then more than 60% of the remaining JHS leavers will join informal skills training, or stay not in education, employment, or training (NEET). There is no accurate data on other non-schooled youths, but one can assume that they are either in apprenticeship, informal employment, household work, or idle. Government of Ghana, 2014. According to an estimation, more than 440,000 youths are learning skills in the informal apprenticeship. If this is true, the ratio of apprentices to TVET students is 4:1, and Palmer, 2014, Palmer, 2009. Not only sites of skills development, but also a large part of employment is in the informal sector. According to the 2010 National Census, 93% of employment was in the private sector, out of which 86.1% was informal. Thus, the formal private sector employment was only 7%. Ghana Statistical Service, 2010, and most TVET students take industrial attachment, practical training at the workplace required as a part of the TVET diploma, see footnote 3, in the informal sector. Moreover, it is not common for TVET graduates to get formal sector employment immediately after school. To bridge the polarized economy and to widen the basis of formal sector employment, the government expects TVET to play active roles. Government of Ghana, 2014b. In this situation, TVET institutions promote entrepreneurship for students instead of aspiring to be employed by private companies or governmental bodies. There is grant support for those TVET graduates who fulfill certain conditions and open their businesses. Government of Ghana, 2014. 244 South Africa. 2441 Macroeconomic Outlook and Labor Market. Although it has been the economic center of the southeastern part of sub-Saharan Africa and is a part of the BRICS, the South African economy has stagnated for the past decade and continues to face a complex mix of challenges and opportunities. According to the World Bank 2024, the GDP growth rate for 2024 is projected to be 0.9%. While this reflects a slight recovery from earlier contractions, economic growth remains constrained by energy supply issues, high inflation, and political uncertainty. Persistent power outages due to load shedding continue to undermine industrial productivity, while inflation, driven by rising food and fuel prices, continues, though slightly declining from 2023 levels. On the labor market front, South Africa continues to grapple with high unemployment rates. As of the first quarter of 2024, the unemployment rate was 32.6%, with youth unemployment remaining particularly problematic at over 60%. Trading Economics 2024. Structural unemployment, a long-standing issue, is exacerbated by a mismatch between the skills of the labor force and the needs of the economy. Sectors like manufacturing and mining have seen declines in job numbers, while services and retail have shown some resilience. Government interventions, such as the construction of public infrastructure to address the energy crisis, aim to stimulate growth and job creation, but these initiatives face delays. Moreover, the labor market remains heavily impacted by global economic uncertainties and domestic policy inefficiencies, with investors seeking greater policy stability. 2442 Textile and Garment Industry and Skills Demands. The textile and garment industry has experienced a dramatic change associated with policies promoting trade liberalization and a more flexible labor market since the end of apartheid. Changes in policies and global market dynamics caused a shift from predominantly large factories to small and medium-sized ones, mostly located in the Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal provinces, with some activity taking place in province. The industry is under severe pressure caused by the massive inflow of cheap textiles and clothes, particularly from China, after its accession to the World Trade Organization in 2001. However, the government is playing a crucial role in promoting local production. It introduced the Market-Neutral Clothing and Textiles Competitiveness, CTCP, in 2009, which contributed to improving the sector's global competitiveness through a range of structured interventions. Overall, there has been a steady growth in real output since 2000. Although exports have been devastated, production in the domestic market is gradually recovering, with an increase of real output of about 14% from R26 billion in 2009 to R40.7 billion in 2015, Government of South Africa, 2017. Despite the sector being affected by the inflow of cheap products, it is still a significant employer in the manufacturing sector. When cheap imports attacked the country's economy, the number of jobs decreased from over 200,000 in 2002 to about 140,000 in 2012. However, recent employment statistics confirm an increase in employment, from 137,816 people in 2014 to 143,719 in 2015, Department of Trade and Industry, 2016. Textile and garment manufacturing is a labor-absorbing industry in South Africa, and the majority of its employees are female and low-skilled workers. Fiber Processing and Manufacturing Sector Education and Training Authority, 2014. 2443 Skills Development in the Garment Industry. In 1998, the Skills Development Act was adopted, ahead of other countries, requiring employers to pay 1% of their labor costs as a skills development levy. This revenue is allocated to SETAs, which are set up in each of the 21 industrial sectors. SETAs are funded through a skills development levy, which is then reinvested in skills development programs, with a portion allocated to mandatory and discretionary grants for companies that invest in worker training. These grants are crucial for supporting workforce development, especially in sectors facing acute skills shortages, and labor-intensive manufacturing like garment production is considered the key sector for SETA's intervention. SETAs aim to upskill employees and unemployed individuals, ensuring that South Africa's workforce can meet the evolving needs of its economy. SETAs are expected to work in partnership with representatives of private enterprises, the government, and education and training institutions to conduct skills development programs according to the demand for skills in each sector, and to certify workers according to the criteria the SETAs develop. The definition of "to solve problems at work" varies according to the sector, and the tasks required at different levels of expertise and experience. Despite the considerable size of its budget, the activities of the SETAs were not clearly defined or supervised. As a result, budgetary control became ambiguous, which encouraged a lot of corruption. Facing a situation where large budgets continue to be spent without producing the intended results from interventions, the South African government has now brought SETAs under the direct oversight of the Department of Higher Education and Training, AL. 2013. This case indicates that coordinating bodies, which are supposed to be independent and autonomous, are at risk of becoming hotbeds of concessions due to their lack of accountability to the government. 245 Pakistan. 2451 Textile and Garment Industry and Female Participation in the Labor Market. The garment and textile production sector in Pakistan, which this study focuses on, is a vital component of the country's economy. It contributes nearly a quarter of industrial value-added products and provides employment to about 40% of the industrial workforce. Additionally, this sector occupies an average share of about 60% of national exports, International Finance Cooperation, IFC, 2020. According to the Pakistani government's National Development Plan titled Pakistan 2025, the country aspires to achieve an inclusive and equitable economy and become an upper-middle-income country by 2025. Planning Commission, Ministry of Planning, Development and Reform, Government of Pakistan, 2023. Considering that Pakistan is the largest exporter of garments and the fifth largest producer of cotton in the world, there is no doubt that developing this economic sector is crucial for the country to achieve this goal. Regardless, women's participation in economically productive activities is quite limited in this country. Despite increases in recent years, female labor force participation in Pakistan is 25%, well below rates for countries with similar income levels, and 2016. While the garment sector employs 40% of the Pakistani workforce as a whole, females occupy only 30% of it, GIZ 2024. This ratio is extremely low, considering that the garment and textile industry tends to be female-biased, with 60–80% of the global workforce in this sector being women, ILO 2023. As a means to mitigate the gender disparity in labor force participation, it will be useful to identify and promote enabling factors for female workers in this sector, where there lies high potential with their strengths to perform well. Such an effort would also contribute to pushing up the productivity of this national flagship industry as a whole. Based on these observations, I will summarize key issues regarding female participation in the labor market, not only in general but more specifically in the garment sector in Punjab, Pakistan. Since skills development is the critical node of individual and industrial development, the chapter also highlights the role of technical and vocational education and training, TVET, in the growth of the garment and textile sector and female empowerment. 2452 TVET Policies and Structure in Punjab and Challenges Faced. After the long neglect of TVET's planning and operation since the 1960s, renewed attention has been paid to this training sector in the last 20 years. The National Vocational and Technical Training Commission, NAVTTC, was established in 2005 to regulate and manage the TVET sector in Pakistan under the Ministry of Federal Education and Professional Training. Also, the National Skills Strategy, NSS, was developed in 2009, the country's first policy specific to the skills sector. Several actions have already been taken on the recommendations contained in the NSS, which include developing the National Vocational Qualification Framework, NVQF, a national qualification system for teachers, a code of conduct and accreditation system, a human resources development policy for TVET, skills standards and curricula in priority areas, NAVTTC 2024, Shah and Khan 2017. According to its Skills Development Sector Plan 2018, the government of Pakistan recognizes that an important factor hampering the animation of the labor market is low skills and the lack of effective training for improving the capacities of the working age population, 15–64 years, particularly young adults aged between 15 and 29. Government of Pakistan, 2018. According to the Labor Market Survey 2013, among working youths 15–29 years old in the state of Punjab, more than 40% have an education of less than 12 years, 44% of males and 47% of females, out of which the population without any schooling occupies a significant proportion, 19 and 30% for respective genders. Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, 2015. Given this generally low level of access to school, formal and non-formal TVET, and on-the-job skills development are of fundamental importance as a path towards developing human capital. Regardless, only 12% of Punjab's working-age population, 15–64 years, have received skills training, Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, 2015. Challenges persist, including a significant gap between skilled labor demand and supply, highlighted by the annual demand for skilled workers far exceeding enrollment in TVET institutions. The number of TVET institutions in 2018 was 433,000, which failed to increase in 2022-2023. Efforts to address this gap face hurdles such as inadequate inclusivity, particularly for marginalized groups like women, the poor, and the disabled. Traditional skills, including garment production, often remain undervalued, hindering their formal training integration. Regardless of its importance, training in the garment and textile sector lags behind the need for female upskilling in companies' labor demands. 2453 Skills Development as a means of women's empowerment. Gender disparities in Pakistan are pervasive, as highlighted by the country's low rankings on the Global Gender Gap Index, 5th from bottom in 2013. Despite comprising half of the working-age population, women's participation in the labor force remains low, with only 22.5% actively engaged. Urban areas exhibit significantly higher rates of female unemployment compared to rural areas, exacerbating gender inequalities. However, there is growing recognition within government and non-government sectors that this issue should be addressed. TVIT is recognized as a crucial tool for reducing unemployment, empowering women, and alleviating poverty. However, gender disparities persist within the sector, with limited enrollment of women in trades such as dressmaking, embroidery, and beauty services. The TVET provision for females faces numerous challenges, including limited capacity, outdated facilities, and less relevant curricula. Additionally, there is a considerable gender wage gap within the sector, further discouraging women from entering the workforce. 2020. 2.5 Synthesis. In this chapter, I discuss the challenges and extrinsic mechanisms that shape the ecologies of workforce development in the Global South. According to the realist-constructivist conceptual model of development, I outlined two primary mechanisms, the productive and the structural regulatory. These mechanisms influence how are developed and sustained within industrial, national, and global contexts. The productive mechanism involves how macroeconomic dynamics, trade, and labor productivity impact workforce development. I highlighted the historical economic marginalization of the Global South. While some countries have seen rapid growth, many of them still struggle with economic dependency, the export of raw materials, and underdeveloped human capital. Workforce are seen as vital for overcoming these challenges, particularly in attracting foreign direct investment and moving toward value-added production. However, political instability, weak infrastructure, and governance issues often hinder progress. Despite economic growth, labor productivity in the Global South lags behind more industrialized regions. The chapter explored the factors behind these phenomena, such as resource dependency, lack of export diversification, and a race to the bottom in wages, which do not improve labor conditions. After reviewing these restrictive factors, I turned to the importance of decent work and continuous development of individual workers to ensure poverty reduction and self-fulfillment. The structural regulatory mechanism involves government-led industrial skills development policies, focusing on base training, CBT, and public-private partnerships. Historically, international aid and policies regarding human resources development have shifted between distributive and coordinative welfare state models. The former tends to prioritize egalitarianism and universal access to basic social services, including education, while the latter emphasizes the government's role in regulating private sector initiatives. The recent policy trend is shifting to the latter, namely the coordinative welfare state model, according to which governments often develop independent agencies to mediate the demand and supply of a skilled workforce. To evaluate the value of the workforce according to this model requires the whole human resources development system to be reformed according to the national occupation standards developed in partnership between the public and private sectors. Many Global South countries, particularly those heavily reliant on external financial and technical support, adopt these global trends, although there are significant local variations. Toward the end of the chapter, I introduced 4 countries where the survey was conducted: Ethiopia, Ghana, South Africa, and Pakistan. I profiled them in terms of their respective macroeconomic performance, labor market, employment, and development systems. Particular attention was paid to the textile and garment industry, for whose workforce we conducted a series of surveys presented in this volume. Now that the mechanisms that are likely to affect the interactions and phenomena in microecologies in respective case countries have been examined, we are almost ready to look at the empirical evidence. Before that, the next chapter will explain the concept, design, and uniqueness of our workforce assessment and skills training program. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S, and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: G&TG 2022. National TVET Policies and Systems in Ethiopia, Opportunities and Issues in Challenging Times. Retrieved December 10, 2025 from org. African Development Bank's DB. 2024. African Economic Outlook 2024, Driving Africa's Transformation, the Reform of the Global Financial Architecture. Retrieved September 30, 2024, from Organ Countries East Africa Ethiopia Economic Outlook. SM 2007. Understanding the Failures of the South African National Qualifications Framework as the Driver of Educational Reform in Post-Apartheid South Africa. In UK FIET Conference. RP 2005. Fighting Sweatshops, Problems of Enforcing Global Labor Standards. In RP and W. Critical Globalization Studies. 369-378. EWCG, K and I 2014. Ghana. In H and G Ronnies. Youth and Employment in Sub-Saharan Africa Working but Poor. 3644. Org 104324978020379895. BADEA, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. 2024. About BADEA. BADEA, Bank for Economic Development in Africa. S. Mayer F. Pickles J. and A. 2011. Decent Work in Global Production Networks, Framing the Policy Debate. International Review, 150-34, 297-317. Org 101111J1564913X20, 1100118X. EJ, ERK, and K 2014. The Decline of Ghana's Textile Industry, Its Effects on Textile Education in Ghana. Arts and Design Studies, 22, 3644. Org. Castro C. 1995. Training Policies for the End of the Century. IIEP UNESCO. Central Statistical Agency of Ethiopia. 2014. The 2014 Urban Employment Unemployment Survey, Statistical Bulletin. Addis. Central Statistical Agency of Ethiopia. 2018. The 2018 Urban Employment Unemployment Survey, Statistical Bulletin. HJJ and M 2016. Transformative Industrial Policy for Africa. Economic Commission for Africa. NM's P and M 2008. Global Production Networks, Realizing the Potential. Journal of Economic Geography, 8-3, 271-295. Org 1010930002. Pease and Palmer R. 2014. Demand and Supply of Skills in Ghana. How can training programs improve employment and productivity? The World Bank. Org 10159697814648028805. Deming Day and LB 2018. Skill Requirements Across Firms and Labor Markets. Evidence from Job Postings for Professionals. Journal of Labor Economics 36S1, S337, S369. Org 101086694106. Department of Trade and Industry. 2016. Facts and Figures on Skills in Manufacturing Information Brief No. 4. Retrieved December 10, 2025 from P. Kelly P. F. Olds K. and H. 2001. Chains and Networks, Territories and Scales, Towards a Relational Framework for Analyzing the Global Economy. Global Networks 12 89 112. Org 101111147103 7400007. PB and MJ 2020. Internal Labor Markets and Manpower Analysis. Org 1043249781003069720. Economist Intelligence Unit. 2022, October 12. Emerging Markets, Will the Economic Catch-Up Continue? In Emerging Markets, Will the Economic Catch-Up Continue? IES 1999. External Aid, Help or Hindrance to Export Orientation in Africa. Journal of African Economies, 84, 578-616. Org 10109384-578. Ms. T&D 2001. Social Protection and the Formation of Skills, a Reinterpretation of the Welfare State. In P.A. Hall and D. Varieties of Capitalism. 145-183. Oxford University Press. Org 101093019924775700300004. Ethiopia Statistical Service. 2022. Statistical Report on the 2022 Second Round Urban Employment-Unemployment Survey. Ethiopian Monitor. 2022, September 16. Targets $250 m annual revenue from textile and apparel exports, Ethiopian Monitor. Retrieved August 4, 2023, from COM 202-209-16 targets $250 m annual revenue from textile apparel exports, W. and Lay, J. 2022. Alternative Paths of Diversification for Developing Countries. Review of Development Economics, 26-4, 2336-2355. Org 101111 Road 12915. EJSS GK Styles P. J. and Wright PM 2010. Context-bound configurations of corporate HR functions in multinational corporations. Human Resource Management 49-1-4566. Org 1010022033. MVC and Lay S 2023. Forward. In the Education Training Work Continuums, Pathways to Socio-Professional Inclusion for Youth and Adults, NORRAG Special Issue 8. 3-5. NORRAG. Federal TVET Agency of Ethiopia. 2010. Ethiopia TVET System. In PowerPoint Presentation, Federal TVET Agency. Federal TVET Agency of Ethiopia. Fiber Processing and Manufacturing Sector Education and Training Authority. 2014. A Profile of the Clothing, Textiles, Footwear, and Leather Subsectors. Saida. Foster P.J. 1965. The Vocational School Fallacy in Development Planning. In C.A. Anderson and M.J. Bowman. Education and Economic Development. 32. 142-166. Aldine. A and G 2009. Debt Relief and Governance Quality in Developing Countries. World Development 37-1-6280. Org 101016J2-00801004. Ghana Education Service. 2006. Report on Basic Statistics and Planning Parameters for Education in Ghana 2005-06 academic year. Ghana Education Service. 2015. Report on Basic Statistics and Planning Parameters for Education in Ghana 2014-05 academic year. Ghana Statistical Service. 2010. Population and Housing Census 2010. Demographic, Social, Economic, and Housing Characteristics Report. Ghana Statistical Service. 2016. Integrated Business Establishment Survey, Summary Report. GIZ. 2024. Pakistan Inspiring Change, Women in Action in the Textile and Garment Industry of Punjab. Gesellschaft Internationale. Retrieved April 21, 2024, from GenderWorks Competitions 2020, Pakistan Inspiring Change Women in Action in the Textile Garment Industry of Punjab Government of Ethiopia. 2010. Education Sector Development Program IV. Government of Ghana. 2014. How to improve through skills development and job creation, access of Africa's youth to the world of work. In 2014 Ministerial Conference on Youth Employment. Association for the Development of Education in Africa. Government of Ghana. 2014b. Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda GSGDA, II 2014-7. Government of Pakistan. 2018. Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET 2018 Policy for Pakistan, Skills for Growth and Development. Government of South Africa. 2017. Africa 2017. Industrial Policy Action Plan, IPAP, 2017-18 to 2019-20. Griffin P. Gaw B. and Kerr E. 2012. Assessment and Teaching of 21st Century Skills. Springer, Org 10-100-7978-9400-723245. Hall P.A. and D. 2001. An Introduction to Varieties of Capitalism. In P.A. Hall and D. Varieties of Capitalism. 168. Oxford University Press. Org 10-10930-1994775700-30001. D. 2012, November 30. Fast-growing label made in Ghana, WSJ. The Wall Street Journal. Retrieved November 30, 2019. From Com Articles SB 10-000-14240-5297-020-4707-1035285233656. Human Resource Development Council of South Africa. 2022. The Human Resource Development Strategy towards 2030. International Finance Cooperation, IFC. 2020. Textile Value Addition, Sector Profile Pakistan. International Finance Cooperation, IFC. Invest Sites Default Files Profile percent 20%, 20 Textile percent 20 Sector New N. International Organization, ILO. 1998. ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. International Organization. Org. International Organization, ILO. 2016. Key Indicators of the Market, 9th ed. International Office. International Organization, ILO. 2023, March. How to Achieve Gender Equality in Global Garment Supply Chains, Info Stories. Info Stories. Retrieved April 21, 2024. From Org NGB Stories Discrimination Garment Gender Introduction. Islamic Development Bank, ISDB. 2024. About ISDB. Islamic Development Bank. Retrieved September 20, 2025, from 50 Org About Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. 2008. The Study and Promotion and Development of Local Industries in the Republic of Ghana. R. 2002. Sub-Sahara Africa, Regional Response to Bank TVET Policy in the 1990s. R. 2009. A Review of National Training Funds, No. 922. Jones P.W. 2002. World Bank Financing of Education. Org 10-43249780203222904. S&D 2015. Asymmetric Information in the Labor Market. In S&D. Industrial and Labor Economics. India Studies in Business and Economics, 127th ed. 3986. Springer. Org 10107978801322201763. KD H. Ba M and P 2022. Fostering Productivity Growth for Productive and Decent Job Creation in Sub-Saharan African Countries, the Role of Institutional Quality. Journal of the Knowledge Economy, 13-3, 1962-1992. Org 101007S13132021007994X. AR Ps M. Bhagwan N. and M. 2013. Review of the current skills development system and recommendations towards the best model for delivering skills in the country. Skills System Review Technical Task of the Human Resource Development Council of South Africa, 24. P&I 2013. Technical and Vocational Education and Training in Ethiopia. Lauder H. Brown P&D 2008. Skill Formation and the Varieties of Capitalism Approach. New Political Economy, 13-1, 1935. Org 101080135634607018599678. J. 2010. Revisiting the Vocational School Fallacy, A Tribute to Philip Foster. Comparative Education, 46-2, 223-235. Org 1010803050061003775546. Mania Ease and A 2019. Product Export Diversification and Sustainable Economic Growth in Developing Countries. Structural Change and Economic Dynamics, 51, 138-151. Org 101016J2019080006. D 2008. China and India as Africa's New Donors, the Impact of Aid on Development. Review of African Political Economy, 35-115. Org 1010803056240802011501. AAs and BK 2011. Does Good Governance Matter for FDI Inflows? Evidence from Asian Economies. Asia Pacific Business Review, 17-3, 281-299. Org 1010801360238100375565. M and J 2011. Workplace Learning in East Africa, a Case Study. In M. L. Cairns K. and B.N. The Sage Handbook of Workplace Learning. 307-318. Sage. Org 10413597814462000940 N22. National Vocational and Technical Training Commission, NAVTTC. 2024. About Us. Retrieved September 20, 2024 from Overview New Development Bank. 2024. About NDB. Retrieved September 20, 2024 from About WW 2013. A Race to the Bottom. Employment Protection and Foreign Direct Investment. Journal of International Economics, 91-2, 191-203. Org 101016J2013080003. GC and N 2019. The Employer's Voice, Technical and Vocational Education and Training, Whereto. Journal of Educational Science and Psychology, 9-1, 191-203. M and M 2020. Dreams and Realities of School Tracking and Vocational Education. Communications 6-1-34. Org 101057S415990200404. Pakistan Bureau of Statistics. 2015. Force Survey 2013-14. Palmer R. 2009. Skills Development, Employment and Sustained Growth in Ghana, Sustainability Challenges. International Journal of Educational Development, 29-2, 133-139. Org 101016J2, 00809-007. HA&S. 2007. Mobilizing the Private Sector for Public Education. The World Bank. Org 1015969780, 08213719992. Planning Commission, Ministry of Planning Development and Reform, Government of Pakistan. 2023. Pakistan Vision 2025, One Nation, One Vision. G. 1993. Returns to Investment in Education, a Global Update No. WPS 1067. P. 2006. The Textiles and Clothing Industry in Ghana. In H&R. The Future of Textiles and Clothing in West Africa. AR. 2020. Communication and Advocacy Strategy for Gender Mainstreaming in TVT in Pakistan. Scullion H&K 2000. In Search of the Changing Role of the Corporate Human Resource Function in the International Firm. The International Journal of Human Resource Management, 11-6, 1061-1081. Org 101080095851900501777166. P. 2008. Human Capital Revisited, the Role of Experience and Education when Controlling for Performance and Cognitive Skills. Economics 15-6, 1143-1161. Org 101016J200 710003. Shah S.A. and Khan, M.Z. 2017. Comparative Analysis of TVT Sector in Pakistan. National Vocational and Technical Training Commission. Org Content Uploads Downloads Comparative Analysis of TVT Sector in Pakistan. C. Plank L. and M. 2016. Global Value Chains, Industrial Policy and Sustainable Development, Ethiopia's Apparel Export Sector. Retrieved December 10, 2025, from @N Publications Global Value Chains, Industrial Policy and Sustainable Development, T. 2023, December 5. Bridging the Skill Gap, an Analysis of Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET, Policy 2018. Institute for Strategic Studies, Research and Analysis, Government of Pakistan. Pub Insight 2023, Bridging the Skill Gap, Bridging the Skill Gap. S&M 2016. Policy Brief on Female Labor Force Participation in Pakistan. Retrieved December 10, 2025, from Org Publications Policy Brief Female Labor Force Participation Pakistan. R 2010. Measuring Human Capital and Its Effects on Wage Growth. Journal of Economic Surveys, 24-2, 362-387. Org 101111J146764192009000617X. Trading Economics. 2024. South Africa Unemployment Rate. Retrieved September 30, 2024, from COM South Africa. Uganda National Planning Authority. 2020. National Human Resource Development Plan 2020-21-2-02425, positioning Uganda's human resources to deliver the industrialization agenda for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. United Nations Children's Fund. 2019. Transitions from School to Work. UNICEF. IRIC. United Nations Development. 2022, June 13. Informal Economy Data Explorer. Informal Economy Data Futures Exchange. Retrieved September 26, 2024, from Data.org Insights Informal Economy. United Nations Development. 2024. Quarterly Economic Profile Ethiopia. United Nations Population, UNP. 2024. World Population Prospects 2024. Retrieved September 26, 2024, from Population.org, United States Agency for International Development, USAID. 2017. More than 1,100 new jobs, USAID Ghana Apparel Manufacturing Expansion Program. Retrieved November 30, 2020, from Bit3TOGF. SC&P 2011. Chapter 11 Apprenticeship. In EAS&L. Handbook of the Economics of Education. 521 576. Org 101016B9 7804 44 5342 930000119. Woods N. 2008. Whose Aid? Whose Influence? China, Emerging Donors, and the Silent Revolution in Development Assistance. International Affairs 84-6, 1205-1221. Org 101111J14682346200800765X. World Bank. 2015. Ethiopia's Great Run, the Growth Acceleration and How to Pace It. The World Bank Groups. World Bank. 2024. World Development Indicators Databank. The World Bank Groups. Retrieved September 25, 2024, from Databank.org Source World Development Indicators. S. 2016. Post-EFA Global Discourse, the process of shaping the shared view of the education community. In Post-Education for All and Sustainable Development Paradigm, Structural Changes with Diversifying Actors and Norms. 29. 67 142. Emerald. Org 101108S14793679201400000290014. S. 2017. Skills Development Paths Selected by Learners. Journal of African Studies, 2017 91, 116. Org 10111619, Africa 20179011. S. 2021. Traditional Apprenticeship as an Educational and Life Experience. Life Stories of Young Auto Repair Apprentices in Kumasi, Ghana. In Y&M. The Challenge of African Potentials, Conviviality, Informality, and Futurity. 180-1208. S&I 2021. Industrial Skills Development in the Developing World, Knowledge and Skills in the Era of SDGs. No SDGs No 2. S&CS 2020. Perception Gaps on Employable Skills Between Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET, Teachers and Students, the Case of the Garment Sector in Ethiopia. Higher Education, Skills and Work-Based Learning, 11-1, 199-213. Org 101108, HSWBL 0, 820190105. SCSYK and FN 2018. Bridging the Supply-Demand Gaps of the Industrial Workforce. Findings from a Skills Assessment of Garment Workers in Ethiopia Skills and Knowledge for Youth Research Project. Org 10131140, RG 22354, 8126728. The name BRICS originally came from the initials of Brazil, Russia, India, and China, which hosted the first BRICS Summit in 2009, but the BRICS Summit was later joined by South Africa in 2010 and Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates in 2024. Coronavirus Disease 2019. OECD, the For Economic Cooperation and Development, is an intergovernmental organization that has been known as the Developed Countries Club, mostly from Western Europe and North America, with some significant exceptions like Japan. Recently, its membership expanded to 38, including countries with lower economic standards on different continents. Still, it exhibits the characteristics of conventional developed economies. Gross domestic product. Ethiopia became a BRICS Summit member in 2014, as explained in footnote 1. This type of practical training is introduced in many countries under different names. In Ethiopia, it is called cooperative training, in Ghana, industrial attachment, and in South Africa, there are learnerships, apprenticeships, and internships with different requirements and conditions. 3. Realist-Constructivist evaluation of work-related skills and knowledge for Youth Sky project modules. Abstract. This chapter will introduce the methodology we developed to evaluate and cultivate youth's work-related, operationalizing the theoretical framework of realist constructivism. First, the chapter will introduce the module designed to assess workers and to uncover the true nature of the skills gaps between stakeholders on both the demand and supply sides of the labor market. Drawing on the realist constructivism framework, this module explores the epistemology and ontology of workers. It does so by combining questionnaires for employers, workers, and educators, gathering their perceptions on detailed skill sets, with tests designed to measure workers' and students' actual abilities. This approach allows for a bottom-up analysis of the diverse realities within the microecologies of these 4 countries, while ensuring comparability across cases. Unlike many critical realist works that remain at the philosophical level, our team's approach makes the concept of reasoning into a set of practical steps. The chapter also explains a unique program we developed to train abilities using board games. Keywords. 3.1 Introduction. In the previous chapters, I explained the theoretical foundations of this volume and the characteristics of productive and structural regulatory mechanisms affecting the formation of work-related of people in the Global South. Based on them in this chapter, I am going to introduce the survey modules we developed and used to achieve our realist constructivist goal of describing the nature of workers precisely while not losing sight of the individual's subjectivities and social contexts. As I argued in the introduction chapter, to grasp the nature of what people call skills gaps in contextually relevant and meaningful ways, we need to overcome the frame of imagination that classifies the formation of people's work-related between pre- and post-employment, which are administered by different ministries and discussed in different academic disciplines. Based on this argument, I proposed a constructivist approach to examining people's work-related capacities according to the psychology of individuals and their interactions with people in and out of the workplace and the environment. At the same time, however many cases from different countries and workplaces are accumulated, extreme constructivism, which relies solely on individuals, subjective meaning-making and experience, will end up being an epistemological relativism. With such an approach, it is not possible to understand how they are rooted in ontological realities. Here we notice the necessity of reasoning, which supplements the constructivist examination of working peoples, with positivism's examination of extrinsic conditions and general patterns of individual reactions to such conditions. Therefore, our team incorporated several conceptual tools from critical realism. This philosophical stance promotes research practices based on the interplay between ontological reality and epistemological relativism, and to perform reasoning to reach a holistic understanding of the realities. 1975-1998. Al. 2017. As I have indicated in Fig. 1.4, inspired by the concepts of laminations of scale and generative mechanisms, we conceptualized the work-related development as the layer of ecologies from micro to industrial, national, and global ones. Regarding the generative mechanisms composed of the nexus of factors that make us experience the real, we propose 3 types, namely productive, structural regulatory, and sociocultural mechanisms. Thus, with some conceptual adaptations from critical realism as a starting point, we developed the theoretical model of realist constructivism of work-related. It was not only who called for reasoning as a philosophical position, for example, 2012, 2004. However, not many such metaphysical debates have been reflected in empirical research. One of the significant contributions of, which must be a reason why he has many followers, is his efforts to propose concrete conceptual tools and methodology that bridge positivism and in research practices. Still, even among scholars who cite critical realism, their discussions are mostly on its theoretical potential but not much on its application to their own empirical research. 2001, 2018. Al. 2023. The surveys we conducted in 4 countries used the same module, which we developed based on the theoretical consideration of the constructivist notion of aiming to describe the characteristics of microecology while ensuring cross-sectional comparability. In this sense, we believe it will serve as a strong case of how reasoning can be realized, married with practical tools and analytical methods. Based on this conviction, in the following parts of this chapter, I will explain the design and composition of the data collection modules we developed and used in our series of studies. In addition to the assessment, we also developed a program to train the abilities of the workforce using board games uniquely designed according to the behavioral modeling approach. As I wrote earlier, while we conducted the assessments and provided feedback to the governments, industrial associations, companies, and workers, we were almost always requested to conduct training to mitigate the identified skills gaps. Also, after we analyzed the data from various angles, we came to realize that abilities are significant determinants of workplace performance. As I will explain soon, abilities appear in diverse ways, according to the characteristics of the microecology, which our assessment module captured. It seemed challenging but fruitful both academically and practically to consider means to train the abilities of workers effectively. Depending on the situation, these abilities are formed and utilized differently from individual to individual. However, if standardized training programs can be implemented while accommodating this diversity, they can help companies improve their operations and increase worker motivation. Data obtained from such interventions would also be helpful in deepening our understanding of the nature of work-related abilities. Based on these considerations, we devised and implemented a one-day training program consisting of 2 board games and reflection sessions. The quasi-experiment demonstrated a strong positive effect of this training program by utilizing our assessments before and after the training, and comparing the test results to measure the training's impact. Not only were the effects statistically significant, but we also received many positive reactions and requests for more training from participants and their employers. The details of the outcomes and the prospects for further operations of the abilities training will be discussed in Chap. 7. Meanwhile, in this chapter, after detailing the assessment module and procedure, I will explain the game-based training with its philosophy, design, and contents. It was natural for our realist-constructivism that the investigations do not finish by portraying the ecology of work-related, conditioned by the specificities of the contexts while being embedded in the and macrostructures. As we closely interacted with people on the ground, we shaped the desire to contribute to their social agenda using our academic expertise. In this sense, the project is becoming a dynamic and participatory realist constructivism, which involves ourselves, researchers, as participants. As we conducted these diverse activities, we called ourselves the Skills and Knowledge for Youth's SKY project team. 3.2 are survey modules. When I described the productive mechanism in Chap. 2, I mentioned twin gaps between the supply and demand of workforce, see Fig. 2. One is the gap between employers and educators in their perceptions of essential abilities for workers, and the other is between the perceptions of employers and job seekers. As I explained earlier, our initial motivation in launching this project was to provide concrete evidence to the policy debates on the skills gap, because more often than not, stakeholders blame each other without common ground regarding what they mean by skills. Another restriction for making evidence-based decisions was that the issues on workforce cut across different subgovernments, such as ministries of labor, education, or industry, and there was no consistent mechanism for collecting comprehensive data about people's abilities before and after employment. By generating detailed data about 1. Workers' abilities and 2. Differences in expectations among stakeholders, we tried to provide a platform that is not biased by perspectives from any particular position. Gaps in stakeholders' perceptions and workers' actual abilities, which our module assesses. These varying perceptions should be understood in a constructivist manner without applying any positivistic hypothesis, because these actors see the microecology of development from their respective vantage points, whose differences are the significant causes of the skills gap. At the same time, grasping the diverse perceptions about workers' abilities untangles only the epistemological dimension of realities. If we want to reconcile the analysis of epistemology and ontology, we should also capture the actual performance of workers, whose meanings people with different perspectives are talking about. Put differently, examination of the real performance of the workers is the anchor to pin down these perceptions, which are floating in a vague relation to the realities. Assessment module of the SKY project. Cognitive abilities, basic knowledge about the specific industry, literacy, and numeracy. The assessment also measures higher-order cognitive abilities for analysis, evaluation, and application of knowledge. Cognitive abilities, basic knowledge about the specific industry, literacy, and numeracy. The assessment also measures higher-order cognitive abilities for analysis, evaluation, and application of knowledge. Technical and vocational abilities, operational abilities for production in a specific industry. In the case of this study, it is the garment sector. Technical and vocational abilities, operational abilities for production in a specific industry. In the case of this study, it is the garment sector. Abilities to apply knowledge to solve workplace problems, conduct appropriate interpersonal relations, follow rules, and make judgments in order to achieve a required result. Abilities to apply knowledge to solve workplace problems, conduct appropriate interpersonal relations, follow rules, and make judgments in order to achieve a required result. 321 Constructs of the Assessment Module. In this section, I will detail the respective instruments constituting the SKY Assessment Module. 3211 Questionnaire. We have 5 types of questionnaires. 1 for human resources managers of companies, 2 for production managers of the companies, 3 for educators, trainers in TVET institutions, in-house training centers, or any other training centers which the entities who invited our team want to be involved in the assessment, 4 for workers in the companies where managers who answer questionnaires 1 and 2 work. The 5th type of questionnaire is for students of TVET institutions, where teachers who answer questionnaire 3 work. Since we mostly worked in response to the requests from the industry side, questionnaires 1, 2, and 4 are the most frequently used, while 3 and 5 were also conducted in Ethiopia in 2016, South Africa in 2018, and Ghana in 2018-19. We also conducted an educator's questionnaire 3 in Pakistan in 2023, but without involving students in the survey. The questionnaire given to companies, human resources managers aims to know the workplace factors that extrinsically condition the nature of the microecology in which the workers develop their abilities and are being evaluated. Regarding the company's business characteristics, the question items included those regarding the annual sales, types of products and clients, hiring and promotion of the workforce, and demography of the workers by age, schooling, type of work, and rank. The production managers questionnaire focuses more on their perceptions of the workers' abilities. While human resources (HR) managers generally oversee HR-related matters, production managers supervise the factory production floors directly. Therefore, they have more concrete ideas of what they expect workers to be able to do and what kind of attitude they appreciate. Following the basic questions about managers themselves, in some sections of the questionnaire, they are asked about the perceived level of importance of the listed abilities for workers with less than 3 years of experience. Respondents are asked to grade each listed ability on the scale by selecting one of 5 points from 1, not important at all, to 5, extremely important. In the section on cognitive abilities, 10 items are listed to be graded. The following section on technical and vocational abilities has 40 items. Regarding personality traits, which are a part of the skills according to my classification in Fig. 1-2, we request production managers to rank desirable ones from the list of Big 5 personality traits according to the psychological definitions: extroversion, agreeableness, openness to experience, conscientiousness, and neuroticism. Lastly, there is also a section about workplace behavior, socio-emotional aspect of skills, comprising 27 items. For the sake of comparing the perceptions about desirable abilities among stakeholders with different perspectives, the items that ask the respondents to grade the listed abilities by the level of importance are made identical across the questionnaires 2, 3, 4, and 5. While the production managers of the company 2 and educators trainers 3 were asked only to grade according to the degree of importance, the workers 4 and school students 5 were asked additionally to rate their own performance according to their self-evaluation. In addition to the main sections about workforce abilities, Each questionnaire asked about the respondents' demographic background, education, household and work and training experience, which provided us with the information to analyze the determinants of the differential perceptions about workforce abilities. 3212 Written tests. The workers and students were given 90 min to complete reading, mathematics, integrated skills, and vocational knowledge tests. The initial 3 tests on reading, mathematics, and integrated skills had 20 items each, while only the last test on vocational knowledge had 40 items. All exam questions were multiple-choice items, where respondents had to choose one option out of 4. The overall objective of the written tests was to capture test takers' cognitive abilities, which are necessary for the production process in the garment industry. A fundamental difference between our written tests and those for school students is that ours are made to evaluate the test takers' cognitive abilities in the context of work, regardless of their school education records. Accordingly, we tried to design the tests to capture the ability to apply knowledge for problem solving. For example, in the reading section, the materials to read included an imaginary announcement posted on the factory notice board, a letter by a company staff to another organization, or a text message on the phone. Similarly, in the integrated skills section, the questions require test takers to collect information from graphs and tables that record the numbers for different types of products and groups of workers, and decide how much they have to produce or what materials to procure. The vocational knowledge section directly relates to the industry in which they work, but assesses how much they have theoretical and cognitive knowledge, unlike our practical test, which assesses hands-on skills. When we analyze the participants' scores from written tests, to avoid the bias caused by the variations in the level of difficulty among test items and make each person's performance comparable, we applied the item response theory, which will be explained in detail in relation to the analysis presented in empirical chapters from Chap. 4 onward. As we will discuss later, there are certain tendencies in how the performance in cognitive tests in different fields reinforces each other. Advanced cognition in reading and mathematics contributes to the performance of integrated skills, which also relates to the achievement of the vocational knowledge test. At the same time, such patterns in cognitive tests relate differently to the practical test and other factors contributing to the overall effectiveness at work. 3213 Practical tests. The practical test aims to capture workers' advanced garment-producing skills comprehensively. In designing the practical test, we applied the same philosophy as that for written tests to assess the abilities of workplace problem-solving, but not of reproducing the same technical tasks as shown. In developing this set of modules, we got some ideas from the literature on learning trajectories in developmental psychology. We also collaborated with experts in manufacturing production management who have rich experience in factories in the Global South. The test is composed of 5 different activities: 1 pattern making, 2 analysis of garment structure, 3 machine sewing, 4 ironing 10 min each, and 5 the advanced activity 20 min. In the practical skill assessment, assessors from the employer and the TVET trainer sides concurrently graded the same examinees, vocational skills, workers and trainees. While questionnaires allow us to compare each stakeholder's perception, knowing what they think is not enough unless we examine how it is translated to the actual performance and evaluation. Thus, one of the study's strengths is that its design allows us to contrast the actual performance of workers and their evaluation by people from both the supply and demand sides of the labor market. It also makes it possible to contrast the workers' claims about what they can do and the evaluation of their performance by third parties. Components of assessment and roles of the participating entities. 3.3 Our unconventional training program. As I have discussed earlier, many scholars and practitioners point out the importance of abilities in achieving high performance at work. Our team's assessments in different settings kept indicating that abilities are significant determinants of wages, for example, and 2021 and 2022. Being requested to provide some training to mitigate the skills gaps identified by our assessments, we started to consider the best form of our contribution as an academic team composed predominantly of educationists. Out of cognitive, technical, and vocational, and abilities that constitute human, the one for which effective training programs did not exist was the For the cognitive and technical and vocational abilities, we can introduce appropriate training providers and schools to those individuals and employers who request our assistance in mitigating the identified skills gaps. Then, these institutions would be able to either let the workers participate in their regular programs or modify these programs to attend to their specific needs. However, training in abilities requires pedagogical innovations rather than the knowledge of the contents to be taught. This task was challenging but suited our expertise. It also met the practical needs in situations where the importance of abilities is discussed greatly, without effective and feasible means to improve them. 331 Game-based abilities training for workers. Since I have already explained extensively the nature of abilities, I will not repeat it here. The point I want to clarify here is that out of the vast domain of abilities, we focused mainly on cultivating the socio-emotional aspect. As Fig. 1-2 shows, abilities are composed of socio-emotional and psychological aspects. The latter relates to the personalities of individuals, which are, of course, important determinants of how people interact with others and perform their tasks. At the same time, psychological traits are difficult to train directly through exogenous interventions. Thus, we tried to develop a training program to improve their socio-emotional skills, which would, in turn, positively affect the participants' psychology. To some extent, such positive impacts were observed through the positive comments and proactive attitudes among training participants. 3311 Socio-emotional abilities identified through workplace analysis. The nature of socio-emotional skills, which are often called soft skills, is significantly influenced by the culture of the contexts where they are demanded and evaluated. Joe, 2017. From 2020 to 2021, we collected information about existing socio-emotional skills, or more popularly called soft skills, training for working youths in Ethiopia. The issue was hot and still is, and several development agencies and civil society organizations were offering training in the same garment production sector as we do one. However, a few training programs whose course design and contents we looked at are all composed of lectures and group discussions in the meeting room, segregating participants from their daily work environment. For participants in such training, it would be difficult to connect general ideas about soft skills to specific events at the workplace. Moreover, knowledge in declarative form acquired in traditional training, such as lectures, tends to fade away after some time. Socio-emotional abilities are exercised through people's behavior. A behavioral ability is expressed adaptively in response to the reality in front of a person, and the essence of such an ability lies in the reasoning behind it and the achievement of aimed outcomes, rather than the action itself. Therefore, listing the actions that may appear on the surface and letting training participants memorize them would not lead to mastering this ability unless they internalize the reasons behind them. 2011. After reviewing the existing training programs and considering the nature of socio-emotional abilities, we decided to design the program based on workplace observations and consultation with experts in the manufacturing process. We collected many photos and videos provided by the experts and listened to their explanations about why the phenomena and situations captured in the photos are desirable or undesirable in the production sites. We classified desired-undesired behaviors of workers thematically and constructed 5 groups of socio-emotional skills desired for workers with less than 3 years of experience in garment production companies. These are 1. Occupational health and safety, 2. Tidiness and cleanliness, 3. Efficiency, 4. Quality control, and 5. Teamwork. Under respective categories of socio-emotional skills, there are 6 to 7 examples of workers' behaviors, including positive and negative models. These examples, identified through the analysis of photos and videos, were then incorporated into the games. In some cases, they were directly cited in the soft skills cards, while in many other cases, we reflected them in the rules and arrangements of the games so that the participants would encounter situations where they had to think of their actions to overcome the challenges in the game. 3312's theory of behavioral modeling. As I discussed in the introduction, behavior modeling training, also known as BMT, is grounded in 1977 social learning theory. Based on individuals learning in the social context, social learning theory emphasizes that humans learn by observing others' behaviors. A well-known experiment by Al. 1961, the doll experiment found that after having a group of children watch a video of an adult assaulting a blow-up doll, the children performed the same assaulting actions on the doll when left to play with it without guidance. This experiment concludes that observing social models influences individuals' behavioral changes. The social learning theory not only focuses on observational learning, but also on the modeling process. Observed behaviors are not effectively learned unless the observation goes through model observation, rehearsal of actions according to the observed model, application of the actions, and reflection. After reviewing the literature, we identified 4 crucial conditions for maximizing participants' socio-emotional abilities through BMT, which we reflected in our game-based training. First, before observing models, participants should be given learning points in the form of rule codes, which greatly enhance the effect of training and Fox 1995. Second, the opportunities to rehearse the action in their minds before physical practice, symbolic or mental rehearsal, increase the retention of learning. Taylor Al. 2005. Third, mental rehearsal, which is closely related to real-life situations, contributes to greater effects of BMT. Law Al. 2018. Taylor Al. 2005. Lastly, participants' motivation or willingness to practice the learned key behaviors is associated with the presence of positive social and intrinsic reinforcement, such as reward or a sense of achievement. Decker and 1985. Taylor Al. 2005. The BMT approach is proven to enhance both declarative knowledge, knowledge of what, and procedural knowledge, knowledge of how, sometimes referred to as skill reproduction. Because of such an advantage, BMT is applied to various fields such as leadership training, Al. 2013, parental skills training, Al. 2010, law, Al. 2018, 1982, and cross-cultural skills training, Harrison, 1992. As I stated, we aim to design training that does not dwarf the behavioral nature of socio-emotional abilities into memorization, but contributes to the mindset changes that lead to problem solving. For this reason, we embrace the BMT as a theoretical foundation of our game-based training. 3313 Game-Based Behavior Modeling. Recently, the attention to socio-emotional learning through participation in games has been sharply increasing, and Landers, 2018. Games create opportunities for players to exercise newly learned behaviors in the virtual or simulated world. It also reduces the risk of real-life damage and allows players to repeatedly explore different possibilities of the consequences of behavior through a trial-and-error process in a setting. For instance, although business games mimic the market's aggressive and competitive nature, the players may make mistakes and learn throughout the gaming, without the real cost of failure. By practicing through games, the employees will know proper behavior when encountering real-life challenges. Hence, many enterprises currently utilize training to coach their employees' abilities, and 2012. In fact, many studies found that skills are better learned in workplace-related or simulated scenarios to be reproduced in real-life events. 2002. Al. 2005, Talavera and 2007. 332 Game-Based Training Program Design and Content. As more details will be presented in Chap. 7. Our socio-emotional skills training package consists of 6 sessions, including 2 board games which represent BMT's 5 steps. 1. The introduction session, 2. Game I, 3. Reflection session on Game I, 4. Game II, 5. Reflection session on Game II, and 6. The wrap-up session. It is a one-day program. Sessions up to 3 are conducted in the morning, and the remaining are in the afternoon. One of the significant reasons for making it one day is that a more extended program would exhaust the participants and result in reducing the effect of training, and b. Company managers are often reluctant to take workers away from production duties for too long, even for the sake of improving their capacities. Therefore, to enhance the motivation of both workers and employers, finishing the training in one day on the weekend was quite significant. Company managers appreciated this training program, and we quickly gave feedback based on the findings from the workers' assessments. Regardless, for the private sector managers who pursue economic efficiency, the value of training is judged based on the opportunity costs of hours and salaries of the workforce. 3321 Beneficiaries. This training program is designed for garment manufacturing workers, from recently employed line operators to supervisors of production lines. In this program, we define the supervisors as those working with other line operators on the ground. Their role is that of line leaders and should be differentiated from factory managers who work at the management level, for whom we are developing a different set of games. Both supervisors and less experienced line operators must develop the capacity and motivation to contribute to collective productivity. Therefore, our training program is designed to foster workers' individual socio-emotional skills by considering their commitment as members of the firm, leading to a more significant contribution to the line and the firm's shared goals. 3.4 Participants and Schedule of Assessment. In this section, I will provide details on the participants and schedules of the survey conducted in 4 countries. As explained above, we have 2 types of activities: skills assessment and game-based skills training. The latter is a recent activity that is only conducted in Ethiopia in 2022, as detailed in Chap. 7. Otherwise, the surveys detailed in this section were of the former type, which aimed to assess skills gaps by conducting questionnaires, as well as written and practical tests. 341 Ethiopia. There are 2 major datasets from Ethiopia. The first dataset was gathered in 2016 and aims to identify gaps between the skills supplied by TVET institutions and workers' actual skills and the demand from employers and firms. The second dataset collected in 2022 deals with exploring the impact of a game-based training program grounded in the behavioral modeling theory on workers' self-efficacy and soft skills. In 2016, the SKY project conducted fieldwork in Ethiopia to determine the kinds of mismatches that exist between employers, training providers, and workers. The study involved the participation of 13 production managers, 591 workers from 13 domestic Ethiopian garment firms, and 19 human resource managers from FDI firms, 83 trainers, and 162 students from 7 TVET colleges also participated in the study. Participating garment firms were taken from a list of firms under the Ethiopian Textile and Garment Manufacturers Association. Initially, 35 firms located in and around the vicinity of Addis were asked to participate. Of the 35 firms contacted, 13 agreed to participate in the study. However, only 7 of the 13 firms allowed workers, N116, to participate in the assessment. To obtain the views of TVET trainers and students, the 5 largest TVET institutions out of the 27 public institutes in Addis were selected to participate in the study. Summary of collected data for the 2016 Ethiopia assessment. Row. Period conducted. Survey type. Contents. Participant sample size. 1. January 2016. Questionnaire. Factory characteristics. Demography of employees. Training of workers. Expectation and evaluation of the workers' skills. Production managers N13. 2. January and September 2016. Questionnaire. Demography of trainers. Curriculum. Cooperative training. Expectation and evaluation of trainees' skills. TVET trainers N30. TVET trainers N53. 3. January 2016. Practical test. 4 activities related to sewing, pattern making, garment structure, ironing, finishing. Workers N116, assessors N9. 4. January 2016. Questionnaire. Socioeconomic background. Personality. Job aspirations. Self-evaluation of work attitudes. Self-evaluation of skills. Workers N591. 5. September 2016. Questionnaire. Job aspirations. curriculum perception, cooperative training perception, opinions about important skills, self-evaluation of skills and performance. TVAT students N162. 6. October-November 2016. Questionnaire. Factory characteristics. Demography of employees. Training of workers. Human resource managers N19 of FDI firms. Note data from the skills and knowledge for youth program assessment. TVET technical and vocational education and training. Background information on participants for the 2016 Ethiopia assessment. Variable. Trainee. N162. Employee. N591. Female. 84%. 85.3%. 19.6. 22.1. Family in garment industry. 19%. 20.7%. Previous work. 31.6%. Education level. No formal education. 0.8%. Primary grades 1-8. 54.7%. Junior high grades 9-10. 8.8%. Senior high grades 11-12. 9.8%. Tertiary. 4.4%. TVAT levels 1-4. 100%. 21.4%. Note data from the skills and knowledge for youth program assessment. Dashes indicate no respondents. TVET technical and vocational education and training. Average age in years. B average for 44 participants who answered the question item. Summary of collected data for the 2022 Ethiopia Game-Based Training Intervention. Row. Period conducted. Survey type. Contents. Participant sample size. 1. 2022. Baseline questionnaire. Socioeconomic background. Self-reported work-related soft skills. Self-evaluation of vocational skills. Self-evaluation of skills. Garment workers N5-4. 2. 2022. Written examination. Reading test. Mathematics test. Integrated skills test. Vocational knowledge test. Garment workers N5-4. 3. 2022. Questionnaire. Factory characteristics. Demography of employees. Training of workers. Human resource managers N21. 4. 2022. Questionnaire. Demography of managers. Expectations on workers' cognitive, behavioral, and vocational skills. Expectation of types of personality traits valued. Production managers N21. 5. 2022. Post-intervention questionnaire. Self-reported work-related soft skills. Self-evaluation of vocational skills. Self-evaluation of skills. Garment workers N5-4. Note data from the skills and knowledge for youth program assessment. TVET technical and vocational education and training. Background information on participants for the 2022 Ethiopia Game-Based Training Assessment. Variable. Participants. N5-04. Female. 81.9%. Age. 25.9. Household size. 4.1. Line worker. 81.7%. Previous work experience. 68.3%. Education level. Below grade 11, 65.9%. Above grade 11, 33.9%. OJT, 44.3%. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. OJT on-the-job training. Background information on participants for the game-based training assessment. After obtaining workers' demographic information and baseline self-reported work-related soft skills, vocational skills, and skills, we conducted written examinations, Table 3.3, Row 2, to test garment workers' reading and mathematics proficiency, integrated skills, and vocational knowledge. The examination aims to determine if there is any link between workers' cognitive functions and level of soft skills. Post-intervention data was collected from November to December 2022 on treatment and comparison groups after the game-based training to capture changes in garment workers' self-efficacy on various work-related soft skills. Table 3.3, Row 5. By collecting data after the game-based training intervention, we hope to capture the differences between groups, treatment, and comparison, and make meaningful inferences on individual workers' growth and changes in attitudes and behavior before and after the training. The strength of this design is that we could make valid inferences about the actual effect of the training program intervention. Similar to the earlier study, human resource and production managers' data were obtained. One human resources manager from each of the 21 garment firms was asked to answer questionnaires to provide firm-level data, employee demographic information, and training information, Table 3.3, Row 3. The questionnaires would provide insight into the characteristics of each worker's respective workplace and the kind and nature of the training they are provided and determine if there is any link with soft skills development. Finally, we surveyed one production manager from each firm to answer questionnaires on the manager's demographic information and their expectations of workers' cognitive, behavioral, and vocational skills, Table 3.3, Row 3. By comparing the manager's expectations with the worker's self-evaluated skills, we hope to identify gaps in soft skills perception between the supply-side garment workers and the demand-side production managers. With this, we can determine which skills are valued in the workplace and should be given priority in the various training programs provided to the workers. 342 Ghana. The Ghana study conducted a skills assessment between November 2018 and February 2019, involving 331 student trainees and 8 trainers from 4 TVET institutions, 71 workers from 2 factories, and 92 informal workers from workshops that belong to the Union of Informal Workers Associations, UNIWA, to contrast the skills possessed by workers to the demands of the employers and with what is taught in TVET institutions. A total of 4 TVET institutions agreed to participate in the assessment. 3 TVET schools provide National Qualifications Framework (NQF) Levels 1-4, and a technical university provides NQF Level 5. The participating TVET institutions are located within and around the vicinity of Accra City. The 2 domestic factories are located in Accra, and both export products mainly to the United States and/or the United Kingdom. Informal workers who are members of UNIWA from workshops in the Accra vicinity participated in the study. Participants were selected using random sampling from a complete list of students and workers provided by the TVET schools, companies, and UNIWA to reduce selection bias. Summary of collected data for the 2018-2019 Ghana assessment. Row. Period conducted. Survey type. Contents. Participant sample size. 1. November 2018. Questionnaire. Socioeconomic background. Personality. Job aspirations. Curriculum perception. Self-evaluation of skills. TVET students N331. 2. November 2018. Written examination. Reading test. Mathematics test. Integrated skills test. Vocational knowledge test. TVET students N331. 3. November 2018. Practical test. 4 activities related to sewing, pattern making, garment structure, ironing, finishing. TVAT students N160. 4. November 2018. Questionnaire. Demography of trainers. Curriculum. Expectation and evaluation of trainees' skills. TVAT students N8. 5. February 2019. Questionnaire. Socioeconomic background. Personality. Job aspirations. Self-evaluation of work attitudes. Self-evaluation of skills. Employees N71, informal workers N92. 6. February 2019. Written examination. Reading test. Mathematics test. Integrated skills test. Vocational knowledge test. Employees N71, informal workers N92. 7. February 2019. Practical test. 4 activities related to sewing, pattern making, garment structure, ironing, finishing. Employees N71, informal workers N91. 8. February 2019. Questionnaire. Factory characteristics. Demography of employees. Training of workers. Expectation and evaluation of workers' skills. Factory employers, production manager, human resource manager. Note data from the skills and knowledge for youth program assessment. TVT technical and vocational education and training. Background information on participants for the 2018-2019 Ghana assessment. Variable. Trainee. N331. Employee. N71. Informal. N92. Total. N494. Female. 90%. 80%. 89%. 87%. 21.16. 29.63. 35.7. 26.35. Family in garment sector. 46.8%. 36.7%. 71.4%. 49.9%. Household economic. 6.13. 6.72. 5.88. 6.21. Previous work experience. 35%. 87%. 39%. 43%. Education level. No formal education. 0.16%. 3.34%. 1.83%. Primary. 0.32%. 15.55%. 8.3%. Junior high. 37.22%. 68.02%. 53.35%. Senior high. 36.1%. 10.03%. 22.45%. Tertiary. 20.13%. 2.03%. 10.65%. TVAT levels 1-4. 2.56%. 1.02%. 1.75%. Other. 3.51%. 0%. 1.67%. Father's education. JHS and below. 42.3%. 44.1%, 64.8%, 47.9%, SHS and above, 57.7%, 55.9%, 35.2%, 52.1%, Mother's Education, JHS and below, 65.5%, 65%, 87.7%, 70.3%, SHS and above, 34.5%, 35%, 12.3%, 29.7%. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. Dashes indicate no respondents. TVET Technical and Vocational Education and Training, JHS Junior High School, SHS Senior High School. Average. The aggregate factor score of DVD-CD player, TV, cell phone, computer, car, motorcycle, and refrigerator freezer. Demography of Ghana participants. 343 South Africa. Summary of collected data for the 2018 and 2023 South Africa assessment. Row. Period conducted. Survey type. Contents. Participant sample size. 1. November 2018. Questionnaire. Socioeconomic background. Personality. Job aspirations. Curriculum perception. Self-evaluation of skills. T and TVET students, N122. 2. November 2018. Written examination. Reading test. Mathematics test. Integrated skills test. Vocational knowledge test. T and TVET students, N122. 3. November 2018. Questionnaire. Demography of trainers. Curriculum. Expectation and evaluation of trainees' skills. TVET trainers NT6, and TVET 2. 4. June-July 2023. Questionnaire. Socioeconomic background. Personality. Job aspirations. Self-evaluation of work attitudes. Self-evaluation of skills. Employees N239. 5. June-July 2023. Written examination. Reading test. Mathematics test. Integrated skills test. Vocational knowledge test. Employees N239. 6. June-July 2023. Practical test. Pocket sewing. Employees N239. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. Participants' percentage of current education level. Background information on participants for the 2018 South Africa assessment. Variable. Trainees. N239. Female. 58.3%. Age. 23.7. Pre-primary education. 76.9%. Citizenship size. 4.86. Family in garment industry. 27.3%. Household economic. 4.31. Previous work experience. 44.5%. Education level. TVET level 1 first year. 35.34%. TVET level 2 second year. 15.52%. T level 1 first year. 15.52%. T level 2 second year. 21.55%. T level 3 third year. 12.07%. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. TVET Technical and Vocational Education and Training, T University of Technology. Aggregate factor score of DVD-CD player, TV, cell phone, computer, car, motorcycle, and refrigerator freezer. Background information on participants for the 2023 South Africa assessment. Variable. Trainees. N239. Female. 80.3%. Age. 39.78. Education. 56.6%. Household size. 5.52. Family in garment industry. 27.7%. Household economic. 4.18. Age at first work. 18.9. Wage in ZAR. 4,528.2. Work hours per day. 5.44. Line worker. 45.4%. Previous work experience. 63.2%. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. ZAR South African Rand. Above senior high school. B aggregate factor score of DVD-CD player, TV, cell phone, computer, car, motorcycle, and refrigerator freezer. Demography of South Africa participants in 2023. 344 Pakistan. Background information on participants for the 2023 Pakistan assessment. Variable. Home-based worker. N220. Factory worker. N205. Female. 100%. 100%. Age. 33.9. 28.5. Household size. 6.38. 6.48. Family in garments. 3.17. 2.71. Urban residents. 83%. 78.5%. Household economic level. 3.2. 3.2. Age at first work. 18.9. 19.8. Wage PKR. 8,277.8. 20,679.4. Work hours. 5.44. 8.06. Work days. 5.4. 5.97. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. PKR Pakistani Rupee. Aggregate factor score of DVD-CD player, TV, cell phone, computer, car, motorcycle, and refrigerator freezer. Both groups have similar characteristics in terms of the family backgrounds, including household size and the family's economic status. Each group of workers' families consists of approximately 6 members. The family's economic status was determined by adding up scores based on the household's ownership of items, including a DVD-CD player, TV, cell phone, computer, internet bank account, car, motorcycle, bicycle, and refrigerator freezer. The factory and home-based worker groups both rated their family's economic status at around 3.2 points. Furthermore, both groups of workers reside in similar types of communities. The variable community type indicates the categorization of participants' residential areas, with rural and semi-urban areas coded as 0 and urban areas coded as 1. The average score for both groups was approximately 0.8, indicating that the majority of participants live in urban areas. Participants' work and OJT experience by affiliation for Pakistan assessment. Participants' percentage of attained education level by affiliation for the Pakistan assessment. Education level. Home-based worker %. Factory worker %. No formal schooling. 23. 28. Primary education, grade 1-5. 23. 16. Lower secondary education, grades 6-8. 16. 16. High school grades 9-10. 20. 27. Intermediate FA F. 10. 9. CVIT. 1. 0. Tertiary diploma BAB, MAMD. 4. 3. 2. 0. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. FA Faculty of Arts, F Faculty of Science, BA Bachelor of Arts, B Bachelor of Science, MA Master of Arts, M Master of Science, D Doctor of Philosophy. Others refers to certification that cannot be categorized under the national education system. Characteristics of participating firms for the Pakistan assessment. 3-4-5 Summary. Summary of assessment, module constructs utilized and participants. Instrument. Participant. 2016-2017. GHA. 2018-2019. 2022. ZAF. 2018. ZAF. 2023. PIK. 2023. Questionnaire. Production managers. HR managers. Workers. TVIT trainers. TVIT trainees. Written test. Workers. TVIT trainees. Practical test. Workers. TVIT trainees. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. Ethiopia, GHA Ghana, ZAF South Africa, PAK Pakistan, HR Human Resources, TVET Technical and Vocational Education and Training. A pocket making. 3.5 Synthesis. In this chapter, I introduced two main sets of instruments we used in the surveys conducted in 4 countries. One is the module to assess the of workers and identify the real nature of skills gaps that lie among stakeholders in the demand and supply sides of the labor market. Based on the Realist-Constructivism framework theorized in Chap. 1. The module is made to examine the epistemology and ontology of workers by combining the questionnaire for employers, workers, and educators, which asks perceptions about detailed lists of abilities and tests to grasp the actual abilities of workers. With this module, diverse realities of microecologies in 4 countries can be analyzed bottom-up in a constructivist manner while maintaining the comparabilities across the board. Unlike many scholarly works that discuss it at the philosophical level, this approach devised by our team makes reasoning a sequence of practical steps to follow. Another instrument we developed is a program to train abilities using board games designed with a behavioral modeling approach. Our assessments conducted in 4 countries identified skills as significant factors in workplace performance. While the importance of these abilities is highlighted widely by scholars and policymakers, there has not been an effective means for training workers in the abilities that greatly depend on behavioral applications. Grounded on the psychological theory of behavioral modeling, we developed a training program composed of 2 board games that help participants consider their behavior in a simulated situation. Our project started as an exercise to describe work-related ecology precisely at the micro-level, but in the nexus of influences from macro, national, and industrial levels. However, through close interactions with individuals on the ground, it evolved into a dynamic, participatory form of realist constructivism, where we, as researchers, are actively involved as providers of innovative training. In the following 3 chapters, Chaps 4, 5, and 6, we present the findings from the standardized skills assessment in 4 countries. Chapter 4 discusses the findings from the cross-sectional comparison of microecologies across countries and workplaces. Chap 5 focuses on a country, Ethiopia, and closely describes the mutual enforcement of various factors, such as perceptions of different actors, unique characteristics of workplaces, and productive, structural regulatory, and sociocultural mechanisms, in determining the types of work-related values in specific national ecology of Ethiopia. Then, in Chap. 6, while using the data from multiple countries, instead of comparing across countries, we highlight the characteristics of workers' abilities according to their work styles, namely informal and formal employment. As mentioned earlier, the situation in the informal sector is difficult to capture as the business entities in this sector are not formally registered and are changing rapidly. Accordingly, generating data on workers' capabilities in both formal and informal sectors at once is difficult. Since an advantage of our dataset is that it includes workers in both work styles, we will discuss our unique findings from that. After these chapters, which discuss findings from multi-country assessments, in Chap. 7 results from the game-based training will be presented. We will also share the prospects of our ongoing training interventions. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S, and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: MBs and Landers, RN, 2018. Gamification of Employee Training and Development. International Journal of Training and Development, 22 162-169. Org 10-111112-124. A. 1977. Social Learning Theory. Prentice Hall. A.D. and S.A. 1961. Transmission of Aggression Through Imitation of Aggressive Models. The Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 63-3, 575-582. Org 101037H004595. R. 1975. A Realist Theory of Science. Verso. Org 10432-497802030900732. R. 1998. Philosophy and Scientific Realism. In M. Archer, R. A. Collier, T. and A. Critical Realism, p. 32. Org 10432-497813150085592. R. B. and Price, L. 2017. Interdisciplinarity and Well-Being, A Critical Realist General Theory of Interdisciplinarity. Org 10432-497813151777298. S. E. and Fox, S.K. 1995. Behavior Modeling Training and Generalization, Interaction of Learning Point Type and Number of Modeling Scenarios. The Psychological Record, 45-3, 495-5-3. Org 10100-7BF033955157. DAW S 2002. Focusing on Generic Skills in Training Packages. NCVAR. Decker P.J. and B.R. 1985. Behavior Modeling Training, Principles and Applications. P.J. 2001. The Philosophy of Critical Realism, An Opportunity for Information Systems Research. Information Systems Frontiers, 3-2, 199-210. Org 101023A10, 114954249558. VA, F, and JR 2010. An interactive web-based program for step families, development and evaluation of efficacy. Family Relations, 59-5, 572-586. Org 101111J17413729201000624X. Harrison, J.K., 1992. Individual and Combined Effects of Behavior Modeling and the Cultural Assimilator in Cross-Cultural Management Training. Journal of Applied Psychology, 77-6, 952-962. Org 10103 700 2190 77 6952. K. 2011. Teaching Soft Skills. In K. Id. Teaching and Assessing Soft Skills, p. 189. First Second Chance School of WebArchive.org Web 20150807162639 Mass Educational Innovation Org Attachments 396 Mass 4 Final Report Part 1. D. 2018. Critical Realist Approaches to Global Learning, a Focus on Education for Sustainability. International Journal of Development Education and Global Learning, 10-2. Org 1018546, IJDGL 10202. Law GC M and A 2018. The use of behavior modeling training in a mobile app parent training program to improve functional communication of young children with autism spectrum disorder. Autism 22-4, 424-439. Org 101771362361316683887. T. 2012. Explanation and Inference. In K.J. and R.G. The Oxford Handbook of Thinking and Reasoning. 262-76. Oxford University Press. Org 101093978019973468901300014. Y and J 2012. Business Simulation Game Development for Education and Training in Supply Chain Management. In Proceedings 6 Asia International Conference on Mathematical Modeling and Computer Simulation, AMS 2012. 179-184. Org 10109, AMS 201212. CS and S 2021. Interactions between vocational and attitudinal skills in market outcomes. Findings from the Skills Assessment of Garment Factory Workers in Ethiopia. Journal of Vocational Education and Training, 73-1, 2446. Org 1018363682020191652652675. PS and H 2023. Reframing Skills Ecosystems for Sustainable and Just Futures. International Journal of Educational Development, 101, 102,836. Org 10116J20231022836. SMS AYM TA and FM 2018. Dissection of Small Businesses in Pakistan, Issues and Directions. International Journal of Entrepreneurship, 22-4-113. LJ Sacker M and J 2005. The ABET Professional Skills Can They Be Taught? Can They Be Assessed? Journal of Engineering Education, 94-1, 4155. Org 10102J21689830200500828X. Talavera ER and JC 2007. Training in Socio-Emotional Skills Through On-Site Training. European Journal of Vocational Training 41, 83-102. Retrieved December 11, 2025. Europa Files Upload Information Resources 46840N. Taylor PJ FDF and DWL 2005. A Meta-Analytic Review of Behavior Modeling Training. Journal of Applied Psychology 94, 692-709. Org 10103 70021901094-692. DAs BM and FO 2013. The Development of Motivation to Lead and Leader Role Identity. Journal of Leadership and Organizational Studies, 22, 156-168. Org 10117715480, 518124574416. DN 2004. Reasoning. The University of Alabama Press. C. 1982. The long-term effects of a videotape modeling parent training program. Comparison of immediate and one-year follow-up results. Behavior Therapy 13.5, 702-714. Org 101016S000, 5789-482-800-269. S&CS 2022. Differential Effects of Schooling and Cognitive and Non-Cognitive Skills on Market Outcomes. The Case of the Garment Industry in Ethiopia. International Journal of Training and Development, 26-1, 145-162. Org 1011112252. Joe K. 2017. Non-Cognitive Skills, Potential Candidates for Global Measurement. European Journal of Education, 52-4, 487-497. Org 1011111241. For the sake of anonymity, I will not name the organizations whose training programs we examined. Apart from whether they provide soft skills training, there are many development agencies that are active in the field of industrial human resources development, including the World Bank, International Labour Organization, GIZ German Agency, and Swiss, Dutch, Swedish, Japanese, South Korean, and Chinese governments. 4. Cross-sectional analysis of workforce at the intersection of ecologies and generative mechanisms. Abstract. This chapter applies a realist-constructivist approach to cross-national survey data on development among working youth, focusing on the garment sector. Using 6 datasets from Ethiopia, Ghana, South Africa, and Pakistan, 2016-2023, the analysis examines perception gaps between employers, employees, TVET trainers, and students regarding the desirable skills for work, compared to the workers' actual skills as assessed by written and practical tests. The assessment module developed uniquely by the authors group allows for meaningful comparisons across firms, countries, and TVET institutions. Results show that firm-level contexts often matter more than country-level differences as wage determinants, although in some aspects, countries reveal distinctive sociocultural and productive mechanisms that condition the development by workers. Perceptions of skill needs vary among stakeholders, reflecting microecologies shaped by the firm's ownership, e.g. foreign invested versus local structures and local environments. Overall, practical and abilities are important determinants of wages across ecologies. At the same time, abilities demonstrated high context specificities. On the side of the TVET, a challenge to the policymakers is identified. Despite governments promoting TVET as a means of mitigating skills gaps, TVET students who participated in our surveys are not necessarily keen on employment in the industry for which they are trained, and different career orientations coexist among them. Keywords. 4.1 Introduction. Based on the discussion of the theoretical framework and methodologies in the earlier 3 chapters, from this chapter on, we will present findings from the series of our empirical surveys. As the first chapter to apply the realist-constructivist approach to the analysis of development among working youths, this chapter presents findings from cross-sectional comparisons of survey data from multiple countries. This chapter demonstrates how context-relevant analysis of varieties of skills can be conducted without compromising the generalizability of its findings. I used 6 datasets presented in Table 312. Particularly for the analysis of employers and employees, namely Supply-Demand Gap 2 and Supply-Supply Gap 2 in Fig. 3.1 Data from surveys in Ethiopia 2016-2017, Ghana 2018-2019, Ethiopia 2022, South Africa 2023, and Pakistan 2023 are used. Meanwhile, for the analysis of TVET trainers and trainees, namely Supply-Supply Gap 1 and 2 in Fig. 3.1 I used data from Ethiopia 2016-2017, South Africa 2018, and Ghana 2018-2019. While the assessment module was composed of multiple questionnaires and tests, as explained in Chap. 3, not the whole package was implemented in the respective surveys. As a small Japan-based research team, We could not administer the process all by ourselves, and our operation always depended on the requests and support of the national partners and coordinators. Therefore, sometimes the survey focused only on employers and employees in the companies, while other times we worked with the Ministry of Education, which is more interested in the effectiveness of TVET and helped us to conduct only part of the module related to it. Admittedly, the datasets analyzed here have limitations caused by such operational conditions. The statistical approaches I could use for this chapter's analysis were restricted by the lack of full matches among sub-datasets. Still, I consider that the analysis presented in this chapter demonstrates that our module provides the data to meet the objective of realist-constructivist analysis of the ecologies of development, using the garment production sector as the manufacturing case in multiple contexts in the Global South. The comparison is made not only between countries, but also at the level of firms to investigate how different levels of ecologies affect evaluations of workforce abilities. Differences in perceived needs of various types of skills among stakeholders suggest the nature of the firm and industrial environment in which workers are evaluated and develop their own package of skills to be successful. After standardizing wages for currency and inflation, country differences in wage determinants became less important than firm-level variations. Still, I found a peculiar tendency among survey participants in Pakistan, attributed to the socio-cultural mechanism and the productive mechanism, represented by the macroeconomic position of the garment industry of this country. The chapter will also discuss the factors that contribute to the differences in firm-level microecologies by comparing the foreign-invested and domestic firms. How does the nature of ecologies surrounding development affect psychology and behavior in the workplace? I try to consider this question by closely examining the variables of socio-emotional skills and personality traits while also paying attention to those of school education, cognitive and practical skills, and the socioeconomic backgrounds of workers. The chapter will also discuss the learning ecologies of TVET institutions by comparing the perceptions of TVET teachers and students. What kind of skills do students consider necessary to be employed in the formal sector firms, in contrast to being self-employed? How do the perceptions about the necessary abilities for employment differ between teachers and students, and what causes such differences? These questions will be considered using data from surveys in TVET institutions. One of the challenges I faced in the analysis was that, although the assessment module is designed to grasp the perception gaps of multiple groups of stakeholders, bridging the supply and demand sides, the dataset that allowed us to do it directly was only that from Ethiopia in 2016-17. Composed of multiple surveys conducted at different times and with different populations, the Ethiopia data showcase how the full-fledged implementation of our module will allow us to grasp a national ecology of workforce development in its totality, which will be presented in Chap. 5 in detail. Meanwhile, the cross-national analysis I present in this chapter is based on separate analyses of supply and demand sides, supplemented by circumstantial evidence from productive and structural regulatory mechanisms to make a comprehensive discussion to connect both sides. At the end, this chapter will synthesize the findings on development ecologies of firm, country, and TVET by presenting factors that are common and peculiar to the different ecologies. The influence of productive, structural regulatory, and sociocultural mechanisms will also be considered. Practical and abilities are important determinants of wages across ecologies, while cognitive abilities are related to different factors. Also, abilities demonstrated high context specificities. In a broad sense, employers agree on the importance of socio-emotional and problem-solving skills, but the connotations of such skills are very different according to the culture and workplace environment. 4.2 Methodology and Data. 4.2.1 Samples used. Samples used for the analysis in this chapter. Surveys. Dataset 1. Dataset 2. Employees. Companies. TVET trainees. TVET institutions. Ethiopia 2016-17. 591. 16. Ethiopia 2022. 504. 19. Ghana 2018-19. 62. 2. South Africa 2023. 240. 7. Pakistan 2023. 205. 8. Ethiopia 2016-17. 162. 7. Ghana 2018-19. 331. 4. South Africa 2018. 127. 2. Total 1602. 52. 620. 13. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. The sizes of the samples differ from survey to survey because of the conditions we faced in the respective operations. Also, the survey years stretched from 2016 to 2023. We had to handle statistically these heterogeneities of sample size and years across datasets, which I will discuss soon. Before that, let me present the conditions that affected the data collection. In the case of Ethiopia, we consistently had strong local support, and as we will present in Chap. 5. We devoted ourselves to developing comprehensive datasets to examine the nature of the national ecology from multiple perspectives. However, in Ghana, the number of formal companies in the garment production industry was small to begin with. As detailed in Chap. 2. The formal garment production industry has declined because of the cheap imported products since the early 2000s, and the workforce in this field is mostly in the informal sector. A positive effect of this industry characteristic was that we managed to acquire an interesting dataset on informal sector workers in Ghana, which is used for the analysis in Chap. 6. Meanwhile, the formal sector samples ended up being small, 2 companies and their 62 employees. The TVET-side surveys were conducted only in 3 countries, Ethiopia, Ghana, and South Africa. In Pakistan, the Punjab state agencies, which invited us to conduct the survey, did not consider it relevant to give questionnaires and tests to TVET students, and we only received a couple of trainers, responses, and talked with students in some classes. While in Ghana, we had more TVET participants than from companies. In Ethiopia and South Africa, the number of TVET participants was smaller than in the private sector. It was because the number of programs and students majoring in the garment and textile industries was not concentrated in TVET institutions in the cities where the surveys were conducted. 422 Data Handling Methods and Descriptive Statistics. 422-1 Multiple Imputation. When datasets have small samples or uneven representations of subpopulations, multiple imputation can be a powerful tool compared to add fixes such as deletion or single imputation. Deletion removes entire cases with any missing data, which is a simple approach but reduces the analyzable number of samples, thereby weakening statistical power. In contrast, multiple imputations replace missing values with plausible estimates multiple times, creating several complete datasets to analyze. It is a more robust and effective method that uses all available information and better accounts for uncertainty. This is especially important when subgroups have different sample sizes and variables from parts of the survey instruments that do not fully overlap, which is precisely the case of our datasets. In summary, multiple imputation enables us to utilize all available data, accurately reflect uncertainty, and make more equitable comparisons across subgroups with uneven sample sizes or conditions. It avoids the double penalty of biased estimates and reduced power that often occurs when one relies on deletion in unbalanced data structures. Little N. 2019, 1987. Based on Little's test of missing completely at random, the pattern of our missing data was missing at random MAR. When there is no consistent tendency in missing data, and it occurs entirely at random, it means there is no systematic bias in the data. This pattern is considered to be handled effectively by multiple imputation. Accordingly, I dealt with the data by imputing it 30 times for each exploration of statistical modeling. 4222 Item Response Theory, Test Scores Standardization. Regarding the written test scores, instead of using the raw scores, I standardized the respondents' answers to respective test items along a comparable. Each item has a different level of difficulty, resulting in the diversity of test items, capacities to discriminate among the respondents' abilities. That is, too easy questions tend not to have a high probability of distinguishing individual abilities because almost anybody can answer them. Meanwhile, items with excessive difficulty for the general abilities of respondents would also have limited capacity to discriminate, with too few correct responses. Likewise, the level of difficulty and discriminative capacity of each item vary. As a result, a simple comparison of individuals' raw score points becomes an unreliable approach to assessing their abilities, and 2015. Therefore, we ran the two-parameter model of item response theory, IRT. IRT is based on the idea that the probability of a correct response to an item is a mathematical function of the person and item parameters. Based on overall performance on the test, the person parameter is construed as the latent trait of an individual theta, and the item parameter is represented by the location on the difficulty range of all items, item difficulty. Descriptive statistics of industry-side participants. Variable NMSD. Min. Max. Background of respondents. Log age 1571. 3.25. 0.277. 2.56. 4.16. Female 1579. 0.849. 0.36. 0. 1. Household economic 1500. 0. 1. 1.68. 4.91. Education 1537. 0.42. 0.49. 0. 1. Previous work experience 1572. 0.51. 0.5. 0. 1. Respondents' experience at work. Waged 1051. 0. 1. 1.63. 7.73. Supervisor 1549. 0.14. 0.35. 0. 1. Work hours per day 1455. 2.1. 0.23. 0. 6.91. Advice 1543. 0.78. 0.41. 0. 1. Promoted 1568. 0.07. 0.25. 0. 1. OJT attendance 1543. 0.43. 0.49. 0. 1. Characteristics of the company. Foreign invested firm 1602. 0.37. 0.48. 0. 1. Total 1377. 5.5s 1.8. 1.61. 8.33. OJT 986. 5.15s 2.18. 0.69. 10.31. Abilities and perceptions of respondents. Cognitive skills. Cognitive 1602. 0. 0.93. 3.34. 2.81. Vocational 1602. 0. 0.76. 2.07. 2.58. Socio-emotional skills Self-assess 918 0 1 5.03 3.17 Gap 205 0 1 3.82 1.68 Personality traits Openness 1565 3.89 0.83 1 5 1377 0 1 4.49 1.81 Vocational skills Self-assess 1345 0 1 3.6 2.93 Gap 493 0 1 2.54 2.26 Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. And observations M mean, SD standard deviation, OJT on the job training. A log transformed age. B standardized household socioeconomic level. C1 if education is senior secondary or above. D standardized wage after adjusting for inflation. E log transformed total number of employees. F log transformed frequency of OJT provision. G standardized theta scores of the written test. H standardized theta scores on vocational knowledge. I principal component of self-evaluated workplace behavior. J principal component of the employer-employee perception difference on workplace behavior. K factor variable of self-reported personality. L principal component of self-evaluated vocational skills. M principal component of the employer-employee perception difference on vocational skills. Descriptive statistics of TVET-side participants. Variable NMSD. Min. Max. Background of respondents. CVAT 566. 0.378. 0.485. 0. 1. Female 601. 0.827. 0.379. 0. 1. Log age B 562. 3.028. 0.159. 2.639. 3.871. Household economic 523. 0. 0.998. 2.954. 2.188. Previous work experience 597. 0.342. 0.475. 0. 1. Actual and perceived abilities of respondents. Integrated reading maths 620. 0.001. 0.706. 2.597. 1. 620. 0. 0.762. 2.547. 2.302. Practical 157. 0. 0.964. 3.182. 2.182. Self-assess vocational T 266. 0. 1. 3.989. 2.581. Career aspirations and school choice. Reason T via T 457. 0. 1. 1.125. 4.497. Career 470. 0. 1.916. 4.019. Internship 591. 0.404. 0.491. 0. 1. Reason 248. 0. 1. 2.756. 1.673. Note data from the Skills and Knowledge for Youth Program Assessment. And observations, M mean, SD standard deviation, OJT on-the-job training. A 1 if attended the TVET beyond middle level. B log transformed age. C standardized household socioeconomic level. D standardized theta scores of the written test on integrated reading and math. E standardized theta scores of the written test on vocational knowledge. F standardized theta scores of the practical test. G principal component of self-evaluated vocational skills. H principal component of reason for choosing the current TVET school. I principal component of the career prospects. J principal component of trainees' perception of internship. 4223 constituting skills variables. In addition to the scores of the written test, which measures the cognitive skills of workers and TVET trainees, there are variables on vocational technical skills and skills, as conceptualized in Fig. 1.2. While there are various possibilities for processing skills-related data to construct variables for different analytical purposes, in this chapter, I constructed several variables related to skills and perceptions of skills. As the details of the module for collecting these data were presented in Chap. 3, I will simply explain here how I process them to be incorporated into the analysis as variables. Skills encompass both socio-emotional and psychological aspects. In terms of socio-emotional skills, our module features a 27-item scale, which is used identically in questionnaires for different groups of stakeholders, including employers, employees, TVET trainers, and students. In general, I constructed factor variables to represent socio-emotional skills by conducting principal component analysis, PCA. In Table 4.2, the variable self-assess behavior represents employees' self-evaluation of their own socio-emotional skills, while GAP behavior is based on the comparison of employers' expectations and employees' self-evaluations. Regarding the psychological aspect of skills, we adopted the established scale of the Big Five personality traits and asked respondents 24 questions. There is a standard formula for calculating the scores for the 5 personality traits. However, we often encountered situations where most of the personality variables constructed in this way did not demonstrate any meaningful impact on the models. Meanwhile, when we developed factor variables using 24 personality items, they often showed significant results. Several studies have highlighted the limitations of using the Big Five scale with participants from non-Western societies. Al. 2001, Al. 2015, Al. 2013. In a similar vein, I acknowledge the possibility that the scale may not fully capture the personalities of the participants in this study. Therefore, while I attempted to utilize the variables representing 5 personality traits in their original constructs, I also developed factor variables using the same 24 items through PCA. The variable openness, as shown in Table 4.2, was the only Big Five item that demonstrated statistical significance in the models tested in this chapter. Otherwise, I used the variable of personality traits derived from the PCA named personality. In Table 4.2, I have another category of skills-related variables, perceptions of vocational skills. Similar to the variables on socio-emotional skills explained above, variables named self-assess, vocational, and GAP, vocational, are constructed through the PCA of 40 question items about vocational skills. Self-assess, vocational, represents employees' self-evaluation of their vocational skills, while GAP, vocational, indicates gaps between employers' expectations and employees' self-evaluation. Self-assess, vocational TV, in Table 4.3 is the TVET trainees' self-evaluation of their vocational skills. Still another group of perception-based variables using the PCA factor points is shown in Table 4.3. Variables named reason, internship show TVET students' perceptions about important aspects of internship, namely the practical training at the industrial sites. Also, reason, TVET school, is a factor variable that represents the respondent's reason for selecting the TVET institution they belong to. And career prospect is the principal component of the respondent's career prospect after graduation from the current TVET institution. 4224 Socioeconomic Index and Standardizing Monetary Variables. The socioeconomic background of the household often influences the opportunities and experiences that young workers and students have. At the same time, it is difficult for young people to report the total income of their households in cash values. To overcome this challenge, a common practice in social surveys is to provide a list of home appliances and commodities from which respondents select those their families possess. Following the approach of and 2006, I conducted a PCA of the 10 items whose possessions were reported by respondents. Then the predicted primary factor variable was standardized by country, the variable named household economic level in Table 4.2. Another group of variables that required standardization was those in monetary values. Salaries are important variables to determine the labor market outcomes of workforce. To make them comparable, I first adjusted the salaries for inflation using the respective currency's rate. Then I converted them to US dollars at the 2023 exchange rate, the year when the latest surveys were conducted. The variable named wage is thus created. Companies also provided information in monetary terms, such as sales and costs. Although I used other variables to indicate workplace characteristics, I did not incorporate these monetary variables into the analysis presented in this chapter, but they would have required similar cross-currency standardization if I had decided to use them. 4225 Descriptive Statistics. Tables 4.2 and 4.3 show all variables used for the statistical models presented in this chapter. Table 4.2 summarizes the variables from the survey datasets of companies and their employees, while Table 4.3 presents those from TVET institutions and their students. Except for the variables whose constitution processes are explained above, there are variables related to individual respondents' backgrounds and the characteristics of microecologies of development. For the analysis of company employees, I used variables of their age, gender, educational background, and previous work experience. Regarding their experience after being employed in the current company, several variables are used. They include whether they have ever been promoted, whether they receive regular advice from superior staff, whether they are ranked as a supervisor or higher, and their weekly work hours. Furthermore, variables indicating company characteristics are also included, such as whether the company is foreign invested or local, the total number of employees, and the frequency of on-the-job training offered. Regarding TVET students, I also included the variable of their academic year, grade level, in the TVET program in the analysis. The age of the participants varied from 13 to 64, with the highest average age in South Africa at 30.78 compared to the overall average of 26.82. Except for Ethiopia, where the majority of employees are young females with less than 5 years of standard deviation, SD, in 3 other countries the SD reaches as high as 8.5–10 years, including significant outliers. This fact suggests the relative homogeneity of Ethiopian participants, who included many people drafted from rural communities after completing basic education to work at large export-oriented companies. At the same time, to avoid the inconsistent effect of the variable age, I converted its values into logarithms. As for TVET trainees, the age disparities were much smaller, with a mean of 20.95 and an SD of 3.76 years. However, for the sake of standardization between Dataset 1 and Dataset 2, I also converted the TVET trainees' age values into logarithms. In addition, I rescaled the raw values into logarithms for company-provided variables, namely total employees and OJT frequency, so that relationships become more linear, interpretable, and statistically well-behaved. Another variable that would require precaution is female, which reflects the industry's globally common characteristic, 84.9% of employees and 82.7% of TVET students are female. Due to this significant female dominance, as I will discuss later, the variable female did not signal any unique effects on the patterns of development within this industry. 4.2.3 The Analytical Framework. First, this chapter attempts to test, using cross-sectional data, whether the types of abilities rewarded in the labor market in the form of wages are similar to those taught in school, and if there are any differences, what makes such differences. In an earlier paper, and 2022, using our data from the 2016-17 Ethiopia survey, we demonstrated the differential impacts of the years of education and various skills on the labor market outcomes, wages of survey participants. The results indicated that the schooling record is a significant determinant of the level of basic cognitive skills. Meanwhile, labor market outcomes are more dependent on the employees and practical skills. Given that one of the objectives of our project was to provide an evidence-based and detailed discussion of the impacts of pre-employment school-based education and work experience separately, the publication of this paper marked a significant milestone for us. At the same time, our discussion was limited to one survey conducted in a particular country. It remains to be examined whether the patterns we found with the 2016-17 Ethiopian samples are generalizable across the board. Therefore, the following two hypotheses are to examine the generalizability of our earlier findings. Education before employment and learning at work have different impacts on labor market outcomes, and this is so across contexts. Hypothesis 2. And practical abilities are stronger predictors of labor market outcomes, while the individual's levels of cognitive skills are linked more closely with pre-employment education. The above two hypotheses are deductive, oriented to confirm what can also be safely assumed in other Asian and African countries, based on the cross-sectional analysis of surveys from 4 countries. Meanwhile, another appeal of realist-constructivism, which I repeated in the earlier part of this volume, is its ability to match them with inductive analysis of diverse microecologies. It is not common for a constructivist scholar to provide hypotheses, because imposing assumptions based on findings and observations elsewhere on the unique cases is considered a sign of deduction. However, to enhance the clarity of my discussion, I will provide a set of perspectives on inductive exploration, somewhat parallel to the two hypotheses above. Sociocultural, productive, or structural regulatory mechanisms contribute to the uniqueness of some national and firm-level ecologies on individuals' development. In an earlier paper, 2023, I compared the skill compositions and their relationships to the labor market outcomes of formal sector employees in Ghana, 2018-19, and Ethiopia, 2016-17. While its findings about the effects of cognitive and technical skills are consistent not only between the two countries but also with other analyses by our team, a unique contribution of this paper was its discussion about characteristics of skills, which are found and evaluated differently according to the contexts, because of the culture, work environment, and employers' expectations. At that time, I could not delve deeper to untangle the kind of generative mechanisms that cause such differences in skills between participants from 2 countries. With samples from 2 more countries, in this chapter, I will try to examine the determinants and nature of variations more closely. Another explorative perspective relates to the psychology of stakeholders, which determines the nature of microecologies of development. A unique feature of realist constructivism is its attention not only to the ontology of development, but also to its epistemology. Human abilities are developed based on the career aspirations and self-evaluation of individuals, in response to social norms and expectations from peers and supervisors, which are transmitted through interactions. How people perceive the necessity and quality of each other's abilities are important determinants of what is actually conducted and experienced. As shown in tables 4.2 and 4.3, we have many variables that represent the perceptions of different groups of participants regarding various types of skills. They will allow me to investigate the epistemological aspects of development. Accordingly, my second explorative perspective reads as follows. The psychology of stakeholders and their mutual influence determines the nature of microecologies and the abilities of the workforce appreciated within them. To test hypotheses 1 and 2 through deductive analysis, I developed statistical models using ordinary least squares, OLS. Each OLS model is imputed 30 times, as explained above, to avoid the bias caused by differences in subgroup sizes and variable coverage. To compare the determinants of outcomes in the labor market and school-based education, I run 2 parallel regression models, one using the wage as the dependent variable model and another using the total written test score as the dependent variable model B. In these models, wages and test scores are considered proxies for the outcomes of exposure to the labor market and education, respectively. For these models, I adopted 2-stage OLS to address firm-level endogeneity. It was done so that, in the course of analysis, the firm variable was noticed to cause significant bias to the experience and abilities of the workforce. It suggests the importance of microecologies of development. At the same time, this fact becomes noise when one tries to grasp the general picture. Therefore, while I developed the third model, Model C, to examine the firm microecologies, which I will explain soon, the 2 models to examine the general patterns of labor market and educational outcomes I controlled for the firm-level effects. Models A and B are estimated according to the following equation. In addition to Model A and B, I run the third model to examine the characteristics of firms that frequently conduct on-the-job training, Model C. Much literature suggests that on-the-job training has positive effects on improving the and technical abilities of the workforce in the Global South. Al. 2023-2005. However, the effects of such interventions by firms to promote learning at work have not been examined in comparison to other conditions that enable the young workforce to develop there. Therefore, the third model attempts to unravel the characteristics of the microecologies within firms, which, according to the literature, are conducive to developing employees. The equation is as follows. As it was difficult to conduct close examinations of the ontology and epistemology of microecologies using OLS, I also employed intergroup comparisons of SD means and factor loadings of principal components of perceptions on different types of skills. SD is a standardized measure of the difference between 2 means. Unlike t-tests or ANOVA 2, which report statistical significance of group differences based on raw data, it expresses the magnitude of the difference between groups in terms of standard deviations. Standardized differences allow comparisons across datasets with different scales, which is effective for this cross-sectional study. In the following sections, I will first discuss the findings in relation to the deductive hypotheses, and then gradually shift attention to the in micro levels to identify some factors that make certain ecologies peculiar based on the 2 exploratory perspectives provided above. In addition, while the majority of the discussion will focus on the industry-side ecologies, the chapter will also explore the perceptions of TVET trainers and students regarding employable skills and the efficacy of industry-attached internships. 4.3 How country and firm-level contexts shape skills. This section focuses on the findings from industry-side data, Dataset 1 in Table 4.1, while the discussion in Sect. 4.4 will be based on TVET-side data, Dataset 2 in Table 4.2. As I mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, our module is designed to grasp the multidirectional influences of ecologies and generative mechanisms, encompassing not only ontological factual data, but also detailed data on perceptions from multiple groups of stakeholders, thereby bridging the supply and demand sides, as well as ontology and epistemology. Due to the operational conditions, we were only able to obtain the dataset that enables us to conduct such linked analysis directly in Ethiopia, which will be presented in Chap. 5. Meanwhile, what I present in this and the next sections of this chapter are separate analyses of the supply and demand sides. In addition to data directly produced through our module, we collected numerous policy documents and observed firms and schools, as presented in Chap. 2, which serve as rich circumstantial evidence to support a comprehensive discussion. Therefore, I will synthesize the findings from both sides after respective discussions. 4.3.1 Wage determinants, school Vs. On-the-job training. Determinants of wage, test scores, and firm-level ecologies. Coefficients. Wage. B. Cognitive ability. C. OJT frequency. Age 0.013, 0.008, 0.005, 0.004, 0.003, 0.003. Household economic level 0.019, 0.068, 0.03, 0.051, 0.002, 0.006. Education level 0.093, 0.12, 0.269, 0.061, 0.032, 0.041. Previous work experience 0.273, 0.122, 0.068, 0.063, 0.034, 0.043. Supervisor 0.582, 0.35, 0.041, 0.124, 0.093, 0.083. Work hours per day 0.507, 0.264, 0.079, 0.176, 0.354, 0.119. Advice 0.045, 0.107, 0.002, 0.007, 0.27, 0.038. Promoted 0.581, 0.25, 0.086, 0.143, 0.016, 0.096. OJT attendance 0.006, 0.06, 0.041, 0.029, 0.31, 0.019. Total employees 0.018, 0.067, 0.006, 0.034, 0.186, 0.023. Vocational 0.246, 0.096, 0.549, 0.037, 0.01, 0.025. Openness 0.235, 0.08, 0.221, 0.036, 0.023, 0.024. Pakistan 0.615, 0.286, 1.14, 0.078, 0.157, 0.052. Constant 3.786, 0.693, 0.426, 0.374, 0.591, 0.252. No. Of imputed cases 1602, 1602, 1602. Prob F0000. 0, 0. Notes standard errors in parentheses. No. Of imputations 30. P01, P005, P001. Omitted in all models due to the lack of variation. Model A, which uses the wage as the dependent variable, shows that the labor market rewards the workers for their experience and vocational knowledge. The employees who receive higher wages are older, with the variable age being significant 0.03 at P01. These older employees are rewarded because they have more experience. Having worked in the same industry before being employed at the current company is a significant predictor of higher wages, previous work experience being significant with a coefficient of 0.273 at P001. In addition to the experience, they possess good theoretical knowledge of their vocational field, vocational ability, 0.246 at 0.05. They are also characterized by the personality that looks for new and diverse opportunities and is too creative to maintain familiar routines, openness, 0.235 at P001. While it is not hard to imagine their mutual relationship, people with better wages tend to have experienced promotion in the current company, promoted 0.581 at P0.05, and being in a supervisory position, supervisor, 0.582 at P01. They also work longer hours than others, work hours per day, 0.507 at P01. Years of education, education level, or households, socioeconomic background, household economic level, do not affect the individual's evaluation in the garment production firms in the surveyed 4 countries. Now let's turn to Model B, which investigates the determinants of the total scores on the written test. Interestingly, most of the variables that demonstrated their significance in Model A did not have any impact on Model B, except for the theoretical knowledge, vocational ability, 0.549 at P001, and openness to new and creative experience, openness, 0.221 at P001. Among many other insignificant variables, education level stood out to be a strong predictor of written test score, 0.269 at P001. In sum, determinants of the total test score are contrasting to those of wage. People who get high scores in the written test, which is the measurement of cognitive skills, are those who stayed longer in school, which is the pre-employment education. Employees who are good at the written test have no guarantee of being successful in the labor market, except that the test scores from the section on vocational knowledge alone have a positive effect on wages. As I have explained in Chap. 3, the written test consists of 4 sections: basic mathematics, reading, integration of math and reading, and vocational knowledge. At first, I included the scores for each of these 4 sections in the models sequentially. In terms of Model A, all scores other than that for vocational knowledge, vocational ability, including the total of 4 sectional ones, were insignificant. Meanwhile, for Model B, as a matter of course, 4 sections of the written test scores are significantly related to the total score, and because the latter is the sum of the former, including that on vocational knowledge. It is noteworthy that the personality trait of openness is a significant predictor of both the labor market outcomes, wage, and educational outcomes test score. In fact, this personality trait is found to be significant throughout our study. See, for example, Chap. 6 of this volume. Earlier in this chapter, I questioned the applicability of the Big 5 personality scale and its formula to constitute indicators of the personality traits in non-Western contexts. Thus, I decided to develop factor variables through the PCA of 24 personality-related question items to capture local realities more closely. Meanwhile, the fact that openness was the only variable that was constituted according to the Big 5 calculation formula and demonstrated statistical significance across the board suggests its universal importance for success in either a work or academic environment. Lastly, Model C will provide us with insights into the microecologies within the firms regarding on-the-job training. The firms that offer OJT opportunities more frequently are likely to have workers who ask for advice from their superiors and colleagues, advice 0.354 at 001, and have attended a variety of OJT programs, OJT attendance 0.31 at P001. The workers in the companies which offer OJT frequently tend also to work longer hours, work hours per day, 0.344 at P001. Such companies tend to be big in scale, total employees, 0.186 at P001, including many export-oriented foreign invested firms. As I will discuss later, whether a firm is export or locally oriented is a significant determinant of its microecology. Here we confirm that the company's commitment to OJT is a significant enabler for employees to seek opportunities for learning by asking for advice and becoming more involved in their work. Such an environment is likely to be found in large export-oriented ones. The above findings from 3 regression models support hypotheses 1 and 2. Models A and B indicate the differential determinants of labor market outcomes and educational outcomes, hypothesis 1. In terms of categories of human abilities in the workplace, rewards are determined by technical and vocational knowledge, practical skills developed through experience, and skills such as openness to learning new things and innovating. Meanwhile, for the sake of acquiring higher-level cognitive skills, education before employment is a significant determinant, hypothesis 2. Additionally, the frequent provision of OJT by firms is a strong predictor of enabling microecologies, where employees are motivated to learn and adapt to the environment proactively. Now that I have confirmed the 2 hypotheses to be generally applicable to the garment production industry in the Global South, it is time to discuss contextual variations and their determinants. 432 Context matters for skills development. Exploratory perspective 1, which I presented above, is to untangle sociocultural, productive, or structural regulatory mechanisms that contribute to the uniqueness of some national and firm-level ecologies on individuals' development. In this section, I will examine the factors that cause differences among subgroups using statistical data from 4 countries, employing different classifications, such as country, firm ownership, or employment status. 432.1 Country-level contexts. One thing I haven't discussed so far, despite its obviousness in Table 4.4, is the peculiarities exhibited by the variable Pakistan in all 3 models. The reason for not discussing it was that a sign of the uniqueness of a national ecology was not a focus of the deductive testing of hypotheses 1 and 2. Variables representing all 4 countries are included in the estimations, but only that for Pakistan remains significant throughout 0.614, 1.14, and 0.157 at P001 for models A, B, and C. It is also notable to see that in Model A, the Pakistan factor was strongly positive, whereas in the 2 other models, it was strongly negative. In a nutshell, the ecology of the Pakistani garment production industry depicted by these models is that it rewards the workforce highly by experience, job-related knowledge, and work hours, whose employees' level of cognitive skills is significantly lower than their counterparts in other countries, and relatively fewer companies are enthusiastic about on-the-job training for employees. Here, to avoid misunderstanding, I would like to clarify that exploration is not to judge the overall quality of a country's workforce or industry. What is described here is the nature of the ecology surrounding the skills development of garment production workers, as shared among Pakistani firms that participated in the survey. Comparison of skills determinant between Pakistan and the other 3 countries. Plotted boxes indicate D values for respective variables. As is already evident in Model B of Table 4.4, the total scores of the written test, cognitive ability, 1.29, are significantly lower among Pakistani participants. In a way, it reflects the fact that Pakistan's school rates are lower, as discussed in Chap. 2. However, the general trends of secondary and tertiary education growth in Pakistan are not so different from those in Ethiopia, 35.17 versus 34.87 for secondary, 8.61 Vs. 9.28 for tertiary, see Table 2.2. Regardless, Pakistani participants' cognitive skills are significantly lower. One may attribute this to the unique sociocultural mechanism of Pakistani society, which tends to discourage females from engaging in activities outside the home, including learning. This topic will be discussed in more detail in Chap. 6. Another notable characteristic is that Pakistani companies which participated in the survey are generally smaller in size than those in other countries' total employees, 0.82. As I discussed regarding Model C of Table 4.4, smaller companies tend not to offer their employees many opportunities for OJT frequency, 0.63. On the one hand, the environment is conducive for workers who make efforts, as it promotes and pays relatively higher wages compared to the majority of companies in other countries. On the other hand, they tend not to be large enough to regularly and systematically implement OJT for their employees internally. Based on observations in various locations, I have repeatedly drawn attention to the fact that the small and medium enterprises, SMEs, tend not to have capacity to provide employee training on their own and are the primary clients of on- and off-the-job training offered by formal educational institutions, such as Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET, for example, AL. 2018. This is so because large companies, particularly those foreign invested and incorporated into the global value chain, train their own employees according to their specific technical and behavioral requirements. This is the case of a tight internal labor market, as explained in Sect. 2.2 in Chap. 2. Here we see the intersection between productive and structural regulatory mechanisms on workforce development. While it is generally observed that the major clients of TVET-based training are SMEs, the positions of SMEs in the industry vary across different national economies. A characteristic of the Pakistani garment industry is that, although garment production is the driving force behind exports, employing 40% of the labor force, it is largely engaged by SMEs rather than mega foreign direct investment (FDI) companies. Meanwhile, in other countries, particularly in Ethiopia, the industry is dualized between the domestic and export markets, with the former occupied by SMEs and the latter by large companies. In summary, as widely promoted by international agencies, enhancing the synergy between educational institutions and the industry is crucial, particularly by refining TVET programs for SMEs, see Sect. 2.3 in Chap. 2. This is a matter of structural regulatory mechanisms. Meanwhile, the types and levels of abilities required for employees are determined by the business relationships in which the company is enmeshed. Alignment of TVET programs with SMEs demands would mean different orientations depending on the positions of SMEs, which require a close understanding of the productive mechanisms. As explained in Chap. 3, half of our Pakistani survey participants are home-based informal workers, whereas the other half are full-time employees of formal companies. For the analysis in this chapter, I included only those who were employed full-time. However, the significant contribution of home-based informal workers in this industry's workforce should be considered as an element characterizing the Pakistani ecology and its productive and socio-cultural mechanisms. 4.322 Variations of school effects. According to the analysis presented in Table 4.4, in general, years of schooling did not significantly influence wages. However, unlike vocational and skills, whose significant impact on wages is constantly confirmed, the years of schooling are found to have mixed effects when comparing countries. For example, when I compared the 2016-17 Ethiopian and 2018-19 Ghanaian data, the education level variable demonstrated a significant impact on wages in Ghana, but not in Ethiopia, 2023. Since garment production is a labor-intensive industry that employs a large number of less schooled people, particularly in the countries where this industry is export-oriented and a part of the global value chain, such as Ethiopia and Pakistan, the influence of education level on wages is muted. Meanwhile, in Ghana and South Africa, where garment exports are less dominant and school education is more prevalent, we see greater diversity among employees in terms of educational backgrounds. Evidencing this observation in Dataset 1, 59.3% of Ghanaian participants attended senior secondary education or higher, followed by 55.4% in South Africa, 40.3% in Pakistan, and 38.5% in Ethiopia. The wage effects of years of schooling are primarily attributed to the fact that it is often used as a criterion for hiring and salaries. Keep and James, 2010, particularly when employers cannot precisely evaluate the abilities of individuals. Therefore, when the workforce has diverse educational backgrounds, the level of certificates tends to affect the level of initial salaries. Moreover, because it is unlikely that salaries increase steeply in a short period, the initial amount decided based on years of schooling has lasting effects on firm wage differences. At the same time, as I demonstrated, 2023, wage increases after employment are determined by vocational and skills, as well as experience. In sum, initial salary tends to be influenced by the signaling effect of educational certificates, whereas vocational performance, job-related attitudes, and skills determine the rewards after employment. When educational opportunities are unequal and vertical dispersion is high, school education variables affect wages. Given that wage increases after employment are determined by abilities rather than a record of education, one can say that the maturity and prevalence of the education system influence the initial conditions of labor market outcomes. The education system is a key building block of the structural regulatory mechanism. This fact suggests that the structural regulatory conditions of respective countries significantly influence the nature of national ecologies. 4323 Firm-level contexts, company owners' characteristics. Ethiopian participants in our surveys involved workers from both foreign-invested large companies in the industry parks and SMEs. Investors originate from diverse backgrounds and bring their own cultural perspectives on employee management, including training and promotion. Therefore, comparing the companies by ownership, specifically whether they are foreign-invested or locally owned, provides us with interesting insights into firm-level ecologies regarding workforce development. For other countries, we don't have as comprehensive data on FDI companies as we do in Ethiopia, but we can still make some firm-level comparisons cross-sectionally. Comparison of foreign-invested firms' skills development ecologies and domestic ones. Plotted boxes indicate D values for respective variables. The situation that we can delineate from this is that many young girls with less education and experience are employed in groups, receive intensive training, and are assigned to work on the large floor alongside other workers. Workers are relatively passive and tend to follow orders rather than suggest improvements. It is a phenomenon that has been reported for years from different parts of the world, particularly in labor-intensive light export industries such as garment production. It is sometimes criticized for offering low wages and harsh labor conditions, which can lead to high employee turnover. 2020, Hale and Wills, 2005. Our data does not provide us with any details about the employees, living conditions, and career prospects. However, we have heard from Ethiopian officials about the challenges of high workforce turnover in industrial parks, which are not often discussed in relation to SMEs. They highlight the role of training in enhancing the motivation and capacities of employees so that they will be promoted and stay longer in FDI firms. Here, the expectations for training programs differ fundamentally from those for SMEs, which predominantly focus on the technological and vocational aspects of. Comparison of microecologies of East Asian invested firms and those of other investors in Ethiopia. Plotted boxes indicate D values for respective variables. In contrast to the overall pattern of FDI firms employing younger and less educated youths with lower wages, East Asian investors exhibit unique characteristics. Employees of East Asian investment firms are older, age 0.37, with higher levels of education level 0.08, and longer previous work experience 0.25. In line with the findings from Model B in Table 4.4, the higher level of education is associated with better test scores, cognitive ability 0.18, and vocational ability 0.15. Their wages tend to be higher than those of other FDI firms, wage 0.25. While East Asian investment firms are likely to employ people with higher levels of previous education and experience, offering better salaries, they invest less in OJT frequency 0.24. The chance of promotion after employment is less to supervisor 0.17 and promoted 0.12. To summarize, East Asian investors appear to prefer having better prepared individuals from the outset, with good initial salaries. However, the upskilling seems to be the responsibility of individual workers rather than that of the employer, as there is a lower chance of OJT and promotion. In such a case, the internal labor market of the firm will be less tight, and employees tend to be motivated to develop more generic skills to appeal to the external labor market for job opportunities. Fig. 2.3 in Chap. 2. The magnitude of such differences within the group of FDI firms would be smaller than the general contrast between SMEs and FDI firms. Additionally, the East Asian investor characteristics captured here may not align perfectly with the stereotype of their corporate culture, which is often described by a commitment to lifelong employment and extensive in-house training, 1997-1987. Probably the practices of East Asian investors in the Ethiopian garment industry are influenced by the specific positions of their production bases in the global value chain or the strategy of the multinational corporate network. While it is beyond the scope of this volume to specify the causes of these characteristics of multinational businesses, it is noteworthy that the microecologies of firms differ not only between domestic and FDI firms, but also among FDI firms, and that such characteristics are somewhat shared among investors from the same region. It is another case of firm-level variations caused by a socio-cultural mechanism, which is, at the same time, conditioned by an productive mechanism that determines the firm's positions in the global market. Lauder al. 2008 highlighted the roles of multinational corporations, MNCs, in shaping the nature of the labor market within the global economy. Based on the analysis of our data, I would like to call attention to the fact that there are significant variations among the labor markets and skills demands created by MNCs, which cannot be explained by the general interaction of state policies and MNCs' strategies. In summary, the comparative findings presented in this section demonstrate how the development of among garment workers is influenced by the broader ecologies in which firms and workers are embedded. The Pakistani case highlights how sociocultural norms and SME-dominated industrial structures can limit both cognitive skill formation and opportunities for systematic on-the-job training, while still rewarding experience and effort within firms. By contrast, large foreign-invested firms tend to organize labor through group recruitment and standardized training regimes, although often under conditions associated with high turnover rates. Meanwhile, variation among FDI firms themselves, such as the preference of East Asian investors to recruit more educated and experienced workers while offering limited internal skill upgrading, demonstrates that firm-level strategies are also conditioned by owners, cultural orientations, and positions in global value chains. Together, these patterns underscore that workforce are co-constructed through the interaction of national education systems, firm size, ownership structures, and the demands of global production networks. Recognizing these layered mechanisms is therefore essential when considering how skill development policies and training interventions can be effectively aligned with the realities of different industrial and institutional contexts. Now, based on these observations of country and firm-level ecologies conditioned by generative mechanisms, I will consider the psychologies of stakeholders in the next section. Supported by evidence, the section aims to deepen the discussion about exploratory perspective 2 I presented earlier, namely, the psychology of stakeholders and their mutual influence determines the nature of microecologies and the abilities of the workforce appreciated within them. 4.3.3 Psychology of Abilities and the Epistemology of Skills Gap. The differences in perceptions of skills among stakeholders lead to divergent understandings of the same realities surrounding workforce development, resulting in epistemological skills gaps. Initially, gaps are predominantly epistemological. As much as the human abilities themselves are intangible, their gaps are too. However, the mismatch of such imagined needs and expectations for employable abilities constitutes the characteristics of the microecologies and takes the ontological shapes of operational measures and arrangements for promotion, training, or discipline. This, in turn, will affect the psychology of workers-learners willing to align with expectations and achieve better outcomes. Thus, the analysis of psychology regarding work-related abilities is an important building block for realist constructivism, which links the ontology of development with its epistemology. For the analysis in this section, I used variables that represent the perceptions of different groups of survey participants regarding various types of skills, as shown in Table 4.2. Similar to the previous section, which discussed the general trends regarding the effects of generative mechanisms and national and firm-level ecologies, This section will begin with deductive findings, followed by a more nuanced and inductive discussion of the psychology of abilities in different contexts. For the former discussion, I will use principal components of questionnaire items as skills-related variables, which depict their latent commonalities. Meanwhile, in the latter analysis, I will examine the questionnaire items more closely to unravel the different positionalities of employers and employees, as well as the national characteristics. 4331 Perceptions and Labor Market Outcomes. Influence of workers' self-evaluations and employers' expectations on labor market outcomes. Coefficients. Wage. Cognitive ability. OJT frequency. Self-assess behavior. 0.167. 0.08. 0.014. 0.046. 0.158. 0.104. Self-assess vocational. 0.137. 0.071. 0.03. 0.041. 0.214. 0.098. Gap behavior. 0.186. 0.11. 0.009. 0.064. 0.282. 0.145. Gap vocational. 0.324. 0.088. 0.079. 0.05. 0.328. 0.126. Personality. 0.249. 0.099. 0.134. 0.057. 0.227. 0.124. Constant. 0.026. 0.094. 0.863. 0.055. 1.524. 0.122. No. Of cases imputed. 1602. 1602. 1602. Prob F0000. 0. 0. Notes standard errors in parentheses. No. Of imputations 30. P01. P005. P001. Variables on perceptions about skills which I used for this analysis are self-assess behavior, gap behavior, personality, self-assess vocational, and gap vocational, table 4.2. Variables with the prefix self-assess indicate that they are the principal components of employees' self-evaluation of their abilities. Meanwhile, those with the prefix gap are the principal components of the difference between the employer's and employee's response, which shows the perception gap between the two. Self-assess behavior and gap behavior are based on the 27 questionnaire items regarding the socio-emotional skills behavior at the workplace. Self-assess vocational and gap vocational are constituted from 27 items on vocational skills. And personality is the principal component of the 24 items on personality traits. As for personality, we only have a self-evaluation variable because it is not feasible to ask employers to specify their expectations for employees' personality traits generally. In Table 4.5, Modela demonstrates that higher self-evaluations of workplace behavior, 0.167, P005, and vocational skills, 0.137, P01, positively contribute to the wage. At the same time, the gap between these employees' self-evaluation and employers' expectations has an adverse effect, 0.186 at P01 for behavior, and 0.324 at P001 for vocational skills. Personality is also a significant determinant of wage, 0.249 at P005. In sum, having confidence in one's socio-emotional and vocational skills is a positive predictor of wage. Meanwhile, if such confidence is not in line with the expectations of the employers, it leads to a mismatch of expectations, skills gap, and negatively affects the labor market outcomes. Confirming the findings in Table 4.4, Model B again shows that written test scores, cognitive skills, have little to do with firm dynamics and the psychologies of stakeholders. It is only the personality of the individuals that positively correlates with the test scores. Model C provides an interesting contrast to Model A. Suggests that the bigger expectation gaps at the level of individual employees have a negative impact on their own reward in the form of wages. On the other hand, when the skills gaps are large but employees are not confident that they have enough abilities, the companies tend to offer more OJT. Thus, the dependent variable OJT frequency is positively correlated with two gap variables, gap behavior 0.282 at 0.1 and gap vocational 0.328 at P005, but negatively correlated with employees' self-evaluation. The variable self-assess vocational is significant at 0.05 level with the coefficient of 0.214. While the coefficient of another self-evaluation variable, self-assess behavior, is not statistically significant, it is also negatively correlated. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the personality variable is negatively correlated with the likelihood that the company offers the OJT. What does it mean that the personality positively affects the wages but negatively predicts the frequency of companies' OJT offers? I will investigate this question in the following subsection. So far, we have found a general picture that perception gaps regarding important skills between employers and employees are significant determinants of both individual wages and the nature of the firm's microecology. At the same time, the mechanisms by which perception gaps affect wages and the company's human resources development are contrasting. On the one hand, individual employees' confidence in their capacities positively predicts their wages, while the larger skills perception gaps negatively impact their wages. On the other hand, companies become more willing to provide OJT when there are larger perception gaps and lower confidence among employees. Meanwhile, employees' cognitive skills appear not to be influenced by the workplace environment or the expectations of employers, at least in the case of floor workers in the garment production industry. 4.332 Skills perceptions as the ecological characteristics of firms and countries. Differential perceptions of workplace behavior in firm and country-level ecologies. Notes: values in cells are factor loadings for the principal component. Items with the three largest factor loadings are highlighted for each respective column. Differential perceptions of workplace behavior in firm and country-level ecologies. Notes: values in cells are factor loadings for the principal component. Items with the three largest factor loadings are highlighted for each respective column. CAD computer-aided design. Differential perceptions of workplace behavior in firm and country-level ecologies. Notes: values in cells are factor loadings for the principal component. Items with the three largest factor loadings are highlighted for each respective column. Item 12 is a reverse question, which means that the larger the value, the less the person is characterized by this item. These tables list the questionnaire items that have high factor loadings for different groups of participants. The designs of the tables are identical. The first column indicates the highly loaded items that constitute the variables for all employee participants, namely, self-assess behavior for Table 4.6, self-assess vocational for Table 4.7, and personality for Table 4.8. The second column represents the components of the overall difference in perceptions between employers and employees, namely, gap behavior and gap vocational. From the third to the rightmost column, I provided the results of the PCA on employees' self-evaluations for the national subgroups, namely Pakistan, Ethiopia, Ghana, and South Africa 3, by conducting this series of PCAs for different subgroups. I aim to highlight the characteristics of socio-emotional, personality, and vocational skills, which tend to be influenced by human interactions embedded in the socio-cultural, productive, and structural regulatory environment. As discussed throughout the volume, atmospheres of microecologies are shaped by a complex interplay of generative mechanisms. Particularly, the differences demonstrated in this section are predominantly psychological and thus also cultural in nature. In their efforts to gain more opportunities and rewards, humans tend to internalize the socially shared norms and values. In firms, employees who meet the expectations of employers, namely with fewer perceived skills gaps, have a better chance of success. Such familiarity with social values can be considered the possession of cultural capital, according to Pierce theory, 1986, which is a sociocultural mechanism in realist-constructivism. Some aspects of employers' expectations are unique to firms, such as the cases of East Asian investors discussed earlier. Meanwhile, there would be some commonalities in a society at large. This will be revealed by comparing the national tendencies in employees' self-evaluations. In all three tables, I highlighted items with the top 3 most significant factor loadings for the respective subpopulations. Upon a quick glance, readers would notice that the patterns of highly loaded items differ across countries and between employers and employees. This fact supports my argument that vocational and skills, the latter being composed of skills and personality traits, are context-dependent. Let us examine each table closely. In Table 4.6, the descriptions of workplace behavior added to the right of the question items are the categories used to develop the question items. As explained in Chap. 3, we established these categories after close consultation with experts and observations of workplaces. While they helped us at the stage of designing the module, guiding us to consider questionnaire items systematically and deductively, these categories may not readily explain the diverse realities in respective ecologies. Still, they would suggest some patterns to us. First, the highlighted items constituting the variable self-assess. Behavior suggests that in general, workers tend to consider their workplace behavior in terms of their capacities to perform tasks autonomously, by predicting market trends 0.7139, solving work-related problems 0.6107, and producing accurate and high-quality outputs 0.6107. Meanwhile, the firm managers' gap behavior are not looking for such autonomy but expect them to work well as members of the organization, with good interpersonal relationships 0.8114, being well-disciplined 0.8496, and completing the required tasks on time 0.8186. Here, we can see the contrast in orientations between employees and employers. Employees want to see themselves as independent planners and implementers, while employers expect them to adapt well to workplace demands and human relationships. Against the generally different positionalities between the two sides of employment, let us now examine the country-level variations. The variables Pakistan, Ethiopia, and South Africa in Table 4.6 suggest that the employees' self-evaluations reflect the atmosphere in which they work. Across 3 countries, good interpersonal relationships and the feeling of being a good fit and acknowledged in the workplace appear to influence their self-evaluation. While the question items that constitute their culturally embedded psychology about workplace behavior differ, we also observe similarities among the 3 countries. Collaboration with colleagues and compliance with orders are commonly adopted workplace attitudes. A slight difference is that workers in Pakistan and Ethiopia tend to prioritize fitting the employer's expectations, whereas South Africans emphasize their abilities to ensure safety at work. Let us now turn to Table 4.7. Out of 40 question items regarding practical vocational skills on garment production, each of which the respondents are to rate, the table only shows those whose factor loadings are among the top 3 for any of the 6 subgroups provided. In the case of employees, they are requested to rate their own abilities, while the employers answered the degree to which they consider these items important. The former category of responses is used for variables self-assess, vocational, Pakistan, Ethiopia, Ghana, and South Africa, while the latter is used for gap, vocational. The column named Level of Occupation Standard refers to the occupation standards of India, South Africa, and Ethiopia, based on which these question items are developed. Level I is the most basic, where workers perform straightforward, repetitive tasks and rely on close guidance. Level II is that of semi-skilled workers, who can perform tasks independently once instructed, but work remains routine. Level III is equivalent to experienced workers who can conduct complex tasks and make informed judgments, and may occasionally supervise others. Level IV is the technician level, where the person can lead and make decisions, in addition to their technical expertise. Similar to the case with the workplace behavior discussed above, workers tend to evaluate themselves as good at high-level autonomous work. In Table 4.7, 2 items among the top 3 factor loadings for self-assess, vocational, are classified in Level IV, while another is in Level III. This is a clear contrast to the expectations of employers, as indicated by the items that characterize the variable gap, vocational, which are all at Level II, a level more basic than levels III and IV. Following the case of workplace behavior, we again notice a skills gap in the perceptions of workers and employers regarding vocational skills. Employers consider that the important skills for their employees require some experience and training, but are still routine, whereas workers consider themselves ready to supervise others and make decisions, having sufficient technical expertise. When the gaps are not too large, having high self-esteem is not necessarily a bad thing, as such a person would likely be motivated to work, which may lead to better job prospects and potentially higher wages. However, when the gaps between their self-esteem and employers' expectations become significant, it may be perceived as culturally uprooted arrogance and negatively affect labor market outcomes. When it comes to the country-level ecologies, the employee's self-esteem appears to be influenced by the productive mechanisms in which the firms are situated. Average monthly wages of the survey participants are $77.20 for Pakistan, $44.61 for Ethiopia, $97.97 for Ghana, and $246.87 for South Africa. Ethiopian participants are the least paid, followed by Pakistani, Ghanaian, and with a considerable interval, South African. This order roughly corresponds to that of GDP-4 per person employed, an indicator of labor productivity, in Table 2.2, except for Pakistan, $17,634, $5,949, $15,994, and $47,905 for Pakistan, Ethiopia, Ghana, and South Africa, respectively. In Pakistan, female labor market participation and educational levels are lower due to socio-cultural mechanisms that tend to discourage women's activities outside the home, regardless of the country's average labor productivity. Pakistani female workers in the garment production industry are likely to be paid significantly less than the national average. In a nutshell, due to the conditions of the garment production industry and socio-cultural mechanisms surrounding the female workforce, expectations for their practical production skills are determined. In Pakistan and Ethiopia, where a large part of the companies are involved in the global value chain and engage in export-oriented mass production, workers tend to be paid less and are expected to have only simple skills sufficient for routine tasks. Accordingly, the items with higher factor loadings for predicting the self-evaluation of workers in these two countries, as shown in Table 4.7, are all at Level I, as they are not expected and not trained for more advanced techniques. They are only confident about basic skills. In Ghana, out of the top 3 items, 2 are at Level III and 1 is at Level IV. In South Africa, 2 are at Level IV, with 1 Level III item. One of the common characteristics of Ghana and South Africa is that these countries have better developed national economies, and wage standards are higher. Another more important factor is that, in these countries, the garment production industry is not particularly successful in exports, and products are primarily intended for the domestic or regional market. This fact suggests that production is less divided, and a worker is often required to engage in multiple tasks. Multitasking suggests not only that a worker must cover a wider range of technical areas, but also that he must be able to make decisions and prioritize tasks at hand. These are more advanced skills than those for simple routine responsibilities. As the final part of the exploration of psychological determinants of development, Table 4.8 unravels the latent characteristics of personality traits as reported by employees. As stated above, we don't have a variable to show the employer's expectations here, because it was not feasible to ask them their preferred personality types for workers in a general term, while personalities are unique to individuals. Also, while the question items are adopted from the established Big Five personality scale, as I stated earlier, out of the 5 personality traits calculated according to the provided formula, it was only openness that had effects on estimation models. That's why I provide the factor loadings of question items here. At the same time, I provide the Big Five categories, next to the question items, in Table 4.8 to guide the discussion on contextual characteristics of personalities. The personality variable represents the overall tendency of self-reported personality across 4 countries. Here again, an item to measure a person's openness is one of the top 3 determinants, 0.667. Another one represents agreeableness, 0.638, and the third one is about conscientiousness, 0.7096. Agreeableness is a personality trait that aligns with the culture of the society, facilitating effective collaboration with others. The fact that agreeableness turned out to be a pillar of the personality variable shows the synergy with the finding that collaborative interpersonal relationships were important characteristics of workplace behaviors. Conscientiousness, which indicates an organized, responsible, and self-disciplined personality, is still another important common characteristic. Regarding the national characteristics of personality traits, the patterns for the 4 countries are not so clearly different, except for Ghana. As for Pakistan, Ethiopia, and South Africa, general patterns are not so different from the overall trend, where agreeableness and conscientiousness are the primary determinants of the characteristics. The Big Five scale allocates the same number of question items to each personality trait, which is 3. In Table 4.8, original 3 items respectively to estimate agreeableness and conscientiousness are all retained. Meanwhile, for extroversion, neuroticism, and openness, only 1 item each has survived. This fact suggests that demonstrating the personality traits of agreeableness and conscientiousness contributes to success in the labor market of the garment production industry in these countries. Ghana is a very peculiar case. While items related to agreeableness and conscientiousness do not significantly affect national characteristics, extroversion, neuroticism, and the reverse item of conscientiousness collectively determine the personality trend of the Ghanaian participants. To make any conclusive arguments, the data is limited. Neuroticism and extroversion appear to indicate opposite types of personality. Meanwhile, an extrovert who is relaxed and sits back, the opposite of being conscientious, may seem to align with a Ghanaian stereotype for some comparative. Or the difference may be attributed to the productive mechanism, which enables Ghanaian workers to perform their tasks more independently based on their own pace. However, this explanation contradicts the earlier observation of vocational skills, in which the productive mechanisms in Ghana and South Africa appear to affect them similarly. In terms of personality traits, South African participants are more similar to Pakistanis and Ethiopians than to Ghanaians. Altogether, the comparative analysis of perceptions of skills, vocational skills, and personality traits highlights that perceptions are not simply individual attributes, but are shaped by the interactions and shared psychologies of employers and employees within specific organizational and national contexts. Employees tend to want to perceive themselves as autonomous contributors, capable of problem-solving and executing high-level tasks, while employers prioritize reliability, disciplined coordination, and interpersonal harmony. The resulting perception gaps influence both wages and firms' decisions to invest in training, thereby shaping the operational and developmental character of workplace microecologies. National patterns further demonstrate how broader sociocultural and productive conditions shape the psychology of ability. In Pakistan and Ethiopia, where production remains highly segmented and wages are lower, workers' self-evaluations tend to focus on basic routine skills. In Ghana and South Africa, with more production and expectations of multitasking, workers report confidence in higher-level, decision-oriented. Personality traits likewise reflect the cultural ecology of work, agreeableness and conscientiousness, traits that support cooperative and reliable participation, are widely valued, while Ghana shows a distinctive configuration shaped by different workplace social dynamics. Taken together, these patterns directly support my exploratory perspective too. The psychology of stakeholders and their mutual perceptions actively shape the microecologies of workplaces, influencing which abilities are recognized, rewarded, and developed. Skills gaps are therefore not merely technical deficits, but socially and culturally constituted phenomena. The abilities appreciated within any firm are co-produced through ongoing interactions between employers' expectations, employees' self-understandings, and the wider environments in which they are embedded. Section 4.3 has demonstrated that workforce development in the garment industry arises from complex interactions among national contexts, firm characteristics, and workplace-level microecologies. Labor market rewards are shaped less by formal educational attainment than by vocational knowledge, accumulated experience, and dispositions such as openness, while the acquisition of cognitive skills is more closely tied to pre-employment schooling. The availability of structured on-the-job training likewise varies significantly, with larger export-oriented firms fostering environments in which workers seek advice, learn from peers, and participate more actively in production processes, in contrast to the more constrained training ecologies of SMEs and informal sector workplaces. Cross-country and ownership-based comparisons further reveal that broader industrial structures and the firm's positions in global value chains condition employers' skill expectations and human resources management. Sociocultural mechanisms of the society in which the firms are located and those of the original societies of investors would also affect the nature of microecologies. The analysis also shows that employers' and employees' psychological orientations towards skills, how they value, interpret, and internalize expectations, play a constitutive role in shaping microecologies. Differing perceptions of abilities among stakeholders shape what is commonly understood as the skills gap and influence the nature of development ecologies. Such gaps are initially epistemological, rooted in subjective interpretations of what counts as competent workplace behavior, vocational proficiency, and desirable personality traits. However, these differences in perception become ontological when they materialize in organizational practices, such as wage setting, promotion, and training. Such is the way that epistemology and ontology shape the microecologies of development, which are experienced by the participants as real. Taken together, these findings suggest that development is not a linear function of training provision, but a dynamic process shaped simultaneously by sociocultural norms, structural regulatory arrangements, production demands, and the psychological negotiations of workplace actors. Building on this insight, Sect. 4.4 turns to the TVET sector to examine the functions that educational institutions play in preparing the workforce's skills, and how such practices relate to the demands of the labor market. 4.4 The Pre-Employment TVET Paradox. The dataset used for this section's analysis is Dataset 2, detailed in Table 4.1. As mentioned earlier, the sampling of TVET participants was less comprehensive than that of the industry side, lacking matching data from Pakistan, and the total number of participants was only 620 from 13 TVET institutions in Ethiopia, Ghana, and South Africa. Thus, Dataset 2 has considerable limitations for cross-sectional analysis. Instead of trying to force an analysis on a fragile basis, I will state only what can be asserted to a reasonable reliability. In our earlier publications, using data from Ethiopia, we evidenced significant divergences in perceptions between TVET trainers and trainees, and 2020, and between TVET trainers and employers, and 2018. However, such detailed comparisons of positionalities and causes of disparities seem not to be feasible with Dataset 2. Thus, I will defer demonstrating the full capacity of our module in analyzing the multifaceted skills gaps until Chap. 5, which focuses on the national ecology of Ethiopia. Even within the constraints of cross-sectional data, I believe the analysis can effectively showcase the potential of the data, which encompasses both the supply and demand sides of the skills market, as collected through standardized instruments, in achieving the goal of realist-constructivism. 441 TVET, Gender and Labor Market Mismatch. Characteristics of female TVET students. DV female. Coefficients. Age 2.304. 0.557. Previous work experience 0.044. 0.109. Household economic level 0.158, 0.079. Practical ability 0.569, 0.078. Integrated reading maths 0.501, 0.125. Vocational 0.066, 0.084. Self-assess vocational 0.209, 0.058. Reason TVAT school 0.095, 0.046. Career prospect 0.006, 0.039. Internship 1.974, 0.388. Reason internship 0.178, 0.099. Constant 6.147, 1.466. No. Of cases imputed 620. Prob F00023. Notes number of imputations 30. Standard errors are in parentheses. DV dependent variable, TVET technical and vocational education and training. P01, P005, P001. Compared to male students who constitute only about 17% of the population, female students are significantly younger, age 2.304 at P001, and from better-off families, household economic level 0.158 at P01. Their written test scores on integrated mathematics and reading strongly positively characterize them. Integrated reading math 0.501 at P001. In contrast, the results of the practical skills tests are significantly lower than male participants' practical ability, 0.569 at P001, and self-evaluation of their vocational skills are also lower. Self-assess, vocational TV, P 0.209 at P001. In the countries where our surveys were conducted, internships, which are referred to by different names in respective countries, such as industrial attachment or cooperative training, arranged by the school, are a requirement for completing the TVET diploma. Therefore, many students have participated in internships, including females internship 1.974 at P001. However, female students don't consider any aspect of training in the industry to be relevant and are not particularly motivated to participate in them. Reason: internship is not statistically significant. These girls are neither characterized by their experience of previous work experience, which is not significant, nor by their scores on the written test of vocational knowledge, vocational, being insignificant. The portrait of the female students here is that they are younger and have proceeded to the TVET institutions soon after junior secondary school without prior work experience. They perform better academically than their male counterparts, but significantly less well in vocational skills. They are also indifferent to a career in the garment production industry. The variable career prospect regarding post-graduation career, which does not show statistical significance, indicates their lack of interest in companies in this field. An interesting trend is the strongly negative relationship between being female and the reason for choosing this school. Reason: TVET school 0.095 at P01. Reason: TVET school is a factor variable derived from principal component analysis, PCA. The question items that characterize this variable items with higher factor loadings include: because school has a good reputation, school is known for good teachers, school has a high pass rate of national examination, and it has good facilities and equipment. The strongly negative effect of this variable suggests that female students are dissatisfied with their schools, teachers, facilities, and reputation. In other words, they wanted to attend secondary schools with higher academic reputations and considered their current school to be an inferior option in the education system. While they don't feel the necessity of vocational preparation for future employment in the garment production industry, it would also not have been an option for them to start work without proceeding to the TVET program. The desire to stay longer in the education system for higher certification can be partly explained by the fact that these girls' families are in a relatively better economic status and presumably more willing to invest in their children's education. As I discussed in Chap. 2, there is a die-hard popular belief prevalent in many societies that vocational tracks are an unfavorable alternative to the general education track, which is the option for those whose exam scores were not enough to enter the general courses. Such an idea is said to be found in societies where the history of school education is shorter and access to education has spread in close ties with job opportunities for schooled people. 1976. As gaining a better diploma is itself a preparation for employment, regardless of the content of knowledge learned in school, learning vocational techniques in school tends not to be a major objective for people with such an attitude. Foster, 1965. As discussed earlier, the shared belief in society affects not only the choices and attitudes of students and their parents, but also the employer's criteria of hiring. Keep and James, 2010. It is one of the effects of sociocultural mechanisms on development ecologies, both in TVET and industry. The discrepancy in perspectives between female TVET students and company employees suggests that, even though policymakers conceptualize them as being part of the same continuum of pre- and an employment workforce in the same industry, in reality, TVET students rarely consider themselves a part of the garment industry ecosystem. The analysis of Table 4.9 also suggests a contrasting picture of male TVET students. Male students tend to have relatively higher practical skills and are older, often with more prior work experience. This portrait indicates the possibility that male students enrolled in TVET have different motivations and backgrounds than their female counterparts. Dataset 2, used for this chapter's analysis, does not allow us to compare motivations for enrolling in the current TVET institutions with those of cohorts who chose different educational and training institutions. However, my past research in Ghana, which tried to untangle the strategies adopted by students of different types of TVET institutions in the same city, 1 under the Ministry of Labor and 3 under the Ministry of Education, demonstrated the differential tendency of students, motivations by the types of TVET institutions, and by their own experience, age, and socioeconomic backgrounds. 2017. In a crude summary, older students with more experience tend to attend school to enhance their prospects for business success with school certificates, although they already possess sufficient technical and business expertise. Meanwhile, younger students, particularly those enrolled in technical high school, consider their school as one of the options within the education system, a stepping stone to the polytechnics or universities. In Table 4.9, using Dataset 2, such differences in motivation coincided with gender, where female, younger students appeared to be oriented towards school-based career development, while male, older students returned to school after accumulating experience and techniques. Here, we observe the complex relationship between the labor market and education, which challenges the underlying assumptions behind the structure and regulations aimed at mitigating the skills gaps in multiple ways. On the one hand, students who desire to acquire higher educational credentials, what matters is that the institution is part of the education system, but curricular content targeted at employment in specific industries is not the central issue of concern. On the other hand, students who return to school to enhance the market value of their expertise and experience with a school credential are not in need of learning outside of their work. Ironically, neither of them takes the technical and vocational skills taught in these schools very seriously. It is an inherent structural regulatory issue with government-led development schemes in many countries of the Global South. Also, it is fundamentally inseparable from the mass distrust in TVET, which is a matter of the sociocultural mechanism. 4.5 Synthesis. This chapter has examined how, among young workers in the garment production industry, are formed and valued at the intersection of education systems, firm-level structures, and broader socioeconomic environments. By applying a realist-constructivist framework to cross-national data from Ethiopia, Ghana, South Africa, and Pakistan, the analysis demonstrated consistent evidence supporting the differential impacts of pre-employment schooling and work-based learning on labor market outcomes. While schooling contributes to cognitive skills, especially those captured in standardized written tests, wages and labor force mobility are more strongly determined by vocational knowledge, practical experience, and abilities, including the personality trait commonly identified as openness. These findings reinforce hypotheses 1 and 2, underscoring that development is cumulative and context-dependent, shaped by the combination of learning experiences before and after employment. At the same time, the inductive exploratory analyses revealed important variations in microecologies, formed through the interaction of sociocultural, productive, and structural regulatory mechanisms. The case of Pakistan illustrates how lower cognitive skills and limited firm-based training coexist with relatively high rewards for experience, reflecting broader patterns of educational access, gender norms, and SME-dominated industrial structures. Comparisons of domestic and foreign-invested firms further highlighted how the structure and scale of firms condition opportunities for skill development, shaping whether learning occurs through systematic OJT or through individual adaptation. Moreover, differences among foreign investors, particularly East Asian firms, illustrated how organizational cultures, managerial norms, and global value chain positions shape expectations regarding autonomy, training, and promotion, thereby creating distinct pathways even within the same national context. A central contribution of this chapter is the clarification that development is not solely an ontological process of acquiring skills, but also an epistemological process shaped by how abilities are perceived, recognized, and rewarded. The analysis of employee perception gaps revealed that self-confidence in abilities can lead to better labor market outcomes, provided that this self-assessment aligns with employer expectations. Conversely, mismatches in perceived readiness or performance standards generate forms of the widely discussed skills gap, which can manifest as either wage penalties or increased demand for OJT. These findings suggest that development is deeply epistemological, as it depends on how individuals internalize workplace norms, negotiate expectations, and orient themselves toward recognition and progression. The last section of the chapter provided the analysis of TVET-side data. TVET often functions more as a continuation of schooling than as preparation for employment. Many students enroll in TVET to remain within the education system rather than to develop vocational skills, and their attitudes and motivations are loosely connected to the realities of work in the garment industry. As a result, the alignment assumed between TVET institutions and labor market needs is weak, and the system struggles to make a meaningful contribution to reducing skills gaps. Taken together, the cross-national and firm-level comparisons suggest that national education systems, industrial structures, labor market institutions, and cultural norms jointly configure the ecologies of development. The implications extend beyond diagnosing mismatches. They point toward context-sensitive strategies for aligning TVET systems, firm-based learning, and workers' career aspirations. In particular, interventions must take into account whether firms operate in tight or loose internal labor markets, the extent to which learning is collective or individualized, and how sociocultural expectations shape both workers' behavior and employers' evaluations. This synthesis sets the stage for Chap 5, which examines the full integrated dataset from Ethiopia, where both industry-side and TVET-side data were collected concurrently. That chapter will show how national-level development ecologies can be captured more holistically when multiple stakeholder groups are examined together, enabling a more complete account of how structural, institutional, and interpersonal mechanisms interact to shape youth skills formation and labor market integration. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References. A. Zen and A. 2023. Returns to on-the-job soft skills training. Journal of Political Economy, 131-8, 2165-2208. Org 1010-867-24320. M. 2020. Squeezing Workers' Rights in Global Supply Chains, Purchasing Practices in the Bangladesh Garment Export Sector in Comparative Perspective. Review of International Political Economy, 27-2, 323-47. Org 1010-8009-69229-020, 191625-426. P. 1986. The Forms of Capital. In J. G. Richardson, ed. Handbook of Theory and Research for the Sociology of Education. 240-1258. Greenwood Press. FM KJX Sun HF YQ Song WZ and D 2001. Indigenous Chinese Personality Constructs. Journal of Cross-Cultural Psychology, 32-4, 407-433. Org 101177002202, 2101032004003. R. 1976. The Diploma Disease, Education, Qualification, and Development. And V.H.D. Van F.J.R. J.A. and Hill C. 2015. The South African Personality Inventory, SAPI, a culture-informed instrument for the country's main ethno-cultural groups. Psychological Assessment, 27-3, 827-837. Org 10-103, 7 Pa 0000078. Foster, P.J. 1965. The Vocational School Fallacy in Development Planning. In Education and Economic Development. 32. 142-166. Aldine. M.C.M. H. and Vi. M. 2013. How Universal is the Big Five? Testing the five-factor model of personality variation among farmers in the Bolivian Amazon. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 104-2, 354-370. Org 10-103, 700030841. Hale, A. and Wills, J. 2005. Threads of Garment Industry Supply Chains from the Worker's Perspective. Keep, A. and James S. 2010. Recruitment and Selection, the Great Neglected Topic, No. 88. K. 1997. Human Resource Development. Japan Institute of Lauder H. Brown P. and D. 2008. Skill Formation and the Varieties of Capitalism Approach. New Political Economy, 13-1, 1935. Org 10108013563460, 7018599678. Little R and D, 2019. Statistical Analysis with Missing Data, 3rd ed. Org 101029781119482260. A. 2005. Organizational Learning, Experimental Evidence from Bangladeshi Garment Factories Background, Sewing Lines and Learning. Retrieved December 11, 2025, from Assets Publishing Service Media 57, a 0895 a 40F0B6 497400003, 0 Research Note 2, 005 Organizational Learning. H and N 2015. Testing No Science of Organizational and Psychological Testing. Investigation of Organizational Actions with Item Response Theory. D.B. 1987. Multiple Imputation for Non-Response in Surveys. Org 10-100-29780-4703-16696. SNL 2006. Constructing Socioeconomic Status Indices, How to Use Principal Components Analysis. Health Policy and Planning, 21-6, 459-468. Org 10-109-3029. S. 2017. Skills Development Paths Selected by Learners, Journal of African Studies 91 116. Org 10-11619, Africa 20-179011. S. 2023. Constructivist Analysis of Cross-Sectional Data on Varieties of Skills, and Generalities of Skills, Packages and Rewards to Them in Ghana and Ethiopia. International Journal of Educational Development, 102 Skills for Development Revisited. Org 10-1016J2023102-851. S&CS 2020. Perception Gaps on Employable Skills Between Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET, Teachers and Students, the Case of the Garment Sector in Ethiopia. Higher Education, Skills and Work-Based Learning, 11-1, 199-213. Org 10-1108, HSWBL 0-820-190-105. S&CS 2022. Differential Effects of Schooling and Cognitive and Non-Cognitive Skills on Market Outcomes, the Case of the Garment Industry in Ethiopia. International Journal of Training and Development, 26-1, 145-162. Org 10-11112252. SCSYK and FN 2018. Bridging the Supply-Demand Gaps of the Industrial Workforce. Findings from a Skills Assessment of Garment Workers in Ethiopia. Skills and Knowledge for Youth Research Project. Org 10-13140, RG 22354, 8126728. SCS and K 2018. Explaining Differing Perceptions of Employees' Skill Needs, the Case of Garment Workers in Ethiopia. International Journal of Training and Development, 22-1, 5168. Org 10-111112-118. These are 1 DVD CD player, 2 television, 3 cellular phone, 4 computer, 5 bank account, 6 refrigerator freezer, 7 internet, 8 bicycle, 9 motorcycle and 10 car. Analysis of variance. Items on behavioral skills were not included in the questionnaire for the 2019 survey in Ghana. Accordingly, Table 4.6 does not have the column for Ghana. Gross Domestic Product.